Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. We bring you 2 daily uploads, ensuring you never miss a moment of the action. Stay tuned, subscribe, and let's dive into today's story. 326. I don't know, maybe they asked us to wash the floor. 3 years ago, there was a terrorist attack by the Black Demon Society in the southern military region. At that time, as a member of the anti-terrorist team, I followed the troops of the military region to suppress the members of the Black Demon Society. Do you know how many people we dispatched that time? Captain Spike asked Blade. Dao Feng's curiosity was aroused and he asked, "How much?" Captain Spike stretched out a palm and shook it in front of Captain Blade. Said in a deep voice, 5 acres. Our counter-strike teams with an average strength above the city level alone exceed the 5 districts. This does not include the armed forces elite deployed by the Southern Military District. In that operation, there were more than 27th level martial arts masters alone, including 5 8th level Grand Masters. Captain Blade's pupil shrunk. Such a lineup is really incredible. There are a total of 25 7th level masters and 8th level masters alone. How many martial arts masters above the 7th level in the entire Dragon Kingdom? Billions of people, just a few thousand. The southern military region is full of hundreds and hundreds of people. Moreover, most of them gathered on the battlefield in the catacombs, and it is estimated that nearly 1/10 of the top-level force was used in this one. I am afraid that it is the largest anti-terrorism operation in the Dragon Kingdom in recent years. But why haven't I heard of 490? Haven't heard of it. Captain Spike seemed to see Captain Blade's doubts, and smiled wryly. That's because the detailed process of the anti-terrorism operation was blocked by the military. Only the international news briefly mentioned it. In that siege, the southern military region lost more than 300 elite troops. 3 Grand Masters fell and 7 were seriously injured, including an 8th level minister. The point is, the key target person we encircled and suppressed finally escaped. You said, can this news still spread? It is definitely a disgrace to the military. Hiss. Captain Blade could no longer contain the shock in his heart, and let out a gasp. His face was full of shock and horror, almost unbelievable. 20 martial arts masters, 5 8th level masters, and thousands of troops surrounded and suppressed. Such a large-scale suppression operation can still kill so many people, even one of the top military masters died. Didn't leave the goal until the end. How terrifying was the target they encircled and suppressed that time. Then the people from the Black Demon Society are so strong. Captain Blade had a look of disbelief. Spike seemed to be still immersed in the tragedy of the 3-year war. He was silent for a long time, and finally only uttered 2 words, monster. He seemed to feel that these 2 words were not enough to describe the horror of the other party, and added in a low voice, the leaders of the Black Demon Society are not human. It is not a metaphor, but it has really broken away from the category of normal people and has become a monster-like existence, much stronger than ordinary warriors. Captain Blade fell silent. Captain Spike also completely lost the desire to talk. The 2 sat in the helicopter and watched the sun gradually sinking in the distance, and their hearts were filled with heaviness for a moment. It was another operation against the Black Demon Society. Last time, there were many masters leading the team, and the results were so tragic. This time, there were only some special elite teams of theirs. God knows how many of them will come back alive. The atmosphere in the cabin was extremely depressing. Soon, the helicopter landed at the target location. A small hill whose top was half blown away abruptly came into everyone's eyes immediately. The captains of the 2 elite teams looked at each other, and they both saw a trace of solemnity in each other's eyes. Suddenly, at this time, a member of the team pointed to a certain place on a hill next to the bombed-out mountain with sharp eyes, and whispered, "Captain, there seem to be 2 corpses." Dao Feng Lanja and the 2 looked along, and they saw faint traces of corpses and blood on the top of the hill. "Go down and have a look." Order decisively. The helicopter approached, and several people discovered it. It wasn't two corpses, but one, but the death was tragic, as if it had been chopped in half by someone. The two teams landed from the helicopter, centered on the corpse, and started patrolling around. Blade and Spike Captain approached the corpse. As soon as he approached, the pupils shrank suddenly. What came into view was a dark red to black blood droplet, large and small, scattered all over the place. Among them is a dark red blood bead the size of a fist that is quite eye-catching, but it has been divided into two halves. Blood condenses into pearls. And there are blood pills. The one who died was an 8th level martial arts master. Captain Blade's expression was shocked, and he couldn't restrain the shock in his heart and let out a low voice. 8th level martial arts Grand Master, how many are there in the whole world? One actually died here, and was beheaded in such a violent way. If it gets out, it will definitely be a big news enough to cause a sensation in the whole country. Fortunately, I'm not from the Dragon Country. Captain Blade drew out his cold weapon and fiddled with the corpse, not noticing that the expression on the face of Captain Spike standing beside him was getting more and more strange. Is this guy still human? After checking the corpse, Captain Blade couldn't help but sigh with emotion. I saw the two halves of the body on the ground, all extremely strong. Muscles everywhere are not human-like, and some things that look like animal scales have grown on the surface of the skin. The knife scratches on it, leaving no white marks. The bones were also several times thicker than normal humans, and the bones showed a metallic lead black color, and even had bone spurs. Captain Blade used a cold weapon to hit the exposed bones of the two halves of the corpse several times, which made a sound like gold and iron. This could already be called a monster. Monster Grandmaster. Grandmaster Monster. Captain Blade recalled what Captain Spike had told him about the Black Devil's Society, and casually said, "This guy should be a member of the Black Devil's Society you mentioned, it's really inhuman." Halfway through the speech, Captain Blade couldn't help but said, "But the one who killed him is truly inhuman." This great master of the Black Demon Society was cut open with a sharp weapon. Before he died, he probably hadn't reacted yet, and there wasn't even a trace of pain or frightened expression on his face. It's really unbelievable, how strong is a person who can cut this kind of monster at the level of a Grand Master in half? Captain Blade tried to imagine that scene, but found that his poor imagination and shallow knowledge of martial arts could not imagine it at all. Can only give up. Captain Blade had a complex expression on his face, and suddenly realized that Captain Spike had not spoken since the discovery of the body. Can't help but look around. I saw Captain Spike standing in place, staring straight at some part of half of the corpses on the ground, and the whole person seemed to be in a state of trance. Captain Blade followed his gaze curiously. What was seen was a tattoo on the right arm of the corpse. The style of the tattoo is very strange. It is a devil image wearing a crown, who looks like a man but not a woman, and rides on a dromedary. What's wrong? Captain Blade asked. Captain Spike raised his head, with a strange expression on his face that cannot be described in words. Pointing to the corpse on the ground, he said softly, "This person is the leader of the Black Demon Society who we lost 2 Grandmasters in the southern military region 3 years ago, leaving none of the Grandmasters behind. I remember the tattoo on his hand, it's exactly the same." Captain Blade's pupils dilated instantly, and his whole body froze in place as if struck by lightning. The two stared at the corpse like clay figurines for a long time. After a long while, Captain Blade couldn't help opening his mouth wide, and then moved again. "You mean, someone cut into 2 halves the leaders of the Black Demon Society, who had thousands of people in your southern military region, including 20 Grandmasters, and none of the 5 great martial arts masters left behind?" He muttered in his mouth, and slowly twisted his neck to look at Captain Spike. A strange question popped out of his mouth. "Then that lord, after beheading the head of the Black Demon Society, why did he let us come to this coordinate?" Captain Spike was silent for a long time. Finally, he said a word quietly. Who knows? Maybe, let's help sweep the floor. Eastern Military Region, Command Office of the 9th Theater. He Dingjun is dealing with military affairs. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. He Dingjun picked up the phone and said in a coercive tone, I'm He Dingjun, Tian. 30 seconds later. He Dingjun, who was holding a microphone, opened his eyes slightly, and his face showed little by little shock. When he hung up the phone, he was overwhelmed with shock and incredible. It took a long time for He Dingjun to recover slowly from the huge shock. He picked up the teacup at hand, wanting to take a sip to calm down the turmoil in his heart. But before the tea was delivered to his mouth, he spilled it all over his body. But He Dingjun didn't take it seriously at all. He put down the teacup casually, and then let out a sigh that had been brewing for a long time. Good boy, if he wants to kill me, it will probably be a one-shot thing. Our military department is finally going to produce a truly top martial arts expert. In the smooth-moving high-speed rail train, Liu Sheng slowly opened his eyes. As he opened his eyes, the already brightly lit compartment seemed to become brighter once. There seemed to be a faint purple flash in Liu Sheng's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. This projection of will seems to be much stronger than I expected. Liu Sheng recalled the harvest of this practice, his eyes sparkled slightly. The following plot will be quite ups and downs, with many contradictions, many conflicts, and some clues and mysteries will be revealed slowly. I hope everyone can continue to support it, and ask for some data, thank you. 327 I am the god of night tour, you rats, dawn and number 039, you hurry to die? 4. Will projection. This is a technique recorded in the master chapter of Crystal Conception Thoughts. The effect is that you can simulate any martial arts will you know. But because it is more cumbersome and of no real use, it is not as refreshing as hunting master-level zombies in the dream space, so Liu Sheng has always regarded it as a tasteless skill, and after reading it once, he has never studied it at the bottom of the box. Now realizing the power and wonder of spiritual power, Liu Sheng picked up this skill again. Even such powerful mental power skills as mental illusion and will control have not been included in the fire plan. There's no reason the projection of will is weaker than them. This is Liu Sheng's idea. Sure enough, after careful consideration, Liu Sheng discovered a new continent. There is a problem with my own thinking. I only see the effect of the projection of will, and I don't think about it from other angles. It is indeed cumbersome and tasteless to simulate other people's martial arts will, but what if it is to simulate your own will? This idea suddenly opened up new ideas for Liu Sheng. In other words, it was Liu Sheng who finally found the real way to unlock the skill will projection. Using mental power to construct a will clone of oneself outside the body does not move, but the will clone can travel thousands of miles, and can be retracted in a single thought. What kind of mental power technique is this? It clearly belongs to the category of martial arts supernatural powers. Two incredible means. As for what can projection of will do? Too much. Many 02 bodies are inconvenient to do, or difficult to do, and they can be completed by will projection. Such as flying into the sky, escaping from the ground, passing through walls, and entering women's bathrooms. Killing Su. If the projection of will is used, then killing Lien Su will undoubtedly become much simpler and more concealed. No one will know that it was me who did it, although it's okay if people find out. Liu Sheng is much more important in the eyes of the military now than before. However, what Lien Su has done to him now has obviously exceeded a certain limit and is not in compliance with the rules. Even if she is Mrs. Wu Sheng, some consequences are not something she can bear. In fact, it's easy to understand. When Ji Dao Martial Saint feels that the price to be paid for fighting against me and the forces behind me is more than Lien Su's value to him, then, Lien Su, the so-called wife of Martial Saint, the title becomes trivial. Liu Sheng read the life history of himself and Lien Su several times. Lien Su's death did not stir up too much waves. He is smart and bright, and it is easy to think that this may also have something to do with the madness that Lien Xue is showing now. This woman took out the saint's death and colluded with the Black Demon Society. The price she paid behind the scenes probably made Jidao martial saints very dissatisfied. There are two reasons why Liu Sheng is so confident about what he is about to do now, without any psychological burden. To say, to die. It's her damn time, too. Let's try to see how the will projection works. Liu Sheng mobilized his spiritual power. The radiation range of his mental power is about 30 kilometers. Using mental power to simulate my own will image outside the body. This is undoubtedly much simpler than imitating others, because everyone knows themselves best. In the dark night, 30 kilometers ahead of the high-speed train, a light appeared. Immediately afterwards, more and more light spots emerged in the darkness. Like fireflies gathering in the night. These points of light quickly gathered together, gradually outlining the outline of a human figure. This humanoid silhouette is more than 3 meters tall. At the beginning, it was just a vague human form. After Liu Sheng's mental power continued to invest. This 3-meter-high human figure gradually became plump and clear. Crystal-like structures began to be outlined on the human figure, and the whole body exuded a faint luster of dark gold. Not long after, a brand new human form was completely born in the night. This is a dark golden humanoid over 3 meters tall. The whole body presents various dark golden faceted prismatic shapes, except for a pair of eyes that present a faint purple, like the finest amethyst. The body is translucent, shining in the dark. The appearance of this human figure is very similar to Liu Sheng, but the face is expressionless and the eyes are indifferent, like a god without emotional warmth. About 30% of my mental strength, of course, there is still room for improvement. Liu Sheng stood 30 kilometers away from the high-speed rail, scanning his surroundings. In the dark night, the surrounding scenes are exquisite. It is no different from the spiritual power extension exploration, but it feels more wonderful. It was as if Liu Sheng was standing there in person. Moreover, the will projection can still radiate the spiritual power in its body. The limit of the radiation range is about 7 or 8 kilometers. That is to say, using this method, Liu Sheng's mental power radiation range has an upper limit of 7 or 8 kilometers. Can the projection of will project a new projection of will? Liu Sheng suddenly thought of an idea of infinite nesting dolls. He tried it, and it seemed that it was really feasible. It's just that he hasn't even figured out the first will projection now, so it's too early to think about the next level of nesting dolls. Liu Sheng tried to exercise. The dark golden crystal figure runs along the high-speed rail tracks in the dark night. Feet off the ground, walking without wind. There is nothing that can hinder it, and there is no resistance, and the speed is several times faster than Liu Sheng's usual. A night without stars or moon. On the wilderness railway track, a dark golden 3-meter human figure galloped forward. Like light and electricity, like a god who travels at night. I don't know how strong this will projection is. Liu Sheng walked for a while, getting tired of walking, and began to think about how to test the power of will projection. He looked around, and his mental power spread out to find a suitable bidder. Suddenly, Liu Sheng detected 2 figures approaching at a high speed. It was 2 figures, one tall and one short, one with dark skin and a huge physique like a tank. The other was tall, slender, and fair-haired. Neither of them is from the Dragon Kingdom. The Black Demon Societies. Liu Sheng's dark golden human-shaped pupils flickered slightly. Feeling the powerful qi and blood emanating from the opponent's body, it is as eye-catching and hot as a miniature sun in the dark night. Liu Sheng thought about it, and suddenly came up with an interesting idea. Just in time. The dark golden figure turned into a ray of light, flashing away in the darkness. 2 figures were running in the darkness. Their speed is extremely fast, and the naked eye of normal people can't catch them at all. Even if they are brushed by the shoulders, they will only feel as if there is wind blowing. About there. Wearing a cocky windbreaker, the middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes stopped by the railroad track, glanced at the dark place where the railroad extended, and said calmly, "Let's do it here." Beside him, a fat man with black skin who was more than 2 meters tall and whose waist was also more than 2 meters thick nodded. With a grin, Gang Qi flowing out of his body is as thick as lead and mercury, more than 10 times stronger than ordinary dazone. Step by step to the side of the rails, ready to start. But at this moment, a golden light suddenly lit up in the darkness in the distance. The sudden appearance of this light immediately attracted the attention of the two men. "Pal, wait!" The man in the windbreaker spoke in a low voice, and the latter stopped the movement of his hands, but the Gang Qi flowing from his body became more and more intense. Not long after, that golden light completely appeared in the field of vision of the two of them. The pupils of both of them shrank slightly. In the darkness, a golden figure more than 3 meters high was running fast through the air. This human figure is tall and fit, with handsome features and appearance as if created by heaven. The whole body is shining, and the gestures of the hands and feet give people an inexplicable sense of majesty and sacred and inviolable awe-inspiring. A word popped out of the minds of the two of them: God. "My lord, the Dark Lord, this is..." The black-skinned man suddenly opened his eyes wide, with a shocked and moved look on his face, and blurted out, "Wu Sheng Yuan." The man in the windbreaker was also shocked, but quickly calmed down. "No, it's not the martial saint avatar. The martial saint avatar is not so weak. Moreover, in my memory, the 3 martial sages of Longguo did not grow up like this. Then what is this?" The black-skinned man looked at his companion and blinked. The latter's face was gloomy, and he said in a low voice, "Let's take a look first." The dark golden figure quickly approached the two of them. The majestic and inviolable feeling became stronger and stronger. If it wasn't for the fact that the aura exuded by the other party wasn't too strong, both men in the windbreaker almost had the urge to fall down and bow down. I saw the dark golden human figure carved like crystal condescendingly, glanced at the two of them lightly, and said, "Who is presumptuous here?" The voice of the dark golden figure collided like crystals, carrying a strange tremor. The man in the windbreaker fixed his eyes on the mysterious dark golden figure in front of him, and said in a not-so-fluent dragon Mandarin, "Who are you? Presumptuous?" The dark golden figure suddenly roared loudly, as if a thunder had struck the ground. The men in the windbreakers were caught off guard, their ears buzzing from the shock. "A mere mortal dares to call me by my first name. I am the god of night tour, how dare you not kneel when you see me? Never mind." The dark golden figure suddenly shook its head, and said, "You barbarians, you don't understand what I'm talking about, anyway, hurry up and die." After finishing speaking, the dark golden human figure suddenly exploded. The whole body exuded an incomparable brilliant golden radiance. He put his palms together, and slashed fiercely at the two of them. It was as if 2 golden heavenly knives fell from the sky. 328 Are you ready to welcome the arrival of the gods? 1. The bright knife light cut through the night, and 2 brilliant lights burst out in the darkness. Cutting like a roulette, it cuts a knife wave visible to the naked eye in the air. Pray for the wheel of knives. But there are no wheels, and no knives. Snort! Both the man in the windbreaker and the fat man in black reacted extremely quickly. The moment Liu Sheng made his move, an unimaginably terrifying aura erupted from the two of them. Their stellar qi is in a liquid state, thick to an unbelievable degree, dancing around their bodies like water waves. Every time it ripples, it emits a terrifying shock force, arousing a series of distorted lights in the air. The man in the windbreaker and the black-skinned fat man raised their hands, and almost indiscriminately held the 2 knife wheels shimmering from the dark golden humanoid arms. The thick arms like crystals were supported by 2 people, and the wave of the knife in the palm swirled wildly, cutting on the liquid gas of the 2 people, arousing little stars. Like the roulette of a cutting machine cutting steel. A cold light flashed in the windbreaker man's eyes. He stretched out his right hand, and his arm swelled abruptly, making the sound of bone groaning. A ferocious and sharp strange hand suddenly protruded from under the sleeve of the windbreaker, making a shrieking sound of tearing the air, and grabbed the dark golden figure straightly. But before the windbreaker man's hand caught the dark golden human face, the latter shrank back with a swipe. The speed was so fast that neither the man in the windbreaker nor the fat man in black could react. When they came to their senses, the dark gold figure was already standing tens of meters away from them. It is still that lofty, sacred, and inviolable majestic posture. You idiots, don't be rampant, I'm going to invite the gods to come down now, and kill you on the spot. After finishing speaking, the dark golden figure disappeared in a flash. No sign. It's as if a light bulb was suddenly turned off by someone, and it went out with a snap without a trace. WOC. The black-skinned fat man finally couldn't help it, he sweared, and slapped his bare forehead with a big hand, with a bewildered expression on his face. What the hell is this? A Halloween prank? People in the Dragon Kingdom don't have the habit of celebrating Halloween. The man in the windbreaker was equally astonished. He thought to himself, but I've heard the word Night Tour God before. It seems to be an image of a god in the folklore of the Dragon Kingdom. You mean? The black-skinned fat man had an absurd expression on his face. Did we meet the folk gods of the Dragon Kingdom in the middle of the night? I'm just saying I've heard the term, but I didn't say it. Before that guy left, it seems that he went back to rescue soldiers. What is he called? Shang? Never mind him. If something is too weak to die, just press it to death if it comes. The man in the windbreaker waved his hand impatiently, glanced at the watch on his wrist, and said, "Hurry up, don't wait until that guy Barbatos arrives. He will get a share of the things when the time comes." You're right. The black-skinned fat man hurriedly looked around in the darkness, and then quickly walked to the middle of the railroad tracks. His waist, which is more than 2 meters wide, can hardly even fit the rails. I don't know how to squat down. The black-skinned fat man grasped both sides of the rails with his 2 big black hands, grinning. His expression suddenly became ferocious. In the next moment, a terrifying wave emanated from him. Something seemed to be breaking out of the black-skinned fat man's body. His 2 arms suddenly became thicker than a small water tank. Black tendons as thick as fingers protruded, and layers of scales grew out. In just a few breaths, the black-skinned fat man completely transformed into a 3-meter-tall, human-like terrifying monster. He exhaled billowing white smoke from his mouth and nose, and let out a low growl. The arms holding the rails were lifted up suddenly. Wow! 2 high-speed rail tracks were lifted abruptly by him. Bang bang bang! The nails on the rail bounced off one by one, and continued to extend forward and backward. In the end, nearly 1,000 meters of railway tracks were pulled by him alone, like 2 hemp ropes in his hands, wantonly playing. Swish! Sheng opened his eyes suddenly. The wool projection returns, and he has a sense of self-fulfillment again. A wool clone with 30% mental power is almost the same as a general top-level general, and lower than a 30-star general. But if it is used to kill Lien Su, it is completely enough. Sheng was quite satisfied with the test results. The wool avatar of the top bulk strength can do too many things. Moreover, he can still control the strength of the wool clone, and the upper limit of this strength can be raised further. When the mental power becomes stronger in the future, the projection power can become stronger. Now is not the time to conclude, let the doctor deal with those 2 mice. Sheng grabbed the inner wheel knife on the table and moved. The whole person passed through the carriages in a very short time, and arrived at the high-speed rail master control room in an instant. For the other people in the rest of the carriage, it was a sudden gust of wind in the carriage. When they came back to their senses, they suddenly found that all the aisle doors of each carriage had been opened. In the cockpit, the conductor in uniform was sitting on the seat, casually monitoring the dashboards and data in front of him. Suddenly, there was wind behind him. The train conductor felt strange and was about to turn his head to check, when a peaceful voice sounded in his ears. There is a breakdown in the section ahead, stop the train immediately. Who? The train conductor was startled, stood up abruptly, saw Liu Sheng's appearance clearly, and immediately saluted again. Liu Sheng nodded casually, and then repeated the order. But, seeing the embarrassment on the train conductor's face, Liu Sheng didn't bother to talk to him, his eyes flickered slightly. With a little skill of will control, the train conductor immediately looked up and turned around to operate quickly. After finishing all this, Liu Sheng walked out from the cockpit. He randomly picked the nearest car door, opened it, and walked out. In the night, the cold wind howled. Liu Sheng stood in mid-air, with the high-speed rail whizzing forward under his feet. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and with his excellent vision, he could clearly see the two members of the Black Demon Society who had had a photo with him before more than 10 kilometers away. Liu Sheng moved his body slowly, and there seemed to be a halo around his body that expanded and contracted, light and dark stretched. You barbarians, get ready! Have you welcomed the arrival of the immortal? The next breath. A great sun rises in the darkness, piercing through layers of night, surpassing the high-speed rail, and illuminating the darkness ahead. Comes like day. Ha ha ha. Muscles all over his body, and his body swelled countless times. The black-skinned fat man, who looked like a monster in a special film, grabbed a few pieces of rails and danced wildly in his hands. The man in the windbreaker looked ahead, looked down at the watch on his wrist from time to time, frowned, and said, "It's about time, it should be here." Just as he was thinking, a strong light appeared in the dark tunnel ahead. The man in the windbreaker lifted his expression and showed a smile on his face. He stopped looking at his watch. He turned his head and shouted at the black-skinned fat man who was almost having fun, "Pal, come on, stop playing." Hearing this, the half-human, half-demon fat black-skinned man turned his head towards the tunnel. A pair of big red eyes fixedly stared at the direction of the light source, and a ferocious smile appeared on the lizard-like ugly face. "Come on, come and throw yourself into the embrace of Paul Demon God." He casually dropped the rail in his hand, and his legs sank. Boom! Two thick, muscular thighs sunk deep into the soil. The whole person squatted halfway, made a posture similar to a sumo wrestler, and faced the direction of the tunnel. Just like. Be ready to confront the roaring high-speed train head-on at any time. The man in the windbreaker didn't say anything when he saw this scene. The black-skinned fat man was not an idiot either, he tore off the railway tracks a few kilometers ahead. It is estimated that the high-speed rail has not waited for him, it will roll over and I don't know where it will go. Even if he can reach him, the remaining impact is not enough to pose much threat to him. Anyway, the beast-modified gene on that guy is terrifying, his skin is rough and his flesh is thick, and even the top 3 Dazhou demon Chengdu dared to face him a few times in the Black Demon Club. Seeing that the light source is getting closer and closer, the light in the tunnel is getting stronger and stronger, and it seems that I can still hear the whirring sound of the high-speed train passing through the tunnel. The man in the windbreaker folded his hands over his chest, pretending to be watching a show. At this time, the wireless communicator in it suddenly rang. A voice came from inside. "Wei Liver, the target train has stopped. Good, the plan has changed, and you are always ready to deal with it." Target train stopped? The man in the windbreaker was startled when he heard this sentence. Subconsciously looked up and looked forward. The target high-speed rail has stopped, and now something is coming out of the tunnel. What is it? The idea of the man in the windbreaker just fell. In the dark tunnel, the light shines brightly. A figure radiating infinite golden light roared out of the tunnel like the sun at noon. That figure was too fast. In just an instant, a distance of several kilometers is crossed. The golden light pulled into a gorgeous golden rainbow. There was a boom. Roaring along the railroad tracks. Disappeared in an instant. The pupils of the man in the windbreaker shrank severely. Everything happened like lightning. Wait for him to come back to his senses. The golden sun has gone away, and it is presented in front of him. Only half of the thick legs stuck in the mud of the railroad track remained. Before that, there stood a black-skinned fat man named Par. He ranks 10th among the 72 pillar demon gods of the Black Demon Society. He has a combat power of more than 30 stars and a general rank. He is famous for his rough skin and thick flesh. Now, big. The guy's upper body from the waist up all disappeared. 329. Your special brew is really talented. Almost got scammed, too. The man in the windbreaker stood there in a daze for a while. I didn't turn my head around for a long time. What is it? What happened just now? Swipe. Among the 72 demon gods of the Black Demon Society, Par, the top 10 demon god, is gone? Countless? At this time, the infinite communicator in the ear rang. What's the matter, Walliver? How did Paul's life signal disappear? Is he dead? Who? Who killed him? In such a short time? What's going on with you right now? The man in the windbreaker was silent for a while, then hesitated. It's hard to explain to you. Would you believe me if I said it might have been a traffic accident? At this time, light came from behind the man in the windbreaker, casting a long shadow under his feet. The whistle sounded again. The man in the windbreaker tightened his expression, immediately cut off the connection with the communicator, and turned his head suddenly. His eyes reflected a figure bathed in brilliant golden light, walking towards him slowly like the sun. The figure was dressed in a military uniform, with a well-proportioned and tall figure. The facial features are as handsome as the masterpieces of heaven, and the eyes are as calm as the eternal deep pool. There was a sacred and inexplicable aura in every gesture. He was stepping on the void, a distance of several meters from the ground, holding a knife in one hand, and Jinhui was with him, as if he had stepped out of a movie. The man in the windbreaker noticed the other person's appearance, and his pupils shrank severely. Suddenly remembered a strange creature from before. Subconsciously blurted out, "So it's you. Right on. Everything fits right." Before 437, the dark golden human figure was composed of crystals, and he hadn't recognized it yet. Now that I see myself, I immediately realize. It turned out that this guy was the target they were going to kill this time. That genius morning star of the Dragon Kingdom. Sheng strolled up to the man in the windbreaker, looked at him condescendingly, and said calmly, "Do you want to die if you don't kneel down when you see the god coming?" The face of the man in the windbreaker changed and became ugly for a while. He felt like his intelligence was being insulted. On the one hand, they fear the opponent's strength. Killing Pal in an instant is not something that just anyone can do. But no matter what, now we can only bite the bullet and go on. Pal was caught off guard. I just need to be careful, not to mention killing him, at least there should be no problem in escaping. Hey! When did this level of evildoer appear in the Dragon Kingdom? No wonder the asking price is so high this time. It's a miscalculation. The man in the windbreaker didn't talk nonsense, and let out a low whistle. There are sound waves that exceed the limits of what ordinary people can bear from his mouth, and there are ripples in the air that are visible to the naked eye. Immediately afterwards, white astral chi as thick as lead and mercury gushed out from his whole body. The body of the man in the windbreaker also made crackling sounds. He was already thin and tall, but now his body is even more slender, almost like a bamboo pole. The length of limbs is more than twice that of ordinary people, and many sharp bone fragments and nails even grow out, and even the eyes have become compound pupils, giving people a feeling of evil and impotent. The man in the windbreaker completely stretched his body, and an unprecedented cold and murderous aura spread out in all directions. It feels like facing countless guillotine gears with sharp edges, and there is a stinging feeling that the line of sight is cut at a glance. The breath is more than several times stronger than before. The power gushing out from the depths of the genes gave the man in the windbreaker the feeling of dominating everything. The hidden self-confidence returned once again. The thought of fleeing before was completely gone. Now, he just wants to kill each other. Are you done? Suddenly, a voice interrupted the windbreaker man's thoughts. He narrowed his eyes and saw Liu Sheng, who was bathed in golden light, looking at him calmly. Hurry up and die when you're done. It takes so long to transform, and I don't think it's much better after the transformation, it's really incomprehensible. Well. The man in the windbreaker was suffocated, and soon became angry from embarrassment. I will let you know what price you will pay for saying this. After speaking, his figure disappeared in a flash. The night seemed to suddenly become darker. There was a sound of wind, with the sharpness of scratching, blowing across the ground, and deep scratches crisscrossed on the hard ground silently. A great horror lurks in the darkness. Liu Sheng raised his hand, and the inner wheel knife slashed obliquely to a certain position. The glow of 7 immortal cells blooms, the sword technique of 4 realms, the third form of Shiquan martial arts. Killing Dao condenses like a real murderous aura gushing out, and it will be closed as soon as it is released. The night was cut open by this knife, leaving behind a long-lasting glamorous knife light. Liu Sheng withdrew the knife calmly. There was a dark red blood stain on the blade. Patter. The 2 halves of the corpse fell from the air and landed in front of him. It should have the strength of a general. After transforming with the alien beast gene, it is estimated that the combat power will be around 35 to 40 stars. Liu Sheng sighed softly, Marshal, I am already gone. Back then, a single immortal cell could give Liu Sheng a 12.5 star combat power. Now 7 are immortal. Although the combat power cannot be superimposed so simply. But with the 7 immortal cells in the body, and the indestructible star body, the addition of various attributes and abilities. Liu Sheng has already crossed the threshold of 50 stars for a long time. After dealing with the 2 guys from the Black Devil's Society, Liu Sheng used his mental strength to search for the bodies of the 2, and found some scattered things among them. Was flipping through, when suddenly the mental power detected someone beside him. Cut it off with a single knife. Ugh! The light of the knife sank into the darkness, silently. Immediately afterwards, there was a crisp clapping sound from the darkness. Pa pa pa! A handsome, well-proportioned foreign man with profound facial features stepped out of the darkness while clapping his hands. There was a faint smile on his face, and he exuded a calm and confident temperament in his gestures. The aura is strong and pure, and there is a sense of déjà vu that dominates everything. He looked at Liu Sheng with a condescending attitude, eyes full of appreciation and said, "It's amazing, it can kill Hualifu, who is ranked 6th among the 72 pillar demon gods of the Black Demon Society. Your strength has been recognized by me, you are a strong man worthy of respect." The handsome man put down his hands, looked at Liu Sheng in a friendly manner, and said with a smile, "I don't think we need to continue fighting, otherwise we will only lose out." Liu Sheng looked at the man, narrowing his eyes slightly. "You're right." Liu Sheng nodded. A bright smile appeared on the handsome man's face. Suddenly a saber light bloomed in front of his eyes, more than 10 times astonishing than the previous saber. The handsome man's face changed abruptly, with a horrified expression on his face, he turned and ran away without hesitation. But his body seemed to be injured, and he was cut into 2 by the knife light before he ran far, and died on the ground. Liu Sheng walked over and cut open a trouser leg of the handsome man's lower body with the inner wheel knife. Looking at a fresh, bloody wound on the top, he couldn't help sighing. What a talent! It's too much alike. If it weren't for my mental power to catch the abnormal heart rate, the pores of my body were sweating, and my feet were injured. I almost got scammed by you. Respectable opponent? Lose both? How did you have the face to say that? Liu Sheng was amazed. I have to say that this guy's psychological quality is really strong. He was slashed by himself first, but he didn't want to run away, but he still had the courage to walk out, wanting to scare himself away. You want to steal a chicken, don't you? Sheng was quite speechless. Feel free to search through these 3 people, write down the coordinates, and then turn around and return. Soon return to the location where the high-speed rail stops. When he came back, Sheng was of course not as ostentatious as he was when he went there, and he came back in a calm manner. At this time, a group of officers on the high-speed rail had already got out of the car and looked at the damaged rails. Some people have already contacted their superiors, and Guo Aiying is also there. When Sheng came back, he did not hide his figure. The officers quickly noticed his whereabouts, and immediately stood up straight and saluted him. These people are almost used to the elusiveness of Sheng, the chief executive. How long will it take to fix it? Sheng asked about an officer with the highest military rank and a Chinese character face during the entourage. The officer with a square-faced face said seriously, "Report to the chief, we have contacted the railway department, and they have sent someone to repair it immediately. I don't know how long it will take, but we will definitely complete the repair in the shortest possible time, and will never delay the chief's trip." Sheng thought for a while. The track destroyed by the black fat man from the Black Demon Society was several kilometers long. Even if you work overtime to repair it, it will probably take a long time. Never mind. Sheng said to the officer with Quazalian, "I'll go by myself, you guys take your time to fix it." The officer with a square face was stunned, and subconsciously said, "Chief, do you need me to call a helicopter for you?" "Need not." Sheng shook his head. In fact, no matter what kind of transportation it is not as good as his legs to realize it. By the way, there is a place in front, and a few people died. Remember to ask someone to go and have a look. The officer with a square face glanced at Sheng casually holding the blood-stained inner knife in his hand. He felt his scalp tingling a bit, so he quickly withdrew his gaze and said seriously, "Understood, Chief." Sheng greeted several people, picked up his weapon box, turned around and walked into the darkness. In a blink of an eye, Guo Aiying and the officer with a square face lost Sheng's back. The look of admiration on his face grew stronger. 330 She has been with us, the 4th demon god pillar comes. 3. There is a map in Sheng's mind, on which he can find the coordinates of Kyoto province and his current location. 2 points draw a straight line. Okay, the best route planning is completed. Sheng jumped into the sky at the bottom of a dark ravine, and his powerful spiritual power radiated forward, paving an invisible spiritual path. Then, enter the 3rd level of the empty state. Switch, breath of the wind. Use it, new moon god Mary. 4 realms body technique. Sheng's speed was unbelievably fast. His figure melted into the wind, and the golden stellar energy formed a long tail flame behind him. The whole person is like a brilliant golden meteor, rushing out of the valley, across the night sky, and heading towards the direction of Kyoto province. Sheng took out several small wireless communicators from his pocket while he was on his way. If the guys from the Black Magic Club use this device to communicate, it should also have a positioning function. I bring this thing with me, they should be able to find me easily. Sheng glanced at his watch and said softly to himself, "If there are still people who are not afraid of death, come quickly. After the sun rises tomorrow, I won't be in the mood to play with you." Sheng calculated the time, and at his current speed, he could reach the capital in less than 5 hours. If you go all out, it is estimated that 2 hours will be enough. Faster than flying. But this trip is to kill Liansu, just in case there is an emergency, so we must ensure that the state is full. On the other hand, I also want to wait for the people from the Black Demon Society. I'm afraid that the speed is too fast, and the cubs of the Black Demon Society will not be able to catch up. And one more thing. Sheng was thinking about it. Although the consequences of killing Lin Su are fine, she is the woman of the Ji-Dao martial saint after all, and she still needs to give the Ji-Dao martial saint some face. I can't make it too obvious, at least I can't make others think I did it at a glance. You want to make others feel that you didn't do it yourself. It's actually really easy. A good alibi will suffice. It would be best if I was in another place around the same time as Lin Su's death, and there would be some big commotion. The bigger the better, the more sensational. With Lu Sheng's bug-like speed, it's completely possible to beat this time difference. So the key now is, where should I find such a stage where he can give full play to himself? Lu Sheng had an active mind and quickly thought of someone. Lu Sheng took out his mobile phone and made a call. The phone rang 3 times, and a calm female voice sounded over there. Hello. He Lingsu, when is the birthday of the old man of the Chen family? Lu Sheng asked straight to the point. He Lingsu was obviously taken aback. Tomorrow night. What's the matter? I'm worried that someone will bully you. Lu Sheng said casually, at this kind of family birthday banquet, if you don't keep it together, some second and third generations who don't have good eyesight will jump out to suppress you. Isn't that what it says in the novels? Your identity is simply the perfect template for the protagonist of a female video novel. He Lingsu on the other end of the phone had a dark face, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, no need, I'm just a little transparent in the Chen family, and the situation you mentioned will never happen. Okay, that's it for that matter. I'm on the plane now, I'll show up on time tomorrow night to support you, remember to send me the address. That's all. Lu Sheng hung up the phone. Over there, He Lingsu listened to the beep-beep sound from the mobile phone, and his expression was a little dazed. Can you still call me on the plane? What the hell is this guy trying to do? Here, Lu Sheng stuffed the phone back into his pocket with a satisfied face. Well, it's the perfect plan. When the time comes, I just need to kill Lin Su, then rush to Chen's birthday party quickly, and make as much noise as possible. As for whether He Lingsu is needed, it does not matter. The venue given by Brother Sheng, the force given by Brother Sheng. She has to pretend if she doesn't want to. It must be caught, and it must be caught. Wow! A steaming cup of coffee fell on the computer keyboard and spilled everywhere. But the dark-skinned young man sitting in front of the computer didn't notice it at all, he just stared straight at the computer screen in front of him, and he was stunned, like a fool. The red-haired girl behind put down the half-eaten hamburger, walked up quickly, and asked calmly, "What's wrong?" The dark-skinned young man turned his head in a daze, as if something was stuck in his throat. Rolling his Adam's apple up and down, he said with difficulty, "Lord Hualiver, who is ranked 6th, and Lord Barbados, who is ranked 8th, all the life signals have disappeared. Plus Master Pal before." It took less than 3 minutes for the life signals of the 3 demon god pillars to disappear. When the black-skinned youth said this, his heart trembled slightly. To him, the top 10 demon god Zhu masters in the organization are all god-like figures. Everyone controls an extremely terrifying body of a strange beast. Once unsealed, they are far stronger than ordinary martial arts experts. The countless victories of the Black Demon Society that shocked the world were all achieved by these top 10 demon god pillars. And now, such a powerful Lord Demon God Zhu actually killed 4 people in this operation. 1 died before. Now it's even more outrageous, 3 people fell in succession within 3 minutes. Dragon Kingdom, has it dispatched a martial saint-level powerhouse? The dark-skinned youth murmured. The eyes of the red-haired girl standing in front of him flickered, and she was silent for a long time. There was also emotion in her eyes, but compared to the time when Bayman died, she was much calmer when she heard that the 3 demon god pillars had all died together. It can't be the martial saints, the three major martial saints don't have a deep connection with the target person this time. There is no martial saint level powerhouse in the military department. There is only one possibility for the current result. The red-haired girl didn't know whether to tell herself or explain to the dark-skinned youth, that's why we misjudged the target person this time. The target person is not a general level strength. It's martial class. The dark-skinned young man opened his mouth and said in shock, martial level, but the data shows that he is only 20 years old. In this world, there are always so few martial arts monsters who break the common sense. 0. Ask for flowers. The red-haired girl's eyes flickered and she said, if we lose the 4 top 10 demon god pillars, even if we earn 10 times more from this operation, it will not be able to make up for our loss. So what do we do now? The dark-skinned young man asked in confusion, go back? Stop the loss in time. There is a need to stop losses. But not to go back. Instead, continue to complete the task. The red-haired girl said indifferently, our Black Demon Club has been chasing him for so long, do you think, after he fully grows up, will he consider getting back in the game? Then we should immediately contact the organization to call for support. The dark-skinned young man subconsciously sat back in front of the computer and put his hands on the keyboard. The red-haired girl shook her head, and calmly said, no, there is also Lord Samikina who is ranked 4th. With her strength, she should be absolutely sure that she can kill the target. Can you still locate the exact location of the target? Yeah, yes. The dark-skinned young man glanced at the computer, nodded, and then couldn't help being confused. However, the organization did not give us the contact information of Lord Samikina. 0. Yes. The red-haired girl nodded, because there is no need. The red-haired girl said calmly, Master Samikina, you have always been with us. Finished. The red-haired girl knelt on the ground on one knee, raised her hands above her head, and muttered to the ceiling above her head in an extremely devout and fanatical gesture, respectfully, the 4th demon god pillar, Lord Ckewina, come down. When the red-haired girl said the phrase she's always with us, the black-skinned young man felt his hair stand on end. It was as if the terrifying Lord 4th demon god pillar was hiding in a dark corner of this room, watching them quietly. When the red-haired girl knelt down, her hands and eyes were looking upwards. He couldn't help but look up at the ceiling. He didn't notice. Under the sight, the red-haired girl kneeling on the floor, the muscles on her face were moving a little bit, twitching. There was a constant cracking, clicking sound on his body. Even the short hair that was originally at the ear level began to grow rapidly. When the dark-skinned young man reacted, his eyes moved down. Appeared in front of his eyes. She is a tall, fair-skinned woman with a perfect figure and appearance. A head of bright red long hair hangs down to the waist, wanton like a rose flame. All the freckles on his face disappeared, and even the color of his pupils turned into a beautiful purple. Like the top amethyst. An indescribably terrifying aura emanated from the woman's body. This aura spread to the surroundings like a sea wave, pushing the things placed around the room to the ground, crashing to the ground. The dark-skinned young man was pressed against the wall by the terrifying air wave, his body pressed against him, with a look of extreme shock and disbelief on his face. The red-haired woman walked up to the dark-skinned young man with graceful steps, her beautiful purple eyes contained a glacier-like coldness, and said in a low voice, "Target, coordinates, send them to me." The dark-skinned young man swallowed hard, looked at the red-haired woman in front of him, and nodded slowly. "Okay, my lord Samikina demon god. 331 Road to 9th level, you should feel lucky." 4. Late at night. A certain mountaintop in a certain suburb of a certain city in a certain province. The two were wrapped up like bears, snuggling up outside a tent, with an astronomical telescope in front of them. It's a young couple in their 20s. So cold. The girl put her hand to her mouth and exhaled, her face flushed from the cold. She looked up at the night sky and couldn't help complaining to the boys around her. Are you lying to me? There are no stars tonight, and there will be a meteor shower. Of course I lied to you. If I didn't lie to you, how could we come out and spend the night alone? How could I have a chance if I didn't come out to spend the night? The boy thought in his heart, but he said, how come? I specially read the weather forecast, and said that tonight there will be a Pegasus meteor shower that occurs once in 1,000 years. It's too cold outside, why don't I accompany you into the tent? 2 people can be a little warmer. The girl glanced at the dark night sky, and after waiting for most of the night, she was a bit unwilling to give up like this. But the wind and cold on the top of the mountain made it unbearable to be frozen. After thinking about it, he nodded after hesitating for a while, okay. The boy smiled and hugged the girl's shoulder. When the two were about to enter the tent on 973, a bright light suddenly flashed from the corner of their eyes. The girl turned her head suddenly, her eyes widened instantly, and an expression of excitement and surprise appeared on her face. Meteor! Golden meteor! The boy turned his head to look. In the dark night sky, a golden meteor pierced the sky, pulling out a long gorgeous golden tail flame from behind, which was extremely beautiful. Fug! There are really shooting stars! The boy was startled. Quickly make a wish! The girl had already closed her eyes to the shooting stars in the sky. The boy glanced around, and suddenly saw an astronomical telescope a few steps away. After thinking about it, he quickly walked over, and moved his eyes to the telescope. Seeing this, his whole body trembled violently as if he had been electrocuted. He fell down and sat on the ground behind his back, sitting on the ground in a daze, and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. In the golden meteor, is there a person? Liu Sheng's legs were tired, so he simply let the combination of mental power and stellar energy propel him to fly forward. His whole body was shrouded in surging golden qi, and he flew in the air with his whole body leaning slightly forward. Is it very similar to the strong flying in Dragon Ball? Liu Sheng felt very similar to himself, and he even thought about whether he would be able to achieve an effect similar to Kuobo Qigong if he pushed out the stellar energy with both hands. I thought about it for a while. A slight warning sign suddenly came from the 7 immortal cells between the eyebrows. Looks like it's coming. Liu Sheng knew it all at once. He allocated a part of his spiritual power to spread out. There is not much tension, continue the route without changing, and follow the established direction to fly. After flying for about 10 minutes, a faint pressure fell on Liu Sheng's heart. It's like the feeling of slight chest tightness brought by the low air pressure before the storm. Boom! There was the roar of planes flying overhead. Liu Sheng stopped and looked up into the night sky. After waiting for about a minute, there was a sharp piercing sound coming from above the head. In Liu Sheng's vision, a little red fire pierced the night sky and quickly enlarged. His eyes reflected a figure of a woman whose head and feet were wrapped around her body like red mercury. The woman had blazing long red hair, a fair and delicate face, and a pair of purple eyes staring at Liu Sheng closely, which exuded a gentle and cold light. She fell from the sky like a meteorite, and the stellar energy and the air rubbed against each other at high speed, igniting raging flames all over her body. In just a split second, Liu Sheng's eyes quickly magnified. Liu Sheng's pupils shrank slightly. Boom! The red fireball that fell from the sky collided fiercely with the golden light cluster in midair. A circle of air waves visible to the naked eye spread in all directions, stirring up strong winds. The golden light group suddenly fell from the sky. It hit the ground heavily, creating a huge pit with a width of more than 10 meters and a bottomless depth. When the flames dissipated, the red-haired woman stepped on clouds of white gas in the air, walking slowly down from the air as if stepping on a series of steps. An extremely terrifying aura exudes from her whole body, distorting the air. A head of beautiful long red hair swayed slowly behind her back without any wind. The woman landed lightly on the ground, walked forward gracefully, stood on the edge of the huge pit, squinted her eyes and looked at the bottom of the pit quietly. Suddenly, her expression changed. In the next breath, a golden light bloomed in the giant pit. A figure bathed in brilliant gold slowly rose from the bottom of the pit. I didn't expect that one day I would be hit by a trick that fell from the sky. The slightly embarrassed Liu Sheng appeared in front of the woman again. Liu Sheng was holding a silver weapon case in one hand, and with the other hand he unbuttoned a few buttons on the collar of his military jacket. His calm eyes fell on the woman, and he said calmly, "Are you the backhand of the Black Demon Society? It's interesting." There was a bit of surprise in the woman's eyes, and she tilted her head to look at Liu Sheng. Suddenly, the whole person disappeared into the air. Boom! The golden stellar energy on Liu Sheng's left side exploded suddenly, and a figure disappeared in a flash. Then to the right, below, above. The aura and stellar energy covering Liu Sheng's body exploded continuously. The woman's figure joined together, turning into dark red lightning bolts, constantly whipping Liu Sheng's whole body. Her speed is extremely fast. The attack power is also terrifyingly strong. The physical body, the stellar energy and the will of the martial arts are all integrated, and some kind of wonderful qualitative changes have already taken place. Liu Sheng's Grandmaster and spiritual force field, which hundreds of masters failed to break in the Eastern Military Region competition, now collapsed like an avalanche under the woman's ultra-high-frequency attack. Liu Sheng had no intention of fighting back at all. His eyes light up slightly. The woman's strength is obviously at the marshal's level, and she has already begun to try to touch the realm of the 9th level martial saint. The permissions in the Tinder Resource Bank have not been raised, and Liu Sheng's promotion method for the 9th level martial saint has always been at a relatively vague level. He just learned something from the memory of Gu Xian, the sage of killing martial arts. The key to an 8th level master hitting a 9th level martial sage is to completely melt the three elements of spirit, energy, and spirit into one, so as to use the power of the natural universe to construct his own martial art form. To put it bluntly, 0. To advance from level 8 to level 9 is the further sublimation of martial arts will. Clarify one's own Tao, and then create a symbol that is completely one's own, which can also be said to be the brand of martial arts. Then use this symbol, imprint, to borrow the natural energy of heaven and earth. As a result, a powerful destructive power that is hundreds or even 1,000 times higher than that of the 8th level erupts. It is a sublimation for a warrior from the 6th level to the 7th level, and it is another time to advance from the 8th level to the 9th level. This time is also more important. Many incredible martial arts supernatural powers of Duan Ye are revealed in this realm. If the gap between a 7th level Grandmaster and an 8th level Grandmaster can be measured, the gap between the 8th level and the 9th level is completely invisible. It is no exaggeration to say that there is a gap between heaven and earth. This is why the 8th level powerhouse can only be called a Grandmaster. But the 9th level powerhouse is a martial arts saint. Hundreds of millions of people respect faith, which is the biggest reason for being called a god on earth. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. More than 3,000 years have passed since the first year of Budeo. Grade 9. It has always been the limit of martial arts recognized by all human beings. Now the woman who is standing in front of Liu Sheng and attacking him frantically has already stood at the true pinnacle of the Grand Master with her own strength. Essence, energy, and spirit are smelted in one furnace, and the next step is to create your own martial arts symbol, martial arts brand. Although it seems that there is no clue at present, it is still of great research value for Liu Sheng to explore the road to the 9th level. Boom! The martial arts force field around Liu Sheng exploded, completely blasted by the woman. A slender arm gently brushed across Liu Sheng's chest. The military uniform made of good material was cut like a piece of paper under the beautiful nails a few centimeters long, and fell on Liu Sheng's flesh. Zzz. The nails scratched across the chest, making a sound like the tip of a knife scratching an iron plate. It was as if sparks were flying. The woman dodged and fell back to a place 3.6 meters away from Liu Sheng. Looking at the tips of his nails that had been completely smoothed, he saw that Liu Sheng's eyes finally revealed a bit of emotion. No wonder. The woman said softly, her face returned to calm. If you only have this level, you may return without success tonight. Liu Sheng didn't care about his torn clothes, and said to the woman with a smile. The woman's gorgeous red hair swayed slightly in the night wind. She tilted her head slightly and looked at Liu Sheng playfully. So, this is what you rely on. The woman smiled, and there was a moment of coquettishness and charm in her beautiful appearance. Unfortunately, you will regret it. The woman stuck out her tongue and licked her cherry-red lips lightly, like a cat. She whispered, you should feel lucky. Because you are the first person to see my strongest form in the past 5 years. After finishing speaking, an indescribable throbbing breath burst out from her body. Her original aura was strong enough. Now it is constantly stacking upwards. And the appearance of women is also changing rapidly. 332 After all, I am also the one who is about to touch the dome. 1. Women's skin was originally fair, and now it becomes even fairer. The faded freckles on the cheeks completely disappeared. The whole body exudes a jade-like luster. Her eyes became slender, and the corners of the eyes extended to the sides. The bridge of the nose becomes higher and the chin is more pointed. Her waist-length red hair grew wildly, and her limbs became more slender and well-proportioned. The stars in the sky seemed to be amazed by her radiance, and secretly cast a few rays of starlight from the clouds and haze onto her body. When the woman's complete transformation is over, her brilliant red hair reaches her ankles. She is like a charming and beautiful red fox, standing gracefully in front of Liu Sheng. This is the most perfect woman Liu Sheng has seen so far. None of them. The woman's purple eyes fell on Liu Sheng's body, and her eyes moved, full of affection, like the gaze of lovers, and even her words seemed to seduce. Ready, for death to come. It's a pity that the cold killing intent revealed in the words ruined the beautiful atmosphere. The figure of the woman slowly dissipated. Liu Sheng was stunned for a moment. This was the first time someone could leave after images in his eyes. In the next moment, an attack like a high-speed drill came from the side of his face. Boom! Liu Sheng's figure flew out sideways. But before it landed, it was knocked into the air again. Liu Sheng was like a ball, being hit back and forth by terrifying attacks from different angles. The speed of the woman is so fast that nothing can catch her figure. So much so that Liu Sheng seemed to be hit 0-2 by invisible air. There was a muffled sound of bang bang continuously. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of the sound barrier bursting in the air. As if Liu Sheng had been hit hard, his body flew backwards like a cannonball. In an instant, it flew hundreds of meters away and hit the side of a hill heavily. Boom! The shells shot into the mountain wall, and the field rocks cracked. Liu Sheng's figure sank deeply into the rocks, silently. The figure of the woman reappeared, walking gracefully towards the pit step by step. Her hands hang down naturally, with blood-red nails popping out from the fingertips like blades, shining dark red light in the dark night. It's over. The woman said something lightly, with a calm and natural expression on her face. It seems that such a result has long been expected. Not surprisingly, as expected. Kaka. At this time, a small sound suddenly sounded from the pit on the mountain wall. The sound became louder and louder, a large number of earth, stone, and rocks rolled down, and someone was walking out of the pothole. The woman's footsteps stopped. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, and he looked at the pit in front of him with interest. Quickly. A figure slowly walked out of the pit. Liu Sheng looked extremely embarrassed. His military uniform was tattered and covered with dirt, rocks, and dust. The skin exposed under the clothes was also bruised and purple in patches, and there were even purple marks on his face. If the previous Liu Sheng was like a gorgeous and expensive cold weapon hanging on the wall, So now, this cold weapon has been covered with dust and rust, making it look dilapidated. But Liu Sheng didn't seem to care about his injuries at all. He calmly looked at the red-haired woman in front of him, with a bit of disappointment in his eyes. So, the so-called transformation, is it just slightly raising the upper limit of Dazong realm? No substantive changes have been made. Didn't even touch that level. A flash of astonishment flashed across the red-haired woman's face, then she frowned and said with a sneer, "That's a height that you can't reach. Those who stand at the foot of the mountain look up and feel that the mountain is not high enough to absorb the top? It's too ridiculous." Instead of thinking about these meaningless questions, the woman's eyes were quickly covered with ice, and killing intent rose. "It's better to think about your last words and the way you die." With that said, the woman took a step forward. The figure dragged a long and gorgeous red shadow in the dark night, and the nails on both hands were sharp, cutting the air, shooting straight towards Liu Sheng like an arrow. "Initiate the final sprint process in the woman's figure." Liu Sheng's low voice to himself resounded in the night. How could it not make sense? After all, I am also the one who is about to touch the dome. Liu Sheng stretched his figure slowly, and the dirt, rocks, and dust on his body fell off one after another. Even the bruises on his body disappeared quickly. Just a breathless time. Liu Sheng's whole body became radiant again, flawless, like a rusty cold weapon that has completely faded away from its rust, and once again bloomed with gorgeous light. Liu Sheng calmly stared at the woman who was coming straight at him. The figure of the woman is incredibly fast, and the distance of hundreds of meters can only be crossed in an instant. The moment the woman rushed to Liu Sheng, Liu Sheng said calmly, "You are worthless to me." In my mind, the immortal cells glowed. The calm qi and blood instantly soared dozens of times. Divine Illumination of Pluto Sutra, 60% increase in qi and blood. Boom! An unimaginable terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Liu Sheng's body. It's like 1,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. The heat waves gushing out from the countless pores all over his body forcefully blasted countless white circles visible to the naked eye in the air. The terrifying invisible aura pushed aside, abruptly blocking the red-haired woman's momentum of sprinting to the extreme. There is less than a second of resistance and freeze. Then Liu Sheng raised his hand. He suddenly grabbed the red-haired woman by the neck. He carried her to him like pinching a chick. At this moment, extreme shock and disbelief were written on that exquisitely beautiful face. The woman probably couldn't figure it out at all. Why is it that the weak person who has been beaten up by him just now has such a terrifying absolute suppression force when he suddenly makes a move? Liu Sheng's whole body was shrouded in a faint layer of divine light. He pinched the woman's neck and moved closer to him. Looking at the pair of beautiful purple eyes gradually filled with panic, he calmly said, "It's time to say goodbye to this world. If you are lucky, maybe you can still cross it." The red-haired woman looked stunned, and hadn't figured out the meaning of his words. Liu Sheng pinched his head and exploded. Boom! The beautiful and delicate head burst into a bloody firework. The blood condensed into beads and rolled down. Liu Sheng casually threw the woman on the ground, like throwing away a cluster of fiery red roses that he had accidentally crushed. Semikina, the fourth demon pillar of the Black Devil's Society. Die! Liu Sheng tore off the broken military uniform casually, and took out a new set of military uniform from the spare space of the silver weapon box to put on. Anyway, in this wilderness, I am not afraid of being seen. He took out his mobile phone and sent a coordinate to the military headquarters, reporting the location of the woman's body. Do it all. Liu Sheng adjusted his military uniform, picked up the weapon box, and continued to step into the sky with a calm face, flying towards the target. The calm posture is like a hurried traveler, who was delayed due to some trivial matters, and now boards the train again and starts on his way. The interception of the Black Devil's Society this time also made Liu Sheng almost fully realize the upper limit of his strength. With pure qi and blood, the blessing of 7 immortal cells, plus the increase of the King's Sutra of the Divine Illumination Banquet, the combat power in all aspects can almost reach the level of 70 or 80 stars. The defensive power of the indestructible star can almost block the attack power of the 60-star marshal. If the other statuses are fully activated, the ultimate combat power may reach 100 stars. But how far is Baxing from the real martial saint class? Liu Sheng didn't know. The extraordinary combat power he possesses now, which breaks common sense, is all brought about by his own extremely profound background. His real strength realm has just set foot in Dazong realm not long ago. Jingqi Shendu did not start smelting. Not to mention pondering about martial arts symbols, martial arts brand marks, and impacting Dharma. Wu Sheng still has a long way to go. The night wind blew on Liu Sheng's face, leaving traces of Seijing's coolness. Liu Sheng's heart calmed down a little. He felt that he was a little too hasty. It has been an extremely remarkable achievement to reach this level in more than a year. He is still young, he has enough time to settle. As long as I go on step by step, I will be able to achieve martial arts level combat power sooner or later. The 8th level and the 9th level are just a matter of course. It just takes a little time. The golden meteor disappeared into the sky. Top luxury Chinese-style room. The bedroom door facing the mountain stream. Not far from the entrance is lush vegetation, gurgling mountain springs and flowing water, and you can also hear the light and melodious bird song. But this quiet and beautiful artistic conception is now broken by a violent voice. Failed. Lian Su, who was dressed in a bright red brocade robe, was still shockingly beautiful, sitting on the edge of the bed, holding a mobile phone in her hand, making a hysterical voice. I paid so much and took such a big risk to find you, you are telling me that you have failed now. Please calm down. A deep male voice with a thick foreign accent came from the other end of the phone. We're sorry about that too. Nobody wants that. In fact, our loss this time is also very large. The target you wanted to target caused us to lose 4 powerful demon god pillars. That's your own problem. Lian Su sneered, gritted his teeth and said, since you have suffered such a huge loss, you should kill that kid completely. I don't believe that you can't even deal with an 8th level in your majestic Black Demon Club. Of course there is no problem. Any one of the top 3 demon god columns can easily kill him, just like killing a small ant. Lian Su quickly said, then why don't you let the top 3 take the shot, hurry up, as soon as possible. Can. The thick male voice on the other end of the phone said calmly, but you need to pay more. It's about 20 times what you paid before, and it's enough. 333 Shalian Su, 2. What? Lian Su opened her eyes wide and cried out. Do you want me to add more money? And 20 times. Of course, if any one of the 3 top demon god pillars enters the Dragon Kingdom, it will cause great turmoil in the international situation, and may even attract the attention of your 3 9th level martial saints from the Dragon Kingdom. There are a lot of things involved in this, and it is difficult to explain clearly to you in 1 or 2 sentences. After all, our Black Demon Society is not a pure killer organization. I will help you this time, for the sake of the person behind you. Dear Madam. Lian Su's chest was violently overwhelmed by the other party's words. He gritted his teeth and spit out a word, get out. Good ma'am. By the way, we need you to make some follow-up compensation for the loss of our Black Demon Society in this operation. I will send it to your email in 2 days for the specific amount of compensation. Please arrive in time. Lian Su directly cut off the phone, not wanting to say another word to the other party. Tuk tuk. There was a knock on the door, and several old mothers stood cautiously at the door with a few plates full of food. Ma'am, you are divided. Lian Su couldn't hold back the anger accumulated to the extreme in his heart, and yelled at several servants, get out. Get out of here. Don't bother me. It's Madam. Several old women hurriedly left the room, Their movements were quick but not flustered, obviously already familiar with the master's moodiness and uncertainty. Lian Su's anger subsided a little bit, but he was still gnashing his teeth in anger. No one knows how much she paid this time. She could even be said to have almost touched the bottom line of him. But it turned out to be this result. Even so couldn't accept it, and felt a dull pain in his chest. In fact, when it comes to feelings, Lian Su really doesn't have much relationship with Lian Jiabei and his son. Even family members are mean by nature, selfish to the bone, cruel to others, and not much better to their own people. In the beginning, Lian Su was purely out of face. It can't be that her family members were killed by a grassroot that came out of nowhere, and she didn't even make any movement, right? Unreasonable. So she sent Tong Koaxing, and to some extent, this behavior also got the support of him. Ruana grassroots family was honestly killed. That's all easy to say. She even has Su, and the face of Ji-Dao martial arts, and everyone is happy. But that grassroots not only didn't die, even the family and friends around him didn't have any accidents, but even killed Tong Koaxing whom she sent out. Even with the strong support of the Dragon Kingdom's military department, even he gave in, and warned himself to give up on this matter. The breath in Lian Su's heart. I can't swallow it. So she did not hesitate to pay an incomparably huge price, risked, sent someone to poison her, and contacted organizations like the Black Demon Society to carry out her second revenge. I thought everything would go well, but never expected. The strength of that grassroots rebel-like thing far exceeded his expectations, and even the Black Demon Society was broken in his hands. Lian Su doesn't know anything about martial arts practice. She only knows that she is very angry now, so angry that she wants to scream hysterically, want to destroy, and want to attract his attention. She is the wife of a very dignified martial sage. And the one I love the most. But she couldn't even kill a small character whose legs were covered in yellow mud. How could she accept it? Lian Su crunched and gritted her silver teeth, madly destroying all the things that could be seen and destroyed in front of her. He vented his anger and dissatisfaction fiercely. The servants outside the house were all sad, but they had already gotten used to it, so they could only silently pretend that they didn't hear it. Madame often does this, it will be fine when Madame vents her anger. They thought. Several hours later, the sound of things being thrown from the room gradually subsided. A servant boldly leaned closer to watch. Seeing the mess in the room, Lian Suan lay quietly in the center of the big bed, sleeping soundly for years. Madame is tired, Madame is asleep. The servant breathed a sigh of relief, and hurriedly greeted the rest. Several people walked into the room quickly, carefully cleaned up the things on the ground bit by bit, and brought in a new batch. There was almost no sound during the whole process, because there would be a sound. Several batches have already died. After tidying up everything, the servants quietly left the room. Before leaving, he couldn't help taking another look at Lian Su who was on the bed, and sighed in his heart, Madame is really beautiful when she is asleep, she is like a fairy in the sky. No wonder even martial saints like it. After exiting the courtyard gate, the servants breathed a long sigh of relief and wiped the thin sweat from their foreheads, as if they had just walked around on the tip of a knife. How long Madame will sleep, the time has to be fixed, otherwise the consequences will be serious. A servant couldn't help but speak. Among them, a servant with a higher status thought for a while and said, recently Madame seems to be a little lethargic, and I'm afraid it will be night when I wake up. Prepare a few more batches of food, so that Madame can eat hot food no matter when she wakes up. Yes. The servants scattered and left. Even So fell asleep, and the light in this deep and quiet manner seemed brighter. Lian Su! Lian Su! A slight sound of calling awakened Lian Su from his half-dream and half-awake state. Lian Su opened his eyes, put one hand on his forehead, shook his drowsy head lightly, and looked up in the direction of the sound. Who called me? Seeing this, Lian Su was startled and almost couldn't help screaming. I saw a man with a sinister appearance and blood all over his body standing by the bed, looking at him with a smile. Lian Jiabei! Aren't you dead? Lian Su's face was pale, and she shrank back crazily. The bloody man's face was stupefied, and he said to himself, "Yes, I'm dead, I don't even have a head." After finishing speaking, the man's head exploded with a bang, and various red and white liquids splashed all over Su's head, face, and body. Lian Su's expression was dull for a few seconds, and his body trembled slightly. Then the next second, the whole person burst into a scream of collapse from the bottom of his throat. Lian Su woke up suddenly from the bed, panting heavily, her face was pale, and her head was covered in cold sweat. It turned out to be a nightmare. Looking at the familiar room, Lian Su finally calmed down a little. But thinking of the dream just now, Lian Su couldn't help turning pale again. She actually dreamed of the dead Lian Jiabei. What the hell? Is it because I have been thinking about how to get revenge on the guy who killed Lian Jiabei recently, which led to this nightmare? Lian Su shook her head, calming down a little. Then he yelled at the door. "Come here, I want a drink of water." As usual, within a few seconds, a servant quickly ran in with his head down and a glass of water. "Ma'am, drink some water." Lian Su nodded lightly, took a sip from the cup. "But I felt that the water tasted cold and fishy, with a pungent smell. What kind of water is this?" Lian Su frowned, and saw a piece of blood in the water glass, and an eyeball floating up and down in it. "Ah!" Lian Su shook off the water glass, shaking with fright. At this time, the servant standing in front of her with his head down slowly raised his head. Showing a half-smile, with one eyeball missing and only a bloody face, he said softly to her, "Aunt Su, is my blood good to drink?" Lian Su yelled like crazy. "Hoo!" Lian Su woke up from the bed for the third time. It was her familiar room again. But there is a strange taste in this familiar piece. Like a frightened rabbit, Lian Su looked around and stepped out of bed cautiously. But before she could make another move, there was a blur in front of her eyes, and there were two bloody bodies standing in front of her without their heads. "Lian Su! Aunt Su! Come on with us!" Both hands grabbed at her in a daze. Lian Su yelled, her expression collapsed. The moonlight is like water, sprinkled on the floor of the room, leaving a piece of bright and clean. Liu Sheng's projection avatar stood quietly in the room, watching Lian Su on the bed with his eyes closed, writhing his body in pain, his limbs dancing wildly, as if, Hao was experiencing a nightmare. Oh no! To be precise, it should be one nightmare after another. It's really not easy to use a mental illusion to deal with a mere 6th-level martial artist, who is extremely unstable mentally and emotionally, and is still a woman in a dream. This method of death can be regarded as full of sincerity. In one endless nightmare after another, he was tortured by fear and despair until he collapsed and died. This is the most surreptitious method that Liu Sheng could think of, leaving no traces, and the least let Lian Su die happily. Why should I feel pity for a femme fatale who repeatedly tried to kill me and my family? Cruel? Maybe. Seeing Lian Su lying on the bed twisting continuously, with signs of life gradually weakening, Liu Sheng laughed at himself. "I'm not a saint at all. I'm just an ordinary person with a sense of justice, occasional hot blood, and a small mind." The room has long been shielded by Liu Sheng's spiritual power, so that the movement inside will not be transmitted in the slightest. Liu Sheng just stood quietly beside the bed, watching Lian Su's initial pain gradually turn into collapse, then to numbness and sluggishness. Seeing that Lian Su was about to lose all signs of life. Suddenly, Liu Sheng's eyebrows were filled with warning signs. 334 I and number 039, am looking for a glittering unlucky one. 3. It was a faint tingling sensation as if a knife was pressed between the eyebrows. The warning sign sent by the 7 immortal cells. This time it was for himself. And more than ever before. It can bring me this feeling, only a warrior can do it. Liu Sheng's eyes flickered, and he quickly understood the original suggestion. I almost forgot that now that I could have a harbinger of an impending crisis that I and those around me might encounter. Then the 9th level martial saint must have similar abilities. When the strength of martial arts reaches the realm of martial saints, the treasures of the human body are greatly developed, and many incredible supernatural abilities will be awakened. It is quite normal to have such abilities. That can only change the plan. Liu Sheng looked at Lien Su in front of him, stepped forward with a calm face, stretched out his hand to grab her satin-like smooth swan neck, Dao Dao Wu. Crack! Lien Su's head tilted to a weird angle, completely freed from endless nightmares. Originally, Liu Sheng wanted to cut her flesh with a blunt knife and slowly torture her to death, but now he can't. If it continues, it is very likely to arouse the awareness of Ji Dao Wu Sheng, and it will be embarrassing to turn around and block himself here. Liu Sheng simply killed Lien Su. Yi felt that the challenge from his eyebrows was much weaker. In the process of killing Lien Su, Liu Sheng took a closer look at the woman in front of him. There is one thing to say, Lien Su is beautiful enough. In every aspect, whether its appearance, figure, or temperament, they belong to the kind that Liu Sheng has only seen in his life. No matter what is in this world, after reaching a certain height, it can produce unimaginable power. The same is true of appearance. Beauty in Trouble 470, that's probably what I'm talking about. Let alone hurting this kind of woman, ordinary people will feel a strong sense of inferiority and fear even if they get a little closer. Liu Sheng's heart did not fluctuate. The backhand of the Black Devil's society is equally astonishingly beautiful. If he didn't say kill, he would kill. Killing a beauty of this level is like smashing a piece of priceless fine porcelain with one's own hands, or crushing a beautiful butterfly with colorful wings with one's own hands. It has a certain tempering effect on my martial arts will. Liu Sheng thought about it, is this the so-called killing a sister to prove the Tao? Liu Sheng shook his head, quickly killing the idea. He was afraid that if he continued to think about it, he would gradually go in the direction of perversion. The wool projection went out like a light, and Liu Sheng completely disappeared in the room. Only a few minutes passed. A servant in his 40s walked to the door of the room lightly, and peeked in quietly. Seeing that Lien Su was lying on the bed in good condition and was about to retreat, suddenly felt something was wrong, turned back and walked into the room, and took a closer look. In the next second, a panicked, trembling and deformed scream sounded in the mansion of the wealthy family, "Madam! Madam is dead!" 30 kilometers away, Liu Sheng slowly emerged from a hidden bush. He had a completely relaxed expression on his face. The information in the dream space has not changed, and the daily changes are as I expected. The warning sign from between the eyebrows almost disappeared, which proved that things went smoothly. Liu Sheng looked down at the time. It's almost time for the Chen family's birthday, in time. Liu Sheng glanced in a certain direction, and suddenly jumped into the sky. The speed is pulled to the extreme, like light and electricity, and disappears in an instant. Somewhere in Kyoto province. The huge manor is brightly lit tonight, just like an ancient palace. There was a stream of luxury cars at the door, and well-dressed men and women with good temperament got out of the cars one by one. He was introduced into the manor respectfully by handsome or beautiful waiters. What a scene for an upper-class dinner party! Accompanied by well-dressed ladies, they entered the arena, whispering to their ears as they walked. What a big show! Sure, old man Chen's birthday, can't it be grand? Although the Chen family can't compare with those top big families at the foot of the imperial city, in the circle around our capital province, it is definitely an out-and-out behemoth. How many people rely on their noses to live? There is such a scene, it is not surprising at all. Be good, Grandmaster. A lady suddenly saw a middle-aged man in a suit with a diamond badge on his chest striding into the manor, and couldn't help but whisper softly. The companion gave her a contemptuous look of "You are from the country, and said speechlessly, "What is a martial arts master?" Mr. Chen himself is a martial arts master. And he knows quite a few friends who are big shots. As far as I know, several of his old comrades in arms are big shots from the Martial Arts Association, the government, and the military. Among them, there are even 8th level Grandmasters. 8th level Grandmaster. The famous lady showed surprise on her face, and murmured, "I haven't seen it in reality in my life. See you tonight." The companion raised his chest, made a perfect yet elegant smile on his face, and his eyes searched the audience like a radar. "Come on Jaime, tonight is an excellent opportunity. If we can be spotted by some big shot, then we will win the first prize." Like a big rooster trying to show off its feathers, the two of them raised their chests and raised their hips, while trying to highlight their own advantages, while trying to make an elegant posture, they walked into the manor slowly. On the side, He Lingsu, who just got off the car, was speechless when he saw the exaggerated gestures of the two. Is this high society? He Lingsu couldn't help touching his forehead, and suddenly regretted coming to this so-called birthday dinner. "Lingsu, what's wrong?" A handsome man in a snow-white suit got off the side of the car and asked with concern, "Do you feel unwell?" He Lingsu shook his head, "It's nothing, it's just a little cold after being blown by the wind." "Then put on a coat first, don't catch a cold." The handsome man looked serious, and immediately took off his suit jacket, and was about to put it on for He Jiangsu. He Lingsu took a few steps back, avoiding the handsome man's concern without leaving a trace. "No need, cousin Yi, I'm not that cold." He Lingsu had a polite and distant expression on his face. "By the way, I still have to wait for a friend. How about you go in first, cousin, and I'll just come in later by myself." The handsome man's eyes flickered, and he slowly put the suit jacket on his hands casually, and said with a smile, "I didn't expect Lingsu to have friends in Kyoto. I'll see you later." "All right, then pay more attention to yourself. In this weather, your physique as a mere second-level martial artist can't handle it well." "I know it." The handsome man didn't say anything else, he turned around and walked towards the manor under the leadership of the waiter. He Lingsu looked at the back of the other party and breathed a sigh of relief. The man's name is Chen Yi, and he is a cousin of hers in the Chen family. Since He Lingsu came to Chen's house, the other party's attitude towards her has been quite enthusiastic. He Lingsu's understanding of the Chen family, as well as the Chen family's attitude towards her, was mostly learned through Chen Yi's mouth. Although Chen Yi has been taking good care of her all this time, He Lingsu doesn't know why, he always feels in his heart. It's not a good thing, there are other plans. Right. He Lingsu blurted out, "That's how it feels." After finishing speaking, he reacted abruptly and turned his head to look. I saw a tall and handsome young man standing behind her with a calm face. "It's you." He Lingsu was taken aback, "Are you really here?" "I said I will come to support you, since I said it, I will do it." Sheng scanned his surroundings with a casual expression. From Liansu Manor to the place of the Chen family's banquet, the distance in a straight line is almost 1,000 kilometers. It took Sheng less than 5 minutes to walk the entire distance. Limit speed. Over 10 times the speed of sound. A jaw-dropping terrifying speed. Under Wu Sheng, I am afraid that only Sheng can achieve it. After hurriedly changing his clothes, Sheng came here, and it took less than 7 minutes in total. I said, "I don't need your support, I don't have the plot of the novel you imagined." He Lingsu looked helpless, and babbled, "Actually, the Chen family treats me very well. Although they are still a little unfamiliar, they have already begun to try to accept me. They're trying to embrace your wealth." Sheng interrupted He Lingsu and looked at her calmly. He Lingsu's tone was in the room, and he suddenly fell silent. Returning. There must be some corresponding price. Sheng looked at He Lingsu with some surprise, and he realized that he still knew too little about He Lingsu. I thought that with He Lingsu's character, he should be mighty and unyielding, and he should fight to the end. Didn't expect that her final choice turned out to be a compromise? Reminiscent of the environment in which He Lingsu grew up, his father. It seems that some false family affection is really needed to fill this part of the gap, and it can even be said to fulfill some kind of long-cherished wish. Liu Sheng somewhat understood He Lingsu's thoughts. But understanding is one aspect, support is another aspect. Never mind. Liu Sheng shook his head and said casually, "Tonight, I will make the most normal choice for you." He Lingsu suddenly raised his head and looked at Liu Sheng. "What do you mean by that?" But Liu Sheng wasn't looking at her at all, his gaze was always patrolling the venue, as if he was looking for something. From Liu Sheng's appearance until now, he seems to have been looking for it all the time. "What exactly are you looking for?" He Lingsu couldn't help asking. "I'm looking for..." Liu Sheng's eyes froze, his pupils lit up slightly, and he replied casually. "A shiny, unlucky one. 335 I and number 039, so sour, it and number 039, always written like this in novels, 4. Liu Sheng came to the Chen family dinner this time purely to find a sense of presence. He crossed thousands of miles in 5 minutes, so it is natural for people to know. So, before entering the venue, punch a card. It is very necessary. Liu Sheng was looking for a suitable check-in partner just now. Now, he has found it. Who is that guy? In the direction Liu Sheng was pointing at, a silver supercar that was extremely stylish slowly entered the arena. A young man wearing a silver suit and dyed silver hair got out of the car. The young man was holding a beautiful woman with a voluptuous body in both hands, giving off a feeling of arrogance from head to toe. Liu Sheng was not the only one who noticed the young man, many people outside the manor saw it. Apparently someone recognized the young man's identity, several people walked towards the young man quickly, chatted attentively with him, and handed over their business cards. However, the young man always had a rather casual and impatient expression on his face, and his attitude was superior. "It's the second young master of the Zhou family, Zhou Yuming." He Lingsu began to show what she had gained in Kyoto province in the past few days, glanced at the silver-haired young man, and quickly said, "The Zhou family is one of the best big families in the outskirts of Kyoto. The influence is even bigger than our Chen family. But this weak Yuming is not very good, he is just a dude, his big brother Zhou's Hilan is." Before He Lingsu finished speaking, he saw Liu Sheng smiling at her. "Our Chen family." Liu Sheng accurately captured the word in He Lingsu's words. He Lingsu felt speechless, looked embarrassed, and couldn't speak. Subconsciously, He Lingsu has already regarded himself as a member of the Chen family. But Liu Sheng didn't care. He Lingsu wanted to return to the Chen family, but it was not because she wanted to, it was as long as the Chen family wanted to. "You should have asked him first. You are entangled and fettered by unnecessary things, they will only hinder your road to becoming stronger, but don't worry." Liu Sheng patted He Lingsu's shoulder lightly, and said lightly, "I will help you solve all this perfectly." He Jiangsu blinked, "What do you mean?" But Liu Sheng obviously didn't intend to explain to her in detail, he moved his feet and walked in the direction of the silver-haired youth. Liu Sheng was unhurried, but his speed was very fast, and he appeared in front of the silver-haired young man in the blink of an eye. "Young Master Zhou, I am heady real estate development." "Master Zhou." Two middle-aged men in suits and leather shoes, pot-bellied and boss-like, were standing in front of the silver-haired young man, nodding and bowing, talking. The silver-haired young man looked impatient, and suddenly felt a black shadow flashing in front of his eyes. Looking up, he couldn't help but startled. A tall and straight figure appeared in front of him. This is an extremely handsome young man, wearing a simple black suit with a white shirt. There is no tie, and 2 buttons are unbuttoned at the neckline of the shirt, revealing the tough collarbone line inside. He stood in front of Zhou Yuming casually, exuding a powerful and inexplicable aura all over his body. This kind of aura made the two middle-aged men who were talking in front of Zhou Yuming shut up involuntarily, and retreated to the sides with a slightly surprised expression. Although I really don't want to admit it, I have to say that the man in front of me is definitely the most perfect male character Zhou Yuming has ever seen in his life. Whether it's physical appearance or temperament, it all brought him a sense of oppression so strong that it was suffocating. Who are you? Zhou Yuming subconsciously hugged the beauties on both sides tightly, and looked at Lu District nervously. Lu Sheng glanced lightly over the silver-haired young man in front of him, and finally landed on the super cool silver sports car behind him. Lu Sheng walked over, stretched out his hand and slowly slid across the front cover of the supercar. Your car? Lu Sheng looked at him casually. So what? Zhou Yuming was a little puzzled. It's so cool and beautiful. Lu Sheng looked at the car with a slightly envious look, and asked, how much? Zhou Yuming blinked his eyes before he realized what the other party was doing. Ganking was attracted by his new car. Zhou Yuming couldn't help laughing, and said frankly, naturally, I bought it for more than 80 million yuan. There is only one car in Longguo. More than 80 million. Lu Sheng smacked his lips, seemingly a little surprised. He turned his head, looked at Zhou Yuming calmly, and said, I'm sore. Ah! Zhou Yuming didn't react immediately. In the next second, I saw Lu Sheng lightly pressing the front hood of the car with one hand. Crunch! The front cover of the sports car dented quickly, making a toothsome creaking sound. Then move the whole body. In just a few seconds, the front of the entire sports car was pressed to the ground by Lu Sheng, clinging to the ground. Most of the car body was tilted up, and the front half was directly pressed into a discus state. Boom! A small spark exploded from the sports car, and it burst into flames. The firelight reflected Zhou Yuming's sluggish face. The people around were all dumbfounded. He Lingsu, who had just followed up and was about to come here, was also stunned, and his footsteps froze in place. Lu Sheng clapped his hands, glanced at Zhou Yuming, and let out a sigh of relief. It's much more comfortable now. The two beauties beside Zhou Yuming all looked at Lu Sheng with wide eyes as if they had seen a ghost. Zhou Yuming's body trembled slightly, and his face twitched. His complexion changed a few times. He finally took a deep breath, stared at Lu Sheng, and said in a deep voice, Brother, what do you mean? Who is your brother? Lu Sheng walked up to Zhou Yuming with a smile on his face. The icy aura surging around his body made Zhou Yuming's face turn pale, and he couldn't stop backing away in panic. My name is Lu Sheng, a friend of He Lingsu from the Chen family. If you feel uncomfortable, welcome to come to me at any time. As Lu Sheng said, he turned around and pointed at the bewildered He Lingsu, and said, Hey, that's He Lingsu. He Jiangsu. The Chen family, He Lingsu, right? Zhou Yuming took a deep look at He Jiangsu and gritted his teeth. Lu Sheng, right, I remember. He Lingsu, why do you remember me? What does it matter to me? Just about to go up to explain, but Lu Sheng, who had already walked back, put his arms around his shoulders and forced him to walk into the manor. Let's go. There are quite a lot of people welcoming guests and getting off at the gate of the manor. Zhou Yuming's status is extraordinary, and his appearance is impressive, which has long attracted the attention of many people. This time it caused quite a commotion in the arena. The car of Zhou Yuming, the second young master of the Zhou family, was smashed into pieces on the spot. The news quickly spread to the surrounding area. 0. Ask for flowers. Many people also memorized the names Lu Sheng and He Lingsu and secretly began to sound them. Who the hell is it, who dared to provoke the second young master of the Zhou family, and almost stepped on Zhou Yuming's head to shit? It's really so awesome that people can't get enough. What the hell are you trying to do? He Lingsu was dragged into the manor by Lu Shengqiang. His whole mind was still in a daze, wondering if he was dreaming. Liu Sheng just went up out of nowhere and smashed the car of the second young master of the Zhou family. It would be fine if Zhou Yuming took the initiative to provoke Liu Sheng. The key people didn't do anything? Ta! After smashing the car and slapping the face, Liu Sheng volunteered to give his name. This Nima. Don't you want to kill her? He Jiangsu's brain is about to explode when he thinks of the possible consequences in the future. It's nothing, I just want to help you get ahead. Liu Sheng looked calm and casual, as if nothing had happened. After entering the banquet hall, he even unscrupulously ate other things beside the main stage. Help me out? Why do you help me out when I'm in trouble? At least give me a reason, right? He Lingsu was going crazy. Reason? Liu Sheng casually stuffed a piece of cake-like snack into his mouth, thought for a while, and said seriously, that guy doesn't look like a good thing, a playboy. You are dressed so beautifully today, it is likely to attract his attention, make him have evil thoughts, and then want to get you by all means. It's all in the novels. This is what I call planning for a rainy day and killing the crisis at its cause. You. He Lingsu laughed angrily, and didn't know what to say, so he could only give Liu Sheng a thumbs up. Liu Sheng is as safe as he is. At this time, people who were at the door before also came in one after another, including Zhou Yuming with a gloomy face. The eyes of these people were almost all focused on Liu Sheng and He Lingsu. After blending into the crowd, they immediately whispered to their acquaintances. More and more eyes swept over the two of them. He Lingsu was sitting on pins and needles, even his expression became stiff. Obviously, the feat of Liu Sheng at the gate just now has started to spread among the banquet crowd. Sure enough, it didn't take long. A figure walked quickly towards the two of them. It was the handsome man in the white suit who had brought He Lingsu here before. At this time, his face was slightly dark and not good looking. Lingsu. The man in the white suit walked up to the two of them, glanced at Liu Sheng, and then fell on He Lingsu. Brother Yi. He Lingsu responded hastily. The man in the white suit looked at He Lingsu and said blankly, "Won't you introduce your friend to me?" As soon as he came, he provoked the second son of the Zhou family, took the initiative to provoke him, smashed his car, and even reported the name of our Chen family. Really, it's amazing. As he spoke, the man in the white suit turned his eyes to Liu Sheng, and his last sentence was as cold and difficult as a knife. Liu Sheng stopped eating quietly, and his eyes lit up little by little. He casually put the fork in his hand on the table, looked at the man in the white suit in front of him, smiled and said, "If I heard correctly, you seem to be connoting me." 336 U1 and number 039, T regret today and number 039, S choice, you will be destroyed. 1. Liu Sheng is a mighty star, and he is called the head of the head every day in the Eastern Military Region. Maybe he didn't even notice it himself. He has long cultivated the aura of a top-notch big shot. This kind of aura is mixed with his own martial arts aura. Sometimes you don't even need to do anything, just a glance can make your scalp tingle. For example, the man in the white suit standing in front of Liu Sheng now. Liu Sheng said something lightly. The man in the white suit immediately felt a turbulent and terrifying aura emanating from Liu Sheng's body, which made him almost out of breath, and stepped back a few steps. His face was full of horror. After all, he is also a majestic 6th-level warrior, so he can't even bear the opponent's eyes? What are you kidding? The man in the white suit suppressed the agitation in his heart, and said gloomily, "Liu Sheng, I know your details. The 7th outstanding student of St. Martial Arts University, number 1 in the National Martial Arts Conference for college students, a rare martial arts genius, and a hopeful master. But you have to understand that some things cannot be solved by force. Do you think martial arts masters are powerful? That's only in the eyes of ordinary people. The Zhou family, that is, even the 8th level June 1st Grandmasters can't afford to provoke a behemoth. You will regret everything you did today. The man in the white suit finished speaking coldly. He glanced at He Lingsu next to him again, turned around and left. But as soon as he took a step, he felt his neck tighten, and then his feet fluttered. The whole person was grabbed back by a big hand pinching the back of the neck. Did I let you go? Sheng pinched the man in the white suit by the neck, brought him up to him, squinted his eyes and looked at his face that had gradually been filled with panic, and said calmly, I'm talking to you about what you think about me? You and I, what nonsense are you talking about? Sheng. He Lingsu next to him looked dumbfounded, and finally reacted, screamed, and said anxiously, put him down quickly. Sheng glanced at He Lingsu lightly and said, as you wish. After finishing speaking, he directly threw the man in the white suit out. A white figure flew out quickly, and knocked down a large group of people in front of them with a bang, without losing momentum, and then fell on the buffet table, knocking down a lot of soup and water. Ah! A woman's scream sounded in the banquet hall. The sudden movement caused a commotion in the field, and countless eyes focused on Sheng. He Lingsu was completely dumbfounded. Staring blankly at Sheng in front of him, there were shocked, amazed, or strange faces all around him, as well as the man in the white suit who flew out. Between Shun. I just feel that I have worked hard these days, and I still have everything I have been looking forward to. They all collapsed at this moment. Groups of people came in a hurry. There are people from the Chen family, and there are people from the Zhou family. Zhou Yuming stood among well-dressed men and women with good temperament, pointed at Sheng with a hostile face, and said viciously, that's him. The eyes of those people looking at Sheng suddenly became unfriendly. The other group was headed by a dignified middle-aged man in a suit in his 40s. What the hell happened? The crowd was in a commotion, and a man in a white suit limped up from behind, speaking quickly in the majestic middle-aged ear. While speaking, his eyes were fixed on Sheng, with resentment flickering in it. Soon, everything about Sheng's identity and what he did before was exposed. The majestic middle-aged man looked at Sheng and sneered. It turned out that he was just a stupid young man who didn't know the heights of the sky and the earth. He really thought he won the first place in a national martial arts competition, and he has a bit of martial arts talent, so he felt that he was someone? Hee hee. At this moment, Zhou Yuming from the Zhou family also cried out, gnashing his teeth angrily. Fuck, I was bluffed by him. Seeing Sheng's appearance and temperament before, and deliberately looking for excuses to smash his car when he came up, Zhou Yuming thought that the other party had some great identity. Unexpectedly, it was just a friend of a child with a foreign surname in the Chen family. If it wasn't for the recent intention of the Chen family to accept the property of the child with a foreign surname, it is estimated that the other party would not even be qualified to come to this banquet. Damn it! Zhou Yuming was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood when he thought that he would be slapped in the face by such a bum in public, and he didn't even dare to fart. At this time, a figure from the Chen family crowd quickly walked out and shouted at He Lingsu, He Lingsu. This is a middle-aged beautiful woman in her 40s with fair skin and quite a temperament. Her appearance is 3 or 4 points similar to He Lingsu. She stared at He Lingsu coldly and said, where did you get this kind of friend? Why don't you drive him out quickly? He Lingsu looked at the middle-aged beautiful woman, opened his mouth, and wanted to say something. In the end, he could only shut up powerlessly and bow his head. At this time, a voice rang in He Lingsu's ear. I'm right, it's exactly the same as what was written in the novel. A template heroine like you, coming to this kind of occasion, will definitely become the target of public criticism, and be targeted and suppressed by everyone. Fortunately, you have me. He Lingsu didn't know what to say anymore. She was completely amazed at Sheng's thick-skinned ability to turn black and white. Fuck it, things ended up like this, isn't it because of Sheng? If he didn't do these things like crazy, would they be treated coldly by everyone now, and criticized by thousands of people? The middle-aged beautiful woman who scolded He Lingsu before walked up to the majestic man and exchanged a few words quickly. Looking back, the expression on her face seemed to ease a little. Lingsu, listen to what mom says, and immediately draw a line with your friend. Come here obediently and promise what I told you before, the family will naturally keep you safe and forgive you for your mistakes this time. This girl turned out to be your mother. Sheng took a look at He Lingsu and shook his head. To be honest, you mother and daughter really don't look alike. He Lingsu ignored him, but lowered his head to think about something. After a while, He Lingsu raised his head and calmly said to the middle-aged beautiful woman, I'm sorry, Ms. Chen, I'm afraid I can't agree to your terms. You. The middle-aged beautiful woman's face turned ugly for a while. She shook her hand heavily, and her expression quickly became cold and indifferent. She took 2 steps back and returned to the crowd, looking at He Jiangsu in the same way as other strangers. The majestic man headed by the Chen family didn't say anything, waved their hands casually, and ordered, catch these 2. Immediately, big men in black suits walked out of the crowd. Everyone was sturdy, full of energy and blood, and quickly surrounded Sheng and the others. All the people around spread out in all directions, with expressions of pity, gloating, or watching a good show on their faces. Looking at the big men in black suits who were approaching every step of the way, He Lingsu's pretty face turned pale slightly, and he took a few steps back in panic. But soon a big hand was gently pressed against her back. He Lingsu looked up and saw Sheng with a casual and calm expression. You won't regret the choice you made today. Sheng looked at He Jiangsu, smiled, and said softly to her, next, it's the most exciting and fun, the process of counterattacking the face. He Lingsu was taken aback, and then saw Sheng walking forward. There was an invisible power emanating from him, and those big men in black suits who tried to get close to him were like scarecrows in a tornado under this power. They were thrown out one by one, and smashed into the crowd, causing the banquet hall to be full of people turning their backs and screaming chaotically. This kid is a grandmaster. There was a look of emotion on someone's face. The majestic man's face changed, and he quickly ordered. On the Zhou family's side, a handsome young man with short hair and tall figure lit up his eyes, and he soared into the sky like a big bird, and landed in front of Sheng. Interesting. The appearance of the handsome young man is 5 or 6 points similar to Zhou Yuming who was angry with Lu before, but his temperament is very different. A powerful and invisible aura exudes from his whole body, standing firmly in the field like a rock. He was wearing a decent blue suit, his body was slender and straight, and he was as rich as jade. But what stands out the most is the diamond badge pinned to his left chest. Shining brightly under the light, it shows his identity and strength. 7th level martial arts master. I didn't expect that I, Zhou Zhilan, would come to a banquet in my free time and meet such an interesting couple as you. The handsome young man smiled, but before he finished speaking, his pupils suddenly contracted violently. A white and powerful palm tore through the air, with a sharp piercing sound, which amplified in 3.9 SIs at a very high speed. The handsome young man hurriedly raised his hand. The 2 thick arms under the palm were as brittle as straw poles, breaking and twisting into strange angles with a click. The rest of the palm remained undiminished, and it was lightly patted on his chest. The handsome young man's chest sank quickly, without making a sound. He flew upside down like a kite with a broken string, and he didn't know how far he flew. The 2 also wore diamond badges on their chests. The martial arts master who had just walked out of the crowd was startled when he saw this scene, with a look of shock on his face. The 2 looked at each other and subconsciously reached a consensus. Suddenly Kikai launched an attack on the figure in the field. The will of the 2 martial arts masters was as hardened as steel, and their attacks were as sharp as a blade. They attacked Sheng in tacit agreement from one left to the other. But Sheng didn't even bother to look at them. He raised his right hand slightly, and Yiping disappeared for a moment in the middle. Then the two martial arts masters who bullied him spurted blood, their chests collapsed, and they flew backwards in no particular order. Just like Zhou Hilin from before, he flew all the way to the edge of the banquet hall, hit two cracked depressions on the wall, and then stopped completely, slowly sliding down like a mural. 337 General of the 5th War Zone of the Eastern Military Region, meet Liu Zhou. 2. From the order of the majestic men of the Chen family, to the attack by Liu Sheng, the exit of several martial arts masters including Zhou Hilin, and finally to the end of the battle. It's a long time to say, but in fact, the rabbit rises and falls, but it only takes a dozen or so breaths. When the audience reacted, only Liu Sheng was left in the field. Many people were stunned. Those who can enter this banquet venue, with their status, will naturally have a lot of knowledge. Those big men in black suits in front were okay, but Zhou Hilin who played behind them, and the two worship assistants invited by the Chen family. The diamond badge on the chest is bright and dazzling, but it is the real thing, a 7th-level martial arts master certified by the Wudao Association. But the three of them were in Liu Sheng's hands, but they were no different from those men in black suits before. They were beaten by Liu Sheng in 3 strokes until they vomited blood and flew out. To be precise, I haven't been able to use 3 or 2 strokes, but everyone has 1 stroke. All seconds. Instant 7th-level martial arts master? How strong should this young-looking young man in front of him be? Many people feel their scalps go numb when they think of this. Involuntarily, he retreated back and forth. The members of the Chen family and the Zhou family all had unbelievable expressions on their faces, their expressions were horrified, and they looked at Liu Sheng as if they were looking at a monster. Especially the man in the white suit from the Chen family, and Zhou Yuming from the Zhou family. The eyeballs were almost protruding from their sockets. How old is he? How is it possible? No wonder so confident. He Ling's mother, the middle-aged woman, hid in the crowd of 02 in a panic. Grandmaster. If there are any other friends who are willing to fight righteously, my Chen family will be rewarded with great rewards today. The majestic man shouted loudly to the surrounding crowd. In the crowd, several middle-aged men with extraordinary bearing quickly covered the diamond badges on their chests with their hands, and quietly backed away from the crowd. The majestic man of the Chen family shouted several times, but not only did no one stand up, but the crowd around them shrank back even further. See? He Lingsu. Liu Sheng pointed to the fearful, terrified and flustered faces all around with a calm expression and said to He Lingsu, "This is the aristocratic family you have always wanted to be a vassal of." He Lingsu's expression was a little dazed, and he didn't know if he had listened to Liu Sheng's words. At this time, there was a sudden commotion at the entrance of the banquet hall. There was a vigorous voice. "Who dares to make trouble at my birthday banquet, Chen Jingnan?" Hearing this voice, everyone in the Chen family showed surprise on their faces, and everyone in the banquet hall looked towards the door one after another. The crowd blocking the door automatically separated to the two sides. I saw more than a dozen figures walking quickly from the door. Almost every one of them is powerful and imposing. Some wear suits and some wear military uniforms. More than one person wore a diamond badge representing a martial arts master on his chest. The first 3 are even more extraordinary. On the left is a man with black hair, looking in his early 50s, wearing a white military robe, not angry and majestic. His appearance is somewhat similar to the majestic man headed by the Chen family. Everyone is very familiar with this person, and he is the protagonist of this birthday banquet. Mr. Chen from the Chen family, Chen Jingnan. As for the two standing beside Chen Jingnan, their aura was even worse than Qi Mian's. The person in the middle is wearing a dark blue military uniform, half wearing a medal of merit, and 7 golden stars shining on his left shoulder. General of the Army. The person on the right is dressed in a Chinese tunic suit, with white hair and a childlike face, eyes as bright as jade, and his momentum is not inferior to the general in the middle. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Someone recognized the identities of several people, and exclamations continued to sound from the crowd. Admiral of the Military Department. Hiss, I didn't expect that Mr. Chen of the Chen family has a relationship with the military department. 7-star general, he is also a top figure in the military. There is also Zhang Hejiang, the vice president of the Kyoto Provincial Martial Arts Association. He is also a long-established 8th-level master. The Chen family has a profound heritage. Seeing this, people from the Chen family showed excitement and ecstasy on their faces. The majestic man, who was forced to ask the guests for help before, turned his head to look at Liu Sheng suddenly, and sneered. That expression and posture seemed to be continuously talking to Liu Sheng. You're done. These 3 words. Liu Sheng squinted his eyes and looked at the 3 oncoming people, his eyes swept across the military general seeing in the middle without stopping. Instead, it fell on Zhang He, who was wearing a Chinese tunic suit. Back then, Zhang He hosted the National Martial Arts Conference for college students, and he killed Lian Jiabei in front of him, and almost got into a fight with him. I didn't expect to meet again here today. Liu Sheng. A figure rushed up quickly, pushing Liu Sheng's arms and back with both hands. Hurry up, jump out of the hospital immediately before they can react. He Lingsu suddenly returned to the calmness and decisiveness of the strong woman in the past, and quickly analyzed, I will stay here, and I will be responsible for helping you negotiate with the Chen family. Don't worry, with my mother's relationship, if you pay a little price, this matter can be settled. 2 8th-level Grandmasters and a group of 7th-level Grandmasters entered the arena. No matter how strong Liu Sheng's previous performance was, He Lingsu didn't think he had any chance of making a comeback, so he immediately came up with a feasible way out for him. But He Lingsu pushed hard for a long time, but Liu Sheng's figure was unmoved, and he was firmly fixed on the ground like a rock. Hurry up, what do you want to do? He Lingsu was so anxious that he was about to cry. He scanned the surroundings and saw that the Chen family and the Zhou family had sent some people to block the direction of each exit of the banquet hall. I don't want to stop Liu Sheng, I just need to stop him. The majestic men headed by the Chen family walked quickly towards Mr. Chen. He Lingsu was almost desperate. Turning to look at Liu Sheng, he was actually smiling. You can still laugh. He Lingsu was so angry that he almost collapsed. You really don't want your life? The Chen family will not let you go. It's fine. Seeing that He Jiangsu was about to cry, Liu Sheng quickly restrained his smile and said casually, don't look at how many of them there are, if you really want to fight, no one will be my opponent. He Lingsu, you are the protagonist template. As your backer, how could I be defeated so easily? Crew. Liu Sheng stretched out his hand and patted He Lingsu's shoulder lightly, comfortingly said, the real orgasm is just beginning now. He Lingsu opened his mouth, speechless in a daze. At this time, the majestic man had already walked to Mr. Chen's side, he did not shy away from the rest of the people, and even deliberately raised his voice to quickly explain what happened to Liu Sheng. All of a sudden, 3 stern eyes looked towards Liu Sheng. Accompanied by these 3 gazes, the gazes of all the people in the banquet hall also focused on Liu Sheng again. The eyes that were full of awe and fear before became gloating again. When it comes to changing faces, it is true that everyone is an expert. While thinking in his heart, Liu Sheng took the initiative to walk towards the 3 people at the door with a casual posture. It's your excellency who made a big fuss about my Chen family's dinner party? Ruined my husband's birthday. Mr. Chen's brows were frowned, and he stared at Liu Sheng coldly. Liu Sheng ignored him, and turned to look at the 2 beside him. His eyes fell on Zhang He, and he said with a smile, Vice President Zhang He, please come and be safe. I didn't expect it to be you, Liu Sheng. Zhang He obviously recognized Liu Sheng's appearance, and his expression was a bit complicated. To Liu Sheng, he was quite impressed. Kill the master in public. Even the scene of Jibei's tragic death is still vivid in my mind, and it's hard not to remember Liu Sheng. Old Chen, this son is my one. Zhang He paused, and said to Mr. Chen, little friend, for my sake, how about not fussing with him today? How should I put it? Liu Sheng was also a martial arts genius who was valued by the martial sage Tan's Hongyu at the beginning. Although they parted ways now, they still have a bit of love. Zhang He thought he could help him or help him. Chen Jingnan sneered, Mr. Zhang, today is my 80th birthday. This kid deliberately came to provoke trouble. Logically speaking, I shouldn't. Then go ahead. Before Chen Jingnan finished speaking, Liu Sheng waved his hand casually and interrupted him. Everyone was stunned for a moment, wondering if their ears had heard it wrong. Even Chen Jingnan, who was halfway through the sentence just now, was stunned, forgot the following words all of a sudden, and didn't know what to say. This kid doesn't follow the script. Zhang He also turned his head to look at Liu Sheng in a flash, his expression was full of astonishment. Behind him, hearing Zhang He's exit to mediate, He Ling's face just showed a bit of hope. Now, Liu Sheng has directly slapped him with a single sentence, completely baffled him. She is really convinced. From seeing Liu Sheng today until now, she has not guessed a single operation of Liu Sheng. Zhen Nima is a god. You. Chen Jingnan was blocked by Liu Sheng's words, and his expression became hesitant. You sure? He seemed to want Liu Sheng to think about it. Liu Sheng stretched his body slowly, his eyes swept over Chen Jingnan and the others one by one, and he said calmly, sure. Hurry up, let's do it together. I don't have that much time to play with you any longer. Chen Jingnan subconsciously glanced at Zhang He. Zhang He had a complicated expression and didn't speak. It is equivalent to acquiescing. He is a dignified vice president of the Martial Arts Association, and he was ungrateful for interceding for others, so it is naturally impossible for him to open his mouth a second time. Seeing this, Chen Jingnan's face slowly darkened. Taking a deep breath, he was about to speak. At this moment, standing in the middle of a group of people, the middle-aged man wearing a general's uniform quickly took a step forward. With a snap, he saluted Liu Sheng, and said solemnly, General Du Linjun of the 5th Theater of the Eastern Military Region has seen Liu Zhou. May I ask if Liu Zhou needs help? After the middle-aged general finished speaking, the 7 or 8 officers behind him also saluted and said in unison, I have seen Liu Zhou. In an instant, the huge banquet hall. It's like someone suddenly pressed the mute button. The originally noisy hall suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Even Liu Sheng was caught off guard for a moment. 338 I am not usually like this. Inexplicable premonition. 3. Can we still meet people from the Eastern Military Region here? Liu Sheng blinked. It must have been a coincidence. Seeing the hesitation and confusion on Liu Sheng's face, the saluting general hurriedly said, during the competition, I was punched in the chest by Liu Zhou, and I was eliminated. Liu Zhou forgot. Oh. Liu Sheng's face was a bit stunned, and he nodded, I remember, sorry. Think of a fart. At the Eastern Military Region Grand Competition, there were more than 400 generals who were sent flying by Liu Sheng's fists. How could he remember the faces of all of them? Du Linjun, however, looked excited, and said, the glow of Liu Zhou covers the east, I really didn't expect to see Liu Zhou here. Neither did I. Liu Sheng's tone was emotional. The two chatted with each other one sentence at a time. The expressions of the people around him were as if they had seen a ghost, wishing they could slap themselves 2 big mouths on the spot to see if they were dreaming. Chen Jingnan was stunned, looked at Liu Sheng, and then at Du Linjun, who looked like a subordinate in front of Liu Sheng, who was respectful and adored one by one, really didn't know what to say. Zhang He was also in a daze, but fortunately he calmed down quickly, and couldn't help asking, General Du, do you know Liu Sheng? Du Linjun nodded, and said naturally, Liu Zhou is the brightest sun in our eastern military region, and the king of generals in the entire eastern region. This military exercise in the whole military region, I'll wait here, just to accompany Liu Zhou. When Du Linjun said a word, the faces of everyone in the banquet hall trembled violently, and there were bursts of gasps in the venue. The brightest sun in the eastern military region. King of Stars. These two titles. The big ones are really scary. Let alone ordinary people, even Zhang He was almost stunned. Looking at Liu Sheng, I couldn't believe that this was the high-spirited young man who stood on the field of the National College Student Martial Arts Competition and said to himself, Chairman Zhang, do you want to fight me too? How long has it been? It hasn't been half a year, right? Liu Sheng has reached the level of the top powerhouse among the 8th level Grandmasters from the beginning of his career as a Grandmaster? Fantastic speed! Chen Jingnan, Mr. Chen, and everyone in the Chen family are all dizzy at the moment. 7-star General Du Linjun was already an extremely remarkable figure to the Chen family. If it weren't for Chen Jingnan and Zhang He being old friends for many years, and Zhang He getting acquainted with Du Linjun again. Coincidentally, Du Linjun came to the central military region to participate in the military exercise of the whole army, passing by Kyoto. How could he have the face to invite the military commander to the birthday banquet? And it is such a big man who has to respectfully call Liu Sheng Liu Zhou, and the admiration is beyond words. Liandang Gli Liu Sheng punched Sheng Ji with a familiar face, like a supreme honor. How high should such a character be? In Chen Jingnan's mind, 10,000 grass mud horses raced through at the same time. Looking at the members of the Chen family under his hands, they even have the intention to kill. These useless bastards are really capable. They can even provoke this kind of army real dragon. It really gave him a long face. The majestic man of the Chen family's face was ashen for a long time, and he didn't dare to say a word. The men in white suits in the crowd, as well as Zhou Yuming from the Zhou family, were even more frightened and trembling all over. I thought the opponent had at most an A in his hand, and a 2 is a big deal, but who would have thought that? When it comes out, it's the deputy king fried. The rest of the people had nothing to say, they all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Liu Sheng. Hee hee. Chen Jingnan smiled uglier than crying with an old face. Tian smiled and said, it turned out to be a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Liu Sheng glanced at him, and was about to say something, but suddenly felt depressed. Simply turned around and went down. In fact, this is also very good. Save yourself doing it yourself. Anyway, I have achieved my goal tonight, the Chen family is just annoying, there is nothing serious about it, there is no need to force them to death. In the field, He Lingsi stood blankly in the center alone. The shock she received today was so great that her brain had already exceeded the threshold and fell into a shutdown state. Liu Sheng walked up to her slowly, looked at her dumbfounded look, and half-jokingly said, let's go, the climax is over. It's time for us to get out too. He Lingsi nodded, followed Liu Sheng blankly, and walked out of the banquet hall. In the crowd behind him, a middle-aged woman clenched her hands tightly, her expression struggling and hesitating. Suddenly he gritted his teeth, stomped his feet and quickly chased after him. Liu Sheng stood outside the dim lights, looking at the night sky, and waited for a while. Then he saw He Lingsi walking quickly in his direction. Behind him, the middle-aged woman kept shouting, Lingsu! Lingsu! He Lingsi didn't seem to hear it, so he quickly walked up to Liu Sheng and said, let's go. Liu Sheng nodded, and the two walked side by side aimlessly. There are rows of street lamps on both sides of the road, and the lights of the street lamps fall, casting long shadows behind the two of them. Liu Sheng glanced at He Jingsu. Today He Lingsi wore a strapless evening dress. The weather in this month was really difficult for her, a second-level warrior, and she was shivering in the cold wind. Liu Sheng simply took off his suit jacket and put it on He Lingsi casually. He Lingsi paused, and said softly, Thank you. Liu Sheng smiled, shook his head and said, my 8th level Grand Master, standing shirtless in the snow at -40 degrees without feeling cold all day and all night, is nothing to me. I don't mean clothes. He Lingsu glanced at him. Liu Sheng was startled, then nodded immediately. Fine. He Lingsu had a rather complicated expression on his face, and said in a low voice, you are right, false family affection is meaningless to me at all. My dad and I have been here for more than 20 years. For the next 20 years, 30 years, we'll be fine without her. I was so stupid. This is the He Lingsu I know. Liu Sheng smiled slightly, and said to He Lingsu, how about the plot I arranged for you today? Are you happy? Do you feel like being the protagonist? He Lingsu gave him a blank look, and muttered, the main character is you at all? Well, probably half of the people in Kyoto will know tomorrow that General Liu Sheng of the Eastern Military Region has made a big fuss about the Chen family's birthday party. That's exactly what I wanted to achieve. Liu Sheng muttered to himself. What did you say? He Lingsu didn't hear clearly. Nothing. Liu Sheng shook his head casually, and said, actually, I'm not usually like this. I have always been a very reasonable, humble, and low-key person. Today, I made an exception for you. He Lingsu rolled his eyes, took 2 steps forward quickly, and made an attitude that he didn't want to listen to his nonsense. Liu Sheng smiled, and walked forward step by step under He Lingsu's shadow. Gradually, the smile on his face gradually faded, and his expression became solemn. From using his body as bait to lure and kill the Black Demon Society, to projecting his will to kill Lian Su, and then running thousands of miles to deliberately destroy the Chen family's business, Liu Sheng thought that the plan he made was perfect. Whether it is face or face, all aspects have been considered. The implementation of each step of the plan was also very smooth. But don't know why. Liu Sheng always had a feeling of uneasiness in his heart. It seems that there are some extremely important details that I have overlooked. He made a big mistake. But the 7 immortal cells between the eyebrows were quiet, and there was no warning sign. When he walked out of the Chen family manor, he also checked the information of curry, a kindling resource, and there was no problem. But it just didn't feel right. I hope it's just that I think too much. Liu Sheng shook his head, thought for a while, and called out to He Lingsu who was in front of him, He Lingsu, how about talking about the next prescription? Real. He Lingsu turned his head in a flash. A pair of eyes were as bright as stars in the sky, and they ran towards him quickly. The entrance of the Chen family manor. Chen Jingnan waved his hand, and the middle-aged woman stepped back. Then he sighed softly, walked to Zhang Heshan, Qian Dihao, and said, I guess there is no hope. Chen Jingnan has already fully understood the matter about Liu Sheng and He Lingsu. It is nothing more than a certain niece of his who was ignorant when she was young, fell in love with an ordinary person and married, and later, under the pressure of the family, she abandoned her husband and son and returned to the family. After coming back, she remarried and gradually woke up, regretting what happened at the beginning. Just a few clansmen who have a good relationship with them are thinking about how to erase these 2 stains, and they have been secretly persecuting the father and daughter for 20 years. I never thought that the daughter of this father-daughter pair would also strive for success, forcibly striving for a career in the pharmaceutical industry. This group of people failed to persecute, and saw that it was profitable, so they couldn't help but think about recruiting her back, and swallowing her property along the way. Unfortunately, there is still a certain super top big shot in this industry. And this super top big shot is exactly Liu Sheng. The family is big and the business is big, the roots are deep and the branches are flourishing, sometimes I don't even know how to get into trouble. Chen Jingnan let out a foul breath, shook his head and said, this time I'm lucky, you're here. Otherwise, my Chen family will be doomed. Zhang He said lightly, fortune and misfortune depend on each other, so you can take this opportunity to clean up your house. It's time to tidy up. Chen Jingnan nodded solemnly. 339 Test the poison with your body, surpass the power of the genetic level. 4. While the two were chatting, a group of soldiers came out from the manor. Their steps were neat, and their alloy boots made a crisp sound when they stepped on the floor. Although there are not many people, it gives people a sense of iron and blood killing. Most people dare not approach at all, even if they are sending each other off, they just follow from a distance. The leader is Du Linjun with 7 stars on his shoulders. Seeing Du Linjun coming out, Chen Jingnan and Zhang He hurriedly greeted him. General Du. Won't the general stay a little longer? The dinner has only just begun. No, the military department still has something to do. Du Linjun shook his head, thought for a while, and explained to Chen Jingnan, Mr. Chen, don't blame me for not standing up in time for today's incident. To be honest, I didn't expect to meet Liu Zhou here. Dare to confirm. Chen Jingnan quickly waved his hands. Admiral Du was joking, if you hadn't come out today, I really don't know what the situation would be like for my Chen family. Although Chen Jingnan is a few years older than Du Linjun, he is only a master after all. The opponent is still a general of the military department, with a high position and authority. Compared with the opponent, the patriarch of his family is not at the same level at all. Being able to invite Du Linjun over this time is thanks to his old friend Zhang He. Du Linjun was able to explain a few words to him, which is already a great deal of face. Zhang He also said, this time I really thank General Du. Du Linjun nodded, and said with a deliberate expression, before the whole army performs martial arts, some things are still in the temporary confidentiality stage, and I can't reveal too much to you. I can only tell you that the strength of Liu Zhou is far beyond your imagination. Now in the military department, many people are optimistic that Liu Zhou will be in the future. Du Linjun glanced at Zhang He, and said meaningfully, it may be comparable to the one behind Mr. Zhang. Or the one behind Mr. Zhang. When Du Linjun said these words, Zhang He's body trembled violently, and Chen Jingnan beside him showed a shocked expression on his face. Zhang He is the vice president of the Kyoto Military 767 Association. Who could be standing behind him? Naturally, it is Tanz Hongaiu, the current president of the Martial Arts Association and one of the 3 great martial arts saints in the Dragon Kingdom. Du Linjun means that Liu Sheng is very likely to aspire to the 9th level martial saint realm in the future. And it's not the kind of exaggerated rumors, it is indeed favored by many military leaders. Hiss! Chen Jingnan couldn't help but gasped, waves of shock appeared on his face. He originally thought that he had already overestimated Liu Sheng's identity, but only now did he realize that Liu Sheng's real background was 100 times more exaggerated than he imagined. Given time, if there is such a day as Du Linjun said, then the Chen family doesn't have to live anymore. Even if Liu Sheng has forgotten about today's incident, there will naturally be countless fans scrambling to rush forward to crush the little bug that Chen Jiewen Songzhang dared to have an unpleasant relationship with Wu Sui. And if his Chen family can make friends with Liu Sheng in advance. In Chen Jingnan's mind, he suddenly remembered the child of the Chen family who had been with Liu Sheng before. Seeing that it is making up and working, there may not be no chance. Thinking of this, Chen Jingnan couldn't help becoming anxious and excited. Okay, that's all for now, I'm leaving first. Du Linjun put on his military cap, said hello and walked out. Chen Jingnan hurriedly followed, I'll send Admiral Du off. Only Zhang He was left standing there blankly. What Du Linjun just said was still echoing in Zhang He's mind. He really couldn't imagine how the young man who was only showing his horns at the beginning reached his current height in a short period of time. It is simply shocking. In any case, you have to tell Wu Sheng to know. Maybe Wu Sheng already knows. Zhang He shook his head, and disappeared into the night in a flash. Didn't even say hello to anyone. Liu Sheng and He Lingsa broke up at the door of the hotel where she stayed. Before leaving, Liu Sheng gave He Lingsu the formula of 4th grade golden dragon saliva. On the one hand, Ling Sheng Pharmaceutical has developed to the present, and it really needs a real high-end product to support the scene, showing the strength and heritage of the company. On the other hand, today He Lingsu chose to stand by Liu Sheng without hesitation when he became the target of public criticism, which also proved his loyalty. I remember that the last one who used a similar method to win Liu Sheng's trust was Lin Ziyi from the 7th Shengwu University. Back then when Liu Sheng fought against the crowd at the freshman conference, Lin Ziyi's calves were trembling, and he dared to stand in front of Liu Sheng and yelled at a crowd of freshmen, "Fuck you all." It was indeed the highlight moment of his life. Thinking of Lin Ziyi, Liu Sheng thought about meeting some old friends in the next few days. Half a year in the military region seems to be longer than years in other places, and Liu Sheng also misses them a little bit. After a little contact with the military department, someone immediately came to take Liu Sheng to a high-end hotel designated by the military department. Liu Sheng didn't care whether it was good or bad. After checking in, he took a shower, lay on the bed, and stretched out his hand to take out the sacred one that he got from Li Dai earlier. A small bottle of something similar to fenjing. During this period of time, Liu Sheng was on the run, and he didn't have much personal space, so he never studied this thing carefully. A super potion that claims to be able to poison even a 9th level martial saint. Liu Sheng was quite curious. In fact, he had searched for the information of Saint's death in the dream space, and the results he got were quite surprising. This poison is really terrible, even in the next 10,000 years of martial arts, it can still cause great damage to the top martial arts experts. There was even an incident where a 10th level powerhouse was poisoned, which caused a sensation. Liu Sheng stared at the essential oil in his hand for a long time, and finally couldn't hold back his inner curiosity, and came up with a crazy idea. Either, try. Even a 9th level martial saint can't bear the poison, if he can resist it himself, is he more hanged than a 9th level martial saint? Moreover, Liu Sheng was also really curious. How did this kind of poison poisonously kill martial saints? Let's not talk about 9th level martial saints, the physique of a 7th level grandmaster is enough to be immune to more than 99% of poisons in the world. Paraquat should be drunk as water, not just talking about it. Immunity, cell activity, and metabolism speed are tens or hundreds of times higher than that of ordinary people. Ordinary poisons may be metabolized before their medicinal properties are exerted. Even if it is successfully performed, the damage caused by it can be repaired quickly with the super physique of the master warrior. The kindling resource curry introduced, this kind of toxin extracted from the body of a beast above level 9 involves something far deeper than the genetic level. What goes deeper than the genetic level? Liu Sheng didn't know either. It is said that it will cause permanent damage, but sooner or later all the cells in my body will be replaced with immortal cells, so it doesn't matter. And there is also the bonus of indestructible stars. Of course Liu Sheng is not stupid. After all, it's impossible for him to gulp down a bottle of essential oil. Take a little bit, 1/10,000th, or even 100,000th, just feel it. Dilution first. Liu Sheng poured a glass of water from a hotel teacup, then opened the lid of fenjing, took a trace of dark green liquid with mental strength, and gently threw it into the water glass. The dark green venom is completely absorbed as soon as it enters the water, and it is colorless and has no smell. Liu Sheng tried to pick up the whole bottle of fenjing and poured it into his mouth. As a result, the 7 immortal cells between the eyebrows did not respond at all. Very strange. It's colorless and tasteless, and I can't find any clues with my mental strength. I don't even respond to the instinct of a warrior. No wonder even a warrior can be recruited. With a special mood, Liu Sheng drank the water mixed with the saint's death in one gulp. After drinking, he creaked the cup and ate it again. The main reason is that I am afraid that there will be drug residues on the wall of the cup, which will not be cleaned cleanly, which will affect the next occupancy. Anyway, With Liu Sheng's current physique, he can chew raw steel, and he doesn't care about a glass. Liu Sheng sat on the bed and waited quietly for a moment. Soon, the body seemed to respond. His stomach felt visibly hot and hot. Liu Sheng quickly used his mental power to look inside himself. He found that the walls of his intestines and stomach seemed to be bubbling, swelling up one by one, then quickly subsided, and then appeared again. So back and forth. At a deeper level, what Liu Sheng saw were cells that were constantly expanding and contracting, trembling violently. There seemed to be two forces fighting in the cell. A force attempted to transform it in an unknown direction. Another force is desperately trying to contain this transformation from happening. Liu Sheng was thoughtful. This is a battle at the genetic level. The genes of higher creatures like alien beasts are extremely aggressive. If you contact too deeply, you will be affected by it and gradually assimilated. Just like the evil masters I met on the 30th floor of the catacombs. Their spiritual power was distorted by the consciousness deep in the cave, and their bodies were also infected and transformed by abnormal genes. The death of the saint is the genetic essence extracted from the body of the 9th level alien beast, so this kind of assimilation and aggression is more violent than the flesh and blood of ordinary alien beasts. Although Liu Sheng only drank a little, the consequences are probably more serious than the consequences of eating dozens of 7th level strange beasts in ordinary people. It's just that his physique is too strong, and the indestructible star body itself is extremely overbearing, and it is not worthy of the other party. As soon as the two met, they started to do it directly, which caused Liu Sheng's stomach to heat up and swell. Not long after, Liu Sheng's own genes won the final victory, and all the alienated genes in the chest were wiped out. Liu Sheng's stomach and intestines returned to normal. But it seems to be the power of the genetic level. The data shows that the toxicity beyond the genetic level. What does it mean? Liu Sheng thought, could it be that after the cells are successfully alienated, the toxicity in the next step will be revealed? The direction of Sheng's future, how to surpass the 11th level, the real support, and the truth of the dream space are slowly revealed. 340 The Killing of Rules, Another Ultimate Road, 1. The poison that Liu Sheng took just now was pitifully small, and perhaps he couldn't get a glimpse of the whole picture of Sacred One's death at all. Liu Sheng thought about it, gritted his teeth, and took a whole drop of Saint's death with his mental power. He pointed like a knife, controlled the muscles, cut a hole in the palm of his left hand, and then carefully dripped the dark green liquid into it. It's probably enough for now. Although it is only a small drop, the value can be hundreds of millions. A whole drop of Saint's War entered the body, and the effect was much stronger than before. Liu Sheng instantly felt his entire left arm become hot and red like a soldering iron. When it touched the air, it made a chi-chi sound. There were bursts of sharp pain from the palm of the hand. Liu Sheng frowned slightly, but ignored it, and continued to stare at the palm. He saw that the wound on the palm of his left hand was constantly closing, and was being forced open by another force. There seemed to be granulation growing inside the wound, but it was stopped again and again. This process lasted for a period of time, the two forces saw each other anxiously, and the battle became more and more intense. Bright golden lines began to appear on Liu Sheng's left arm. It's not his meridians, but some kind of root system that grows in the flesh and bones. Liu Sheng discovered it when the indestructible star was born. It is somewhat similar to the Dao pattern described in fantasy novels, but in fact it is the trace of cosmic energy aggregation and orderly arrangement. Usually there is no response, or even no trace to be found. Now he was forcefully forced out, and began to join the battlefield in the palm of his hand. After the star pattern joined the battlefield, Liu Sheng's own genetic power immediately gained the upper hand. The power belonging to the Saint's War is constantly being suppressed, and the wound on the palm is about to heal. Liu Sheng's eyes flickered, and he suddenly made a crazy decision. He wants to intervene in the battle and help the Holy One win this battle. The huge mental strength and martial arts will forcibly control the flesh and blood cells in the arms, restraining the surge of his own history. The death of the saint had a chance to breathe. The wound on the palm of his left hand slit open again, and the subcutaneous granulation exploded. Liu Sheng watched helplessly as his white, smooth, and jade-like skin became rough, and the cortex hardened rapidly, forming obvious keratin, floating. It gradually turned into dark green scales. In the end, a coin-sized eyeball grew out of Liu Sheng's left palm. It grew out abruptly, staring straight at Liu Sheng, and staring at him. Liu Sheng can also see through this eye. This feeling of looking at myself is quite strange, as if I have a schizophrenia. At this time, Liu Sheng's left palm had completely become inhuman. The 5 fingers are thick and long, each finger has more than 5 knuckles, and the nails are sharp, like cold weapons. There is a black eyeball on the palm of the hand, and the back of the hand is covered with dark green scales, which looks extremely weird and flimsy. Unfortunately, it also gives people a sense of explosive power. There is a clear dividing line between the wrist and the palm. The dividing line between humans and demons. The alienated cells in the palm still tried to continue to infect the remaining body cells of Liu Sheng, but they were resisted by the power of the indestructible star, and could only stick to one position in the palm. Liu Sheng waved this palm lightly. Directly in front of him, the marble tea table a few meters away from him was cut into several sections silently, and collapsed with a bang. Liu Sheng's eyes changed abruptly. Tuk tuk. Immediately there was a knock at the door. Liu Sheng walked over and opened the door. The officer guarding the door saluted him, and then asked, "Chief, you?" Liu Sheng hid the alienated magic hand behind his back, and said with a normal expression, "It's okay to accidentally break something. Do you want us to replace it for you? Tomorrow?" "Yes." After closing the door, Liu Sheng looked at his alienated demon's hand again, his eyes were full of amazement. Terrible destructive power. Even in some aspects, it is stronger than the indestructible star. Liu Sheng used mental power to probe the cell composition of this alienated palm. What he saw were black, destructive, and destructive cells. It seems to be somewhat similar to immortal cells. Liu Sheng's eyes sparkled. It's just that the pursuit of immortal cells is the ultimate perfection, eternal life, immortality. And this black cell is taking the path of extreme destruction and destruction. It can be understood as 2 branches on a skill tree, the same cell, different extreme evolution routes, and the final destination is completely different. But they are all existences far beyond the level of ordinary human cells, no wonder the strange beasts are so powerful. However, although they are somewhat similar to immortal cells, the gap between alienated palm cells and Liu Sheng's immortal cells is still too large. After all, an immortal cell is born from a single transformation hundreds of millions of times, but by alienating a whole palm, the power of Saint's death is greatly weakened. At this time, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in Liu Sheng's mind. That's right, if I pour all this alienated gene energy into a cell and let it transform billions of times, will it be possible to produce another extreme cell at the same level as the immortal cell? As soon as this idea came up, inspiration came out like a volcanic eruption. All kinds of whimsical ideas collided in Liu Sheng's mind. He thought that if this idea is feasible, the disadvantages of body alienation may be solved. While exploring another physical extreme, it can also retain the form of a normal person. Liu Sheng was very excited. This excitement even infected the eyeballs in the palm of his hand. This eyeball also rolled happily with joy. But when Liu Sheng was about to conduct the experiment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the palm of his left hand. The pain was almost unbearable even for his will, and he almost fainted directly. Damn it! Liu Sheng clenched his left wrist tightly and looked towards his left palm. I saw that the left palm, which was full of luster and explosive power just now, is rapidly shrinking, decaying, and collapsing. The eyeballs in the palm showed a look of fear and despair, begging Liu Sheng frantically. This complex emotion of pain, fear, despair, and begging filled Liu Sheng's heart, making him almost unable to distinguish reality from illusion for a moment. He extended his spiritual power to the past. I saw that the alienated cells on the left palm were dying rapidly one by one. Aging, dying, withering in a very short time. How come? Liu Sheng was surprised and suspicious. It was obviously full of vitality before, and the lifespan of cells at this level cannot be so short. Just like immortal cells, the vitality of life is hundreds of millions of times that of ordinary cells. 0. Ask for flowers. Although alienated cells are not as good as immortal cells, it is absolutely impossible for them to wither after such a short period of time. Don't say that the other extreme is to sacrifice cell life in exchange for more powerful destructiveness and destruction. If this was the case, then the strange beasts in the cave wouldn't be alive and kicking now. The vitality of the alien beast is stronger than that of warriors of the same level. What is the reason? Liu Sheng couldn't understand. His mind turned rapidly, and in the process, he watched helplessly as his left palm continued to decay. The eyeball in the palm changed from clear to cloudy, then to old, and finally rotted and suppurated. Finally, Liu Sheng found the answer. His eyes flickered slightly, and the 7 immortal cells on the center of his eyebrows emitted a divine radiance. The indestructible star on the wrist quickly extended to the left palm, regaining the dominance. With the help of divine brilliance and the division and proliferation of its own cells, the left palm that was about to decay was revived with vitality. Once again plump, rosy, strong, and vibrant. But the traces of alienation have completely disappeared. Liu Sheng's left palm turned back into his original left palm again. The newborn palms are fairer and more fragile than the rest of the body, but they returned to normal quickly. Liu Sheng exhaled slowly, and thoughtfully read out the answer he found. Rule. It's the power of rules. The way of alienating cells is simply not feasible in this world. In other words, it doesn't work on creatures in this world. It's as if the hot weapons in our world are ineffective against high-level beasts. It is because of the power of the rules of the different world filled with high-level alien beasts. Comparing alienated cells to a high-end weapon belonging to another world can be explained. The rules of the other world make thermal weapons ineffective, and the rules of this world greatly shorten the lifespan of alienated cells in the body of native organisms. In a sense. Fair enough. Liu Sheng looked at the small bottle of fenjing in his hand, and said with emotion, no wonder even martial saints are poisoned, and martial Dao intuition has no response. Because it's not poison at all. This is killed by the rules. Once the cells in the user's body are infected and alienated, they will inevitably suffer from the rapid aging of the alienated cells. No matter if it is level 9 or 10, no matter how powerful the martial body is, how can it resist the obliteration of the rules? I can only watch helplessly as my martial body withers and dies together with the alienated cells under the influence of this rule. The light ones are seriously injured, and the severe ones may also follow themselves. There is only one way to fight against the sorrow of the saint, to overcome the alienation and make the alienation unsuccessful. But this is too difficult. If someone really wants to poison you, they must be well prepared. Moreover, it is not that simple to fight against this extremely aggressive genetic power. Then is my previous idea still feasible? Liu Sheng is considering this question. Suddenly at this time, a surge of surging energy suddenly emerged in the body. Under this sudden infusion of energy, the blood pill at the mouth of Liu Sheng's heart grew rapidly. In an instant, it swelled to the size of a grown man's fist. 341 The gods in the world, mortals stop, so I, Zhao Ji, once had one. 2. Liu Sheng subconsciously shattered the blood pill. In an instant, qi and blood gushed out violently, washing over the whole body like a frenzy of ocean waves. Under such scouring, those star patterns rooted deep in Liu Sheng's flesh and bones grew rapidly. Every time the pill is broken, Liu Sheng's star indestructible body can get a great improvement. I don't know how far it will grow in the end. Soon, Liu Sheng's 8th immortal cell was born, and it complemented the previous 7 cells at the center of his eyebrows, making it very lively. Liu Sheng felt a little bit confused and astonished as he felt his strength greatly increased again. Where did that energy come from? In fact, you don't even need to think about it. If it wasn't the death of the saint, what else could it be? Although the alienated cells are obliterated by the power of rules, the vitality contained in them still exists. Is that why this kind of backfeeding happens? Liu Sheng thought about it for a while, and instantly figured everything out. Then it was as if a new continent appeared in front of my eyes. Then I can use this method to use the Holy One to practice. Liu Sheng has a star indestructible body and immortal cells, and the recovery and regeneration ability of the martial body is dozens or even hundreds of times that of ordinary warriors. The physical trauma left by the saint's death was nothing to him at all. It only consumes a part of physical strength and energy. 1 drop of the energy of saint's death can give me an immortal cell, and this vial of saint's death contains more than 15 drops. Liu Sheng's eyes lit up. Only now did he find out that the series of plans he had planned to kill the Black Demon Society and Lianxia turned out to be the biggest gain in the end from this little bottle of Fenjijing. Liu Sheng didn't delay, and directly used his mental power to take out another drop of Saint's War. Still in the palm of his left hand, he put this drop of Saint's War into it with ease. Similar process, but different results. This time, Liu Sheng's left palm has been alienated into a dark red color, with 5 fingers and a curved sickle-like appearance, which looks like a devil's claw in anime. It seems that the effect of each alienation is different. It's just a good time to experiment and ponder the possibility of a single cell's alienation to the extreme. Although he knew the existence of the power of rules, Liu Sheng did not give up. Rule? Rules are meant to be broken. Will the rules apply to you? That only proves you are not strong enough. As the highest mountain in Longguo, Tian Shan has attracted countless extreme sports enthusiasts and mountaineering enthusiasts before the first year of Budao. After the rise of martial arts, more and more warriors came to challenge and practice penance. At this time, 2 men in mountaineering suits had just climbed to the top of Tian Shan Mountain. Standing at the peak, they looked down at the white snow beneath their feet and the sea of clouds billowing in the distance. Although I can't see the sun and the moon, but facing this magnificent scenery, there is an inexplicable blood rushing up, and my heart is agitated like a tide. At this time, there is wind blowing. One of the 2 climbers saw the sea of clouds billowing ahead, gradually revealing the outline of a mountain. That mountain peak is like a sharp sword piercing the sky, much higher than the peak they are stepping on now, which is considered by the world. There is a vast sea of clouds in the middle, the birds are extinct, and it is hazy, so that it does not lie in the real fairy mountain. It turns out that the rumor that there is a Tianyi peak on the top of Tian Shan Mountain is true. A resolute climber looked at the misty peak in the distance, and said, "The place we are stepping on now is not the real peak at all, and there is the real peak." The companion made an umbrella with his hand, put it on his eyes for a while, then smiled and said, "You know, everyone who has climbed Tian Shan once knows it. There is a Tianqi lake on the Tianyi peak, and the god of the world lives beside the Tianqi lake. Mortals stop. God on earth, mortals stop." The climber opened his eyes wide, as if thinking of something. He said in disbelief, "Could it be? Is it one of the 3 adults in our dragon kingdom?" The companion put his finger up, put it on his lips lightly, and let out a shh. Then nodded and said, "It's good that you know, you don't need to say the name of that adult." The climber nodded, but there was a lot of emotion on his face. In the era of great prosperity in martial arts, many deeds that could only exist in legends before now reflect reality from fantasy. Living on the top of Tian Shan Mountain all the year round, accompanied by the heaven, earth, nature, and universe, overlooking all living beings at the foot, he is respected and worshipped by countless people. It is indeed like a god in the world. Ordinary people can't speculate at all. The two climbers didn't know that, in the direction of their eyes, on the Tianhui peak covered by layers of clouds and mist. At this time, there are 4 paths climbing upwards. These 4 people's energy and blood are like a 1000-degree oven, and their bodies are soaring into the sky like big birds. Occasionally, I will borrow a little strength on the ice and rock cliffs. The most astonishing thing was that the 4 of them carried a golden red coffin on their shoulders. The inner and outer coffin lids are made of crystal, and one can clearly see lying inside, a stunningly beautiful woman in red brocade. With his eyes closed and his lips pursed slightly, he lay quietly in the coffin, as if he had fallen asleep. 4 people carried the coffin and soared up. The raging cold wind and blizzard around Tianhui Peak couldn't affect them in the slightest. I don't know how long it took, the 4 climbed to the top and finally arrived at Tianhui Peak. Compared with the harsh environment before, this peak is extremely peaceful. In the layers of clouds and mist, the golden sunlight projected down without hindrance, and fell on a thick piece of chen shui that had accumulated for an unknown number of years. In the middle, there is a small pool. The surface of the pool is almost completely frozen, and it looks like a perfect mirror under the sun, reflecting the color of the sky. It seems that this place is like a real fairyland. 4 figures, male and female, carried the coffin to the edge of Tianqi in 10 steps. They gently put down the coffin on their shoulders, and a middle-aged man who was the leader stepped forward and called softly to the pool, "My lord." In the ethereal and misty mountaintop, the sound was so clear, as if someone had thrown a stone into a calm water. Not long. Strange things happen. On the smooth surface of the Tianqi lake, the golden sunlight gathered rapidly, forming a clear golden human figure. The human figure appeared, and the 4 men and women immediately showed incomparable respect on their faces, and they knelt down on one knee. "The 5th lady's body, bring it here." The leading man spoke in a low voice. Hearing the words, the golden human figure slowly walked out of the water. A half-blurred golden human figure appeared in the air, his face could not be seen clearly, only his limbs and body outline could be vaguely discerned. But this is also miraculous enough. If someone was present, they would be so shocked that they would fall to their knees and kowtow that the gods are clearly alive. The 4 men and women were not surprised, but lowered their heads a little lower. The golden figure walked up to the coffin, stretched out a hand and grabbed the sleeping woman inside the coffin. His arm directly penetrated the crystal cover on the coffin, without any hindrance, and gently touched the woman's delicate cheek. "Do you know how she died?" The golden figure spoke lightly, and the voice was clear, with a somewhat ethereal feeling. The leading man said, "He was killed by someone breaking his neck bone." "Why?" The leading man hesitated for a moment, and then told what Lien Su did before his death in incomparable detail. After finishing speaking, he heard the golden figure sigh softly. The eyes of the golden human figure fell on the woman in the coffin, and sighed softly, "That's why she deserves to die." The leading man quickly said, "The person Mrs. Su targeted was thousands of miles away when Mrs. Su died. Probably not by his own hands. But Mrs. Su's death is absolutely inseparable from him." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. The golden figure twitched the corners of its mouth, not knowing whether it was ridicule or contempt. But he ignored it, and just said casually, "Since everyone is dead, let's forget about it." The leading man was startled. "My lord, Mrs. Su's death is unknown, let's just forget it. I know that Lu Sheng did it." The golden figure said lightly, "Then what do you think? Instead, kill him and avenge Lien Su? That kid is now the #1 training target of the military department. If we attack him, the military department will protect him desperately. Besides, this kid is smart enough, he didn't leave any traces, and there is no evidence to prove that he killed him. Qing Long, I'm just a 9th level martial saint, not a real god on earth. Some rules still need to be followed." The leading man bowed his head deeply. Qing Long understands. However, it is not so simple to expose this matter. The palm of the golden human figure gently caressed the woman in the coffin, and said lightly, "The military department must cut off a few pieces of meat." 4.1. Just as he was speaking, the golden human-shaped palm swam across the woman's lower abdomen. Suddenly, his palm froze. The golden figure stared fixedly at that position, with a strange light in its eyes. This kind of strangeness turned into real fluctuations, centered on the human form, and spread rapidly to the surroundings. In an instant, the wind on Tianhui Peak stopped, and the surrounding clouds also stopped moving. All sounds disappear, all actions freeze, as if time stops here. The golden figure gradually turned from illusion to reality. Under those eyes that exude a strange glow, a young face is gradually revealed. After just a few breaths, a figure with snow-white hair but a boyish face walked out of the golden light. He fixedly looked at the woman in the coffin, and murmured in a low voice, "It turns out that I, Zhao Ji, once had children." Say this sentence. The 4 men and women kneeling behind him on one knee raised their heads abruptly. All the faces were filled with indescribably startled expressions. "It's a new month, please support me with monthly tickets, vote for guaranteed monthly tickets, and give flowers and rewards, thank you." 342. He died on the coast of Ningyi at the age of 23. Brother Sheng, tell me, what does the catacombs battlefield look like? In a small milk tea shop, Lu Sheng, Lin Ziyi, and Yang Yuan were sitting opposite each other, chatting. After experiencing the excitement of just meeting, Lin Ziyi dragged Lu Sheng to chatter and asked non-stop. "I haven't seen him for half a year, but Lin Ziyi has darkened a lot, and he has grown taller and stronger. It can be seen that he has worked hard in martial arts in the past 6 months. Yang Yuan didn't change much, except for a slight change in her attire, making her look more like a college student. The one who has changed the most is Lu Sheng." When they first met, neither Lin Ziyi nor Yang Yuan recognized him at first sight. In other words, I didn't dare to admit it. Faced with all kinds of strange questions from Lin Ziyi, Lu Sheng occasionally replied a few words, while Yang Yuan remained silent, sitting quietly next to Lu Sheng with a cup of milk tea, listening to the two chatting. Time flies. When Lin Ziyi was about to order the 4th milk tea, Lu Sheng stopped him. "Never mind." Lu Sheng glanced at the time on the wall of the milk tea shop, and suggested, "Let's go eat." "Good." Lin Ziyi immediately stood up and volunteered, "I know there is a barbecue restaurant, the taste is very good." Lu Sheng looked at Yang Ming. Yang Yuan naturally had no objection. So the 3 walked out of the milk tea shop, and Lin Ziyi took out his mobile phone to call a taxi. The taxis here in the university town are quite easy to take, and the Kung Fu car will arrive in a short while. I'll sit in front. As soon as the car stopped, Lin Ziyi jumped into the co-pilot of 02, and said winkingly, "Brother Sheng, sit in the back with your sister-in-law." This sister-in-law made Yang Yuan blush, but she didn't say anything, opened the back door and got in first. Lu Sheng shook his head. He was a little worried about how to deal with Yang Yuan's affairs. Lin Ziyi just added to the chaos. Just as he was thinking, Lu Sheng was about to get in the car. But when the hand just touched the car door, and one foot was about to get into the car. Sudden! It seemed that an invisible lightning had struck Lu Sheng, and his body trembled imperceptibly. Lu Sheng's movements were frozen for a long time. After a long time, the taxi driver became impatient and turned his head to ask, "Young man, are you going to get on?" There was an inexplicable light in Lu Sheng's eyes, and then he calmed down quickly. He took a step back and closed the car door casually. "Brother Saint!" Both Lin Ziyi and Yang Yuan looked at him in surprise, not knowing what happened. "Didn't you just agree to have dinner together?" Suddenly remembered that there is something that needs to be dealt with quickly, "You two go to eat. I can find you again." Lu Sheng explained briefly, then turned around and walked in one direction without waiting for any reaction from the two of them. Brother Saint! Brother Saint! When Lin Ziyi and Yang Yuan chased down from the car, Lu Sheng's figure had completely disappeared. Hey, it's hard to have a meal with Brother Sheng now. Lin Ziyi couldn't help sighing, I really miss the days when we cooked together in Chengguo canteen. Yang Yuan looked at the direction where Lu Sheng's back disappeared, dazed, not knowing what she was thinking. Lu Sheng is walking on the bustling streets of Kyoto. His speed was extremely fast, and the pedestrians and tall buildings on both sides were drawn into blurred shadows. He crossed the road, and cars passed by him, without honking or accidents, and no one even saw his presence. Lu Sheng walked faster and faster, gradually leaving the busy city behind. He came to a location near the outskirts of the city, slowed down, and walked into a park. Lu Sheng quickly walked across the lawn and the artificial lake, and walked straight into the small woods deep in the park. There was a young couple sitting in the woods chatting. Lu Sheng walked all the way inside, until he reached a secluded corner deep in the woods, and sat down under a poplar tree surrounded by people. At this moment, the expression on Lu Sheng's face became serious. At the Yintang shrine between his eyebrows, 13 immortal cells vibrated violently. Like 13 small suns, flickering rapidly and flickering. Unprecedented sense of crisis, like a dangerous omen of imminent sword, wave after wave repeatedly hit Lu Sheng's mind. And there is a growing trend. Why? What happened? Lu Sheng closed his eyes and entered the dream space full of doubts. Familiar dream space scene. 7 or 8 blocks away from Wuguan Street, Lu Sheng found his optical brain hidden here, and then called up his personal information. Soon, Lu Sheng's profile was presented in front of him. Just at the first glance, Lu Sheng's heart sank severely. The information has been changed. The photo shown on his personal profile is almost the same as his current appearance. The eyes are deep, the facial features are handsome, and they are as sharp as a water-cooled knife. There is also a faint layer of cyan stubble on the lips and chin. The personal profile photo of the Tinder resource library is basically a recent photo of the person before his death. I remember the last time, when Lu Sheng checked the information, what he saw was his youthful and aged appearance. Now, it has become so young. Doesn't it mean? Lu Sheng looked down. The text on the information jumped out one by one. Name, Lu Sheng. Sex, male. Lifespan, June 297 in Budo, January 317 in Budo. Lifespan, June 297 in Budo, January 317 in Budo. When Lu Sheng saw this line of writing, his pupils contracted severely. Born in June 297 Budo, died in January 317 Budo. And this year is the 317th year of Budo. Today is also the 2nd of January in the 317th year of Budo. That is to say. Lu Sheng looked dazed, and said to himself in a low voice, I'm going to die this month. As if Lu Sheng had been hit hard by something, his rock-solid body also shook slightly. He once thought that his will was indestructible and unshakable. But at the moment of knowing that his death is approaching, the whole person still inevitably has a moment of worry. But soon Lu Sheng got rid of the emotion of not being able to tell what it was like, and his heart returned to peace. At least, you have to know how I died. He said something peacefully and continued to look down. Life experience, the previous part is not much different from what he saw last time. Just a little richer. From the time he joined the military region, he has achieved various victorious achievements. Logically speaking, if this trend continues, it will inevitably usher in a more brilliant and legendary future. But this legend just started and ended abruptly. In Ning'ai in the middle of the country, he was personally killed by the Supreme Marshal Saint Zhaoji. Happy New Year, Ren! Happy New Year! 20. The full stop at the end means that Lu Sheng's life has also come to a complete end. Is it really a martial saint? Although I have already guessed in my heart, but seeing the final answer, I still can't help but feel agitated. Why? A trace of confusion floated in Liu Sheng's eyes. He has obviously thought it through very carefully. I think everything is under my control. Dao martial saints are only 9th level martial saints, not 10th level martial sages, and they cannot cover the sky with one hand. Why do you still shoot me when you know that I will be protected by the military, and there is no evidence that I killed Lien Su? Is Lien Su really so important to him? Then why did you compromise the first time? Which link went wrong? Liu Sheng has 8th level spiritual power, his brain development is more than 100 times that of ordinary people, and his intelligence is close to that of a demon. And there is the addition of the 3rd level of the empty state. He felt that he had already taken all aspects into account, and controlled all aspects of the situation and psychology. The behavior that seems to be bold, the decision that seems to be dancing at the tip of the knife. In fact, not to mention 100% sure, at least 90% sure, all under control. But now, Liu Sheng lost everything. For a moment, he couldn't help but fall into deep self-doubt. In my mind, the grey roulette representing Liu Sheng's Shiquan Master Way slowly vibrated, as if there were tiny imperceptible cracks appearing on it. Liu Sheng exited the dream space. But he didn't have the slightest intention to get up, he was still sitting under the poplar tree, his eyes drooped, as if he was asleep. What is this person sitting here for? A young couple came from a distance cuddling together, saw Liu Sheng sitting under a tree, and talked lightly. Go by quickly. Time passed bit by bit, and occasionally someone would walk through this grove and see Liu Sheng sitting under the tree, and they would take a few more curious glances. Soon, the sun was setting. Night falls over the woods. The temperature is getting colder, and the cold wind rises at night, covering the vegetation with a thin layer of hoarfrost. Dawn breaks, and a new day arrives. In the morning, the chirping of birds resounded in the forest. A bold wild bird flapped its wings and landed on Liu Sheng's shoulder. Liu Sheng remained motionless, like a clay sculpture. Occasionally people come and go, and the sun rises and sets. Light and shadow alternately change on Liu Sheng's body. For 3 full days and nights, Liu Sheng still didn't change at all. A layer of fallen leaves and dust had accumulated on his clothes. Looking from a distance, he looked like a dummy, a dead person. During this period, his mobile phone rang many times in his pocket, but Liu Sheng ignored it. Oh my god! A man and a woman passed by again, and the woman saw Liu Sheng sitting under the tree from a distance, and couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, the man we saw a few days ago is still there? He has hair all over his body. Shouldn't he be dead already? The man obviously also had an impression of Liu Sheng, his expression changed, and he said quickly, go and have a look. The two walked over quickly, crunching on the grass blades. 343 The truth? A deceived butterfly. 4. Halfway through, the man stopped suddenly. He's breathing, this man is alive. When you get closer, you can clearly see that the young man sitting under the tree has a faint white mist in his mouth and nose. Then why have you been sitting here for several days? I guess I was stimulated by something. Broken love or something. Can you fall in love even after growing up like this? Although the young man lowered his head halfway, women can still see his amazing appearance. The man glared at the woman angrily, thought for a while, and finally stepped forward to ask in the spirit of humanitarian care. Brother, what's wrong with you? This sentence seems to wake up the sleeping youth. He gradually regained consciousness and raised his head slowly. The two saw an extremely young and handsome face, and a pair of bewildered eyes. The handsome young man's eyes fell on the two of them, gradually gaining focus. It's nothing, I was thinking about one thing, but I haven't figured it out. The Junwei young man's voice was a bit dry and hoarse, probably because he hadn't eaten or spoken for a long time. Good guy, I haven't heard from my daughter-in-law after 3 days of boredom. The man smacked his lips, touched his pocket, took out a pack of cigarettes, and handed one to Junwei young man. If you don't mind, tell me to listen? What is it that you can't figure out? As he spoke, the man gave the woman a look. The latter was reluctant, and finally walked to the side, leaving space for the two of them. Junwei young man took the cigarette, but did not light it. He was silent for a while, and then said, "There is one thing that I think is very well planned, very sure, and even. I have found the most authoritative organization to verify it several times. As a result, there was still an accident. The result was quite different from what I expected." "Oh, what did I think it was?" The man lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said with a smile, "You said it was an accident. Since it was an accident, it's normal. But I checked with the authority, and the authority told me that there will be no accidents. That can only show that the authority you are looking for is not authoritative enough. It may even be a liar." The man replied casually. This sentence made Junwei young man startled. Not authoritative enough, a liar. These two sentences seemed to flash across his mind like a flash of lightning, instantly illuminating many details that he had overlooked. As the saying goes, there are 9 out of 10 unsatisfactory things in life. The man was smoking a cigarette, and wanted to reach out to pat the young man's shoulder, but he stretched his hand halfway, but retracted involuntarily. Sometimes why do you think so much? Get up when you fall, and start all over again when you fail. It's a simple thing, there's no need to overdo it. You're right, I think too much every time, I think I'm smart. The handsome young man's eyes gradually lit up, and it seemed that drastic changes were taking place in them. The leaves and dust on his body fell down, and he stood up from under the tree. The whole forest seemed to be lit with light. In just a few breaths, the handsome young man under the tree completed a gorgeous transformation. Like a diamond buried in the soil, after wiping off the dirt and dust on the body, it becomes shiny again. This miraculous transformation stunned the man with the cigarette in his mouth, and he stood there in a daze, forgetting to speak. "Thank you." The handsome young man smiled slightly at the man, and then his whole body melted into the light like bubbles. "Pa-ta!" The man opened his mouth wide, and the cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground. Turning around, he was facing the same horrified and shocked face of his girlfriend. The two looked at each other. Damn it! Hell in broad daylight! "Hi sir!" Walking into the hotel, the officer guarding the hotel entrance immediately stood up and greeted Liu Sheng with a swish. Then quickly reported, "The military department can't contact you, and I want you to go to the central military region to report as soon as possible before the day after tomorrow." "Okay, I get it." Liu Sheng nodded, and walked into the elevator with a calm face, leading to the main building. After checking the room, Liu Sheng took out his mobile phone to check the missed calls and unread messages of the 3 tired ones. The main thing is the phone call from the Eastern Military Region. It is estimated that I can't find myself in 3 days, so I am a little anxious. But now that he shows up by himself, there is no need to return. Then there were calls from a few important people. Liu Sheng picked one of the most important callbacks. "Liu Sheng." Dong Qingxiu's familiar slightly cold voice came from the phone, and it seemed to be accompanied by a slightly relieved voice. "Sorry, something happened and I didn't receive a call." Liu Sheng explained. Dong Qingxiu responded softly, and then said, "Uncle Ant is having a good time here and having fun. Has the matter over there been completely resolved?" Liu Sheng's eyes flickered, and he nodded with a smile, "It's been resolved." "That's good." Dong Qingxiu didn't know exactly what Liu Sheng was going to do on this trip, but judging from the more and more respectful attitude towards Liu Sheng's parents, family, and her from the Eastern Military Region in the past few days, what Liu Sheng did should be a big deal, and it should be a success. Now that the matter has been resolved, she doesn't need to ask any more. Dong Qingxiu has never been a curious person. I may not be able to come over for this military exercise. It's okay, just help me take care of my parents. On my side. Liu Sheng paused, and said firmly, I can handle it. Dong Qingxiu didn't hear the strangeness in Liu Sheng's words, and just replied, that's it, I'll hang up first. Goodbye. Liu Sheng hung up the phone and chatted briefly with his parents, Liu Qinghe and the three of them in the family group with his mobile phone. Seeing them boasting about Dong Qingxiu's goodness and being quite satisfied with the life in the eastern military region, especially Liu Qinghe, they were a little bit reluctant to leave. The corners of Liu Sheng's mouth could not help but curl up a bit. Mom and Dad should know that Liu Sheng went to participate in the military exercise on behalf of the eastern military region, and they didn't urge him to come back, but let him relax and perform well. Liu Sheng replied, understood. Then exit the chat. After staring at the family photo on the phone wallpaper for a while, Liu Sheng turned off the phone and sat peacefully on the chair. It is my fault. Liu Sheng spoke to himself. At this time, the confusion and hesitation in his eyes were gone, and all that was left was calmness and reflection. I don't know when it started, my thinking began to deviate. Liu Sheng remembered his original self. The mind is pure, and the way of exchange is also pure. All I want to do is to become stronger. When encountering a difficult obstacle on the road ahead, just punch it. If it is smashed, continue to move forward. If it is not broken, it will be smashed until it is broken. And now he doesn't know that it's the continuous development of the brain, the improvement of intelligence, and the influence of omniscience and omnipotence in the state of Valkyrie, who can see the world like palm lines. The way he handles things has become more and more complicated and more resourceful. Rather than his own fist. Perhaps it was the time when I killed Lian Jiabei's father and son. I tasted the sweetness of planning, and I started to go astray. Until now, deep in the mud. Liu Sheng looked down at his hands. Sometimes, it's better to be reckless. This is Liu Sheng's own problem. Then there is the problem of dream space. Two flashes of light shot out from Liu Sheng's eyes, and his expression suddenly became cold and stern. I'm so superstitious about the future shown in the dream space that I've never thought about it carefully. Does this future really exist? Uproar. Liu Sheng has risen from the humble beginnings and has reached the height he is today. The dream space is his biggest reliance. It is no exaggeration to say that if there is no dream space, the current Liu Sheng should still be an ordinary person with nothing to do, or stay in some not-so-good martial arts university, living a life like a salted fish. Or, like Lu Kaiming, joining the army. The future is uncertain. It can be said that the dream space created everything about Liu Sheng. Give him a strong capital, but also give him a heavy mission, bringing him the current glory Heaven light. Liu Sheng has thought about the source and nature of the dream space countless times. But he never questioned the existence of the dream space. I have never thought about whether some of the things in the dream space Tinder resource curry are false, just woven dreams. Since Liu Sheng opened the Tinder resource bank in the dream space, he has refreshed his life history time and time again, and his authority has been raised time and time again. About the future is not certain, the future can be changed. A butterfly flapping its wings in 300 years of martial arts may be able to form a storm in 10,000 years of martial arts. The idea has long been ingrained in his mind. He couldn't verify the authenticity of the future, and he even felt that it was only natural that the development of the situation would deviate from the future shown in his life information. Prove that he's changing the future, and get complacent about it. He has always thought so. He thinks that he, a butterfly with 300 years of martial arts, is trying to flap his wings, preparing to set off a storm that will change the world in the next 10,000 years of martial arts. But the result of Shaliansu. But gave Li's, Liu Sheng a blow in the head. He used the future information displayed by the fire resource curry to verify it many times, until Liansu was completely dead, he made a big fuss in the Chen family, and the plan was perfectly executed. None of the futures shown by the Tinder repository have changed in any way. And very suddenly, that future has undergone earth-shaking changes. What does this prove? This proves that the previous future was wrong. Could something that has happened go wrong? Of course not. Only what has not happened and what is happening will deviate from the established track. The answer is obvious. Or, my understanding of the 4 words of changing the future is still too shallow, and the complexity of time is far beyond my imagination. Or, the future presented in the dream space is not the real future at all. It is just a prediction, a collection of everything that happens at the moment, calculated by a special algorithm. The most likely outcome. Once there is a mistake in the process of data collection, it will cause a huge deviation between the algorithm results and the actual results. A flash of light burst out in Liu Sheng's mind, and he said to himself slowly, "This happens to explain it too." Why? The future presented in the dream space is the future that occurs after the influence of the dream space itself is removed. Because, its algorithm can't calculate itself at all. 344 Level 9 Martial Saint? Not necessarily cannot try to kill C. 1. Even the strongest person in the world can't lift himself up by pinching the back of his neck. A god can create the world, but cannot create a god as great as himself. So no matter how powerful the algorithm of the dream space is, it can't calculate the huge and complex itself within the algorithm. If you really do that, it may lead to the self-collapse of the entire dream space. Liu Sheng remembered when he first came into contact with the dream space and saw his life history for the first time. At that time, his future did not include the dream space factor. It was also because of his first preconception that he took it for granted. It's a rule. So I never thought about why. Of course, it may also be due to the timeline. The timeline I am in now has some unpredictable changes from the established timeline, which will lead to a completely different future direction. But if you use the timeline to explain, the dream space is too great, it can capture the direction of different timelines at any time. 2 guesses, it's too easy to verify which one is true. Liu Sheng closed his eyes and quickly entered the dream space. In the dream space, Liu Sheng turned on the optical brain and gave instructions. Call, Lingji's Wangxiu decoction, Sen Sui Dan and the latest prescription of Jin Longjian. These 3 prescriptions are the only ones that Liu Sheng has made so far, the biggest change in the course of the world. The retrieval result will appear soon. Except for Lingji's Wangxiu decoction, Yang Sui Dan and Jin Long Saliva prescriptions all showed insufficient authority. Liu Sheng twitched the corner of his mouth, but didn't say anything. He lowered his head to examine the newly modified prescription carefully. Lingji's Wangxiu decoction was the first future tonic he took after he set foot in martial arts. It was the first time he prepared 813 himself, and he remembered the ingredients and effects of Lingji's Wangxiu decoction very clearly. The prescription that was not at the first level has now reached the 5th level. The effect is more than 1,000 times that of the original version. But the whole prescription has become beyond recognition, with many strange ingredients appearing and replacing. Liu Sheng randomly picked an unknown ingredient named Lanying Kasuo and input it into the optical brain, but the result was: theory exists, not present. What's the meaning? It means that the composition of this medicine only exists in theory, it is fictitious, it is imaginary, it is in this world, to be precise. It does not exist on this planet at all. Even the name is fake. Is it possible that I should go out of this planet and go to the starry sky of the universe to find it? Liu Sheng was speechless. The prescription in front of him can be said to be priceless, but it can also be said to be worthless. Very good, very beautiful, very dreamy, unfortunately, it is aloft in the sky. Liu Sheng swiped the prescription away casually, with a calm expression on his face. There is no need to continue. The answer is already there. Actually, what I should have thought of earlier was. Liu Sheng glanced around, looked at the dilapidated and devastated streets, and laughed at himself. Although there are only 3 prescriptions, they will have a certain impact on the next 10,000 years. It is impossible that the fate of the people in the entire number 1359 base has not been changed in the slightest. As it was, as it is now. The most ridiculous thing is, Liu Sheng casually flipped through Curry's current affairs news on Tinder Resources. The date of the news clearly showed that the 3 prescriptions he threw out during the 300 years of martial arts, Aka, gave the future martial arts civilization nearly 100 years of respite. Nearly 100 years of time difference, but not even a single plant, tree, brick, or tile has changed. Liu Sheng shook his head, I'm such a fool. This kind of deception is full of holes, and it is only now that we can see the truth. It's probably because it's dark under the lights, and it's also because I trust the dream space too much. Liu Sheng stood up and jumped into the sky. Under the effect of mental power, he skyrocketed. It has been raised to a height high enough to overlook the entire 1359 base. He has never seen the whole picture of base 1359 from such an angle. Viewed from above, the entire number 1359 looks like an oversized bowl with irregular shapes. The rim of the bowl is chipped and cracked. The bowl is full of dilapidation and dead silence. Liu Sheng's eyes were confused, like a lost wanderer. In other words, this is a future that cannot be saved at all. No matter what I do, how I do. This world. They are all dead. Liu Sheng suddenly felt empty. This feeling, as if a group of scarred people approached a teenager and told him, only you can save us, you are our savior. They did not hesitate to cultivate this young man, acting as if they pinned all their hopes on him. The young man accepted all this with peace of mind. Just like what the group of people told him, it doesn't matter, everything can be changed, as long as you become stronger, we can get back everything we lost. They gave all of themselves to the boy without reservation, and died one by one in the ashes. The boy is growing rapidly and becoming stronger. When the teenager feels that he has enough ability, he can start gearing up to carry out his mission of being the savior. Only then did I discover. All of this turned out to be just a clumsy and well-intentioned lie. He is not a savior. He is just a seed. A lucky seed. That's all. The Tinder Project, is this the real meaning of the Tinder Project? Liu Sheng fell slowly from the air, his expression a little numb. He is no longer the savior. There is no need to carry heavy missions anymore. He wasn't happy at all. Then what exactly is the dream space? It's just a computer with storage and powerful deduction functions. Liu Sheng didn't know. He looked up at the sky above him. His eyes seemed to see through the layer upon layer of grey sky, to see the place behind. Is there a starry sky behind that? Will there be another, dilapidated and dead planet like Wanyan Mudeo? Liu Sheng unveiled the first layer of veil belonging to the dream space. But there seem to be more mysteries under the veil. It is still necessary to continuously increase the authority, so as to find out more truths. After vaguely guessing part of the truth about the dream space, what Liu Sheng lost was the sense of mission and responsibility he had always shouldered. The functions of dream space and Tinder resource library have not been lost. In a sense, even enhanced. The more you understand, the better you can use it. All kinds of prescriptions and exercises can still be optimized and deduced with a span of 10,000 years. I don't have to be too cautious about changing the future like before. The life history displayed in the Tinder Resource Bank still has great reference value, and after the bondage of the word future does not exist. Liu Sheng stretched his body, the whole person is really relaxed. At this time, Liu Sheng looked at the future described on his personal profile again, and his heart no longer fluctuated. Killed by the Jidao martial saint on the shore of Ninggai? 20 years old? Do not make jokes. Liu Sheng shook his head, and chose to exit the dream space with a light tap between his eyebrows. I am a man destined to become the god of martial arts, how could I die so easily? Extreme martial saint? What is it? Boom! In my mind, the originally dim grey roulette appeared with cracks. All the cracks on it disappeared in an instant. The entire grey roulette rotated rapidly, and dozens of master wheels on the roulette shone brightly, making the entire roulette colorful and shining. In the hotel room, Liu Sheng, who was sitting on a chair, woke up from a deep sleep. He opened his eyes, his pupils were as clear as washing. Not only that, but the temperament of the whole person presents a feeling of being cleansed and refreshed. The martial arts will that was shaken before has become stronger and stronger at this time. The dream space is probably a parallel world similar to the development track of my world. While it turns out that the same timeline does not exist, some aspects are the same. They all practice martial arts, the crisis facing civilization. They come from the same world as alien beasts. In other words, if the martial arts civilization in this world does not develop well, it might end up like a dream space in the future. Therefore, the sense of responsibility on Liu Sheng's shoulders is still heavy. This is somewhat far away, let's think about how to solve the predicament in front of us. Liu Sheng rubbed his brows, and began to think about the question of Ji Dao Wu Sheng. Now his immortal cells have reached 13. Liu Sheng used nearly half of the sacred one obtained from Lian Suna, and obtained the result of 6 immortal cells. It's not that Liu Sheng doesn't want to absorb it all. But the super resilience of stellar indestructible bodies and immortal cells is also limited. The sequelae brought about by repeated eradication of healing rules are already a bit virtual. If you use the death of the saint in a short period of time, you may leave permanent wounds on the indestructible stellar body. The death of the saint is no longer usable. There are only a few days left before the military performance of the whole army, or get some extra marrow liquid to drink. Before the arrival of the Jidao martial saint, the number of immortal cells increased to more than 20. An inexplicable and strange light flashed in Liu Sheng's eyes, and he whispered to himself, 9th level martial saint? Maybe you can't try to kill and see. You can guess the truth about the dream space. Please ask for a monthly ticket and flowers, thank you. 345 The whole army performs martial arts, and the stars enter the arena. 2. Above the blue sea, the azure blue sky spreads out like a big curtain, with flocculent liuyun like Su, and the sea breeze blows the waves. Da-da-da! A gunship helicopter appeared on the screen. Then the second, the third. Fighter planes soar into the sky like unruly eagles. Battleships sailed out one after another, like broken arrows. There are also small white sailboats, densely packed, but neat and orderly. On every sailboat stands a vigorous navy man with high spirits. The whole military region of Longguo is performing martial arts competition, a grand event is slowly kicking off the curtain. This martial arts exercise used more than tens of thousands of drones and underwater cameras, supplemented by satellite monitoring, and almost achieved all-round monitoring and broadcasting without dead ends. On the waves of Ningyi, several super-large broadcast screens were erected early. Through the large screen, the scenery tens of hundreds of kilometers away can also be seen clearly and meticulously. In the era of the rise of martial arts, technology began to play more of the role of eyes and ears. Suddenly white waves rose from the sea, and in the southern sea area, dozens of figures came riding on the waves. The auras of these dozens of figures are all extremely powerful, their chi and blood are like an oven, and the smoke of their energy goes straight into the sky, and the wind will not disperse them. The waves around them turned into billowing white mist, their feet were submerged below the surface of the water, and their bodies were propelled by inexplicable power to move forward at high speed. This group of people was led by a young man wearing a blue combat uniform and holding a pale golden halberd. The white waves under his feet surged more than 10 meters above the sea level, extending to tens of meters on both sides. The whole person rushed forward stepping on this astonishing white wave wall, revealing a handsome appearance and a slender and well-proportioned figure, just like the legendary Yaksha patrolling the sea in ancient times. It's Li Yao, the #1 general in the southern military region. On one of the largest and most advanced warships on the sea, someone recognized the identity of this young man. Li Yao ranks second in the general list, and the data shows that his combat strength exceeds 25 stars. This power and courage are really amazing. On the deck, a middle-aged man wearing a general's uniform expressed emotion. On this battleship, almost a quarter of the entire Longguo military region gathered big boss-level figures. Standing at the forefront, with their hands behind their backs, were 5 military marshals. The ones at the back are more than 10 military generals. There are many generals and stars behind, it can be said that there are many stars. The star cluster of military generals from the southern military region appeared, and the marshal of the southern military region and several generals all showed faint smiles on their faces. The military headquarters are integrated, but there is still a certain degree of competition between the major military regions. The more powerful and brave the generals of their own military region are, the more honorable they will be. The appearance of Yasha Li Yao, who was patrolling the sea in the southern military region, was like a fuse, and immediately after that, there was a torpedo explosion in the northern sea area. Dozens of human figures broke through the water like a dragon, setting off huge waves tens of meters high. The leader was a big man over 2 meters tall with dark skin all over his body. He stepped on the surface of the water, blasting white waves one after another on the sea surface, like a ferocious black shark breaking through the water. The #1 general in the northern military region, Gao Tianzong. There are also extraordinary characters in the western seas. The leader is a long-haired woman with a fit figure. She hangs half of her body below the sea surface, like a sharp knife, cutting the sea surface flatly and breaking through the waves. The appearance of the members of the General Star Group of each party will cause a burst of shouts like a tsunami from the naval athletes who control the sailing boats on the sea. In the era of the rise of martial arts, the demeanor of technological armaments has gradually faded, and the heroic posture of individual martial arts can arouse fanatical worship. Just as the generals of several military regions were vying for supremacy, a fighter plane flew across the sky. A dozen figures descended from the sky. These figures burst into brilliant white light in midair, like meteorites falling from the sky. With a sound of boom, it slammed heavily on the sea level in the middle. The sea level sank suddenly, and unparalleled monstrous waves were set off all around. Several generals who appeared on the stage in front of Fang had a strong light in their eyes at the same time, and they took a sudden step forward, and they also had a powerful and incomparable strength, force field and momentum rising. The aura that erupted from them turned into an invisible powerful force, which ruthlessly pressed back the huge waves that rushed from the middle. This is true for all 3 parties. That scene is like the 3 parties forming a big hand, trying to forcefully suppress the wind and waves erupting in the middle. But the next breath, a huge invisible column of air soared into the sky. This pillar of air is invisible to the naked eye, but traces of its edge can be caught. Among the white waves, only the air column is calm, like an absolute vacuum area, even the sunlight shining into it presents a slightly distorted visual effect. This is the effect that can only be shown when the martial arts spirit is so strong that it is extremely astonishing. The faces of all the generals in the 3 military regions changed. They clearly felt that there seemed to be a terrifying beast in the center that was about to break free, a terrifying force zone that they could not control. Simply take a few steps back to dissipate all the aura around you. The invisible air column was no longer restrained, and exploded completely with a bang. Boom 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 _W. The central sea area presents a downward giant bowl-shaped depression. On the edge of the giant bowl, the violent force set off waves tens of meters high, and the surrounding generals and navy retreated one after another. When the storm gradually subsides, everyone saw that a stalwart and boundless body walked out of the waves step by step in the air. A young man with short hair like needles and a face like a knife. The young man is 1.9 meters tall, has a bronze complexion, and a pair of eyes that are as bright as stars. Every gesture exudes a powerful aura of domineering, looking at the world with disdain. When the generals of the three armies saw the appearance of this figure, their pupils shrank slightly and their faces became serious. And those naval athletes who were watching, when they saw this person, burst into bursts of almost fanatical applause. The tsunami-like sound of mountains and tsunami converged into a word on the sea. East Emperor. The Eastern Emperor broke the sky. The number one person in the central military region, and also the number one in the general list, the uncrowned king among the generals in the entire army. A person who is more than a general and comparable to a general. Is this person Dong Poshan? On the highest battleship, many generals were also staring at this young man who appeared out of nowhere. He should already have the qualifications and combat power of a general. 0. Asking for flowers. Someone asked, but several generals in the central military region laughed and said nothing. Dong Poshan's strong appearance seemed to show his identity as the General Star Emperor, which attracted the attention of countless people, and also pushed the atmosphere of this military exercise to a new climax. Suddenly, a general on the deck asked in confusion, "All four generals are on stage, why don't you see the generals in the east?" Eastern generals have already appeared on the stage, but the momentum is not obvious. Someone replied casually. Indeed, there is one missing top general in the east who can be the leader. The general who was the leader just now is a little inferior. I heard that there was a Liang Tianjiao born in the east, why can't I see him today? Maybe it has already appeared, we just didn't pay attention. The generals were discussing in a low voice, and the voice was piercing, and it was transmitted to several heavenly generals and martial ear kings in the east. Why didn't Liu Sheng come? The marshal of the eastern military region's face was slightly gloomy, and he turned his head and asked Yu Xinggai behind him in a low voice. Yu Xinggai smiled bitterly, and replied, "I don't know, I arrived at the military headquarters a few days ago, and then I have been hiding in my room for retreat. It's not easy for me to send someone to disturb me, so I can only let him go. I never thought that such a big event as the military exercise of the whole army could not happen." Retreat? The marshal of the eastern military region thought for a while and said, "Then let him go, don't disturb him." The news that Liu Sheng ran for 8,000 miles and beheaded the 5 masters of the Black Demon Society has spread among the real upper echelons of the military. He has long been hailed as the number one morning star of the entire military department, and is recognized by all the military commanders as the general with the greatest potential for martial arts. The level of attention is even higher than that of the East Emperor Dong Poshan in the middle of the country by several levels. Although the marshal of the Eastern Military Region wanted Liu Sheng to give the Eastern Military Region a big face in this military exercise. But if compared with the importance of impacting Wu Sheng, the former is insignificant. At this time, a general hurried forward and whispered a few words in Yu Xinggai's ear. Yu Xinggai's eyes lit up, and he quickly reported to the Marshal of the Eastern Military Region, "Marshal, Liu Sheng is here." Following the general's pointing, the two soon saw a handsome young man wearing a combat uniform quietly appearing in the General Star Cluster of the Eastern Military Region. Two bright lights flashed in the eyes of the Marshal of the Eastern Military Region, a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he nodded and said, "Okay. Liu Sheng is here. Just come." Pity. Liu Sheng stood on a small warship, surrounded by generals from the Eastern Military Region participating in the military exercise, including Dongfang Qiyao and others. The faces of these people are not very good looking at this time, showing a bit of aggrieved faintly. The power of the Eastern General Star Cluster just appeared is much inferior to that of other military regions, and there are not even a few pictures. It is a bit bullying to be true. Fortunately, now that Liu Sheng appeared, they felt at ease. Only the people in the Eastern Military Region know that their Liang in the Eastern Region may not be worse than the Eastern Emperor. Liu Sheng didn't care about these at all, his attention was all on himself. At this moment, the 17 immortal cells in the center of his brows are exuding a faint divine light. Zhang. 346 The breath of water, 18 immortals. 3. In the past few days, Lu Sheng has used almost all the resources he can call. Borrowing Yu Xingai's power, he recruited a large number of 8th level different marrow liquid in the central military region. After practicing non-stop, in just a few days, Lu Sheng's immortal cells increased by 4 more. Although there is a gap with the planned goal, at least there is still time, and we can continue during the martial arts. There are still about a dozen bottles of the 8th level different marrow liquid left. After absorbing all of them, it should be possible to increase the number of immortal cells to 20. The main reason is that immortal cells always like to grab for food. Immortal cells born in front, every time new compatriots appear in the future, they have to come up arbitrarily and charge a wave of entry fees. Such rules led to the need for more and more energy for each immortal cell born behind Lu Sheng. Of course, there are also benefits. The strength of the first immortal cell is almost 3 times that of the latest one. The color of the new immortal cell is light golden, this guy is brilliant golden, like made of pure gold, completely seated in the boss position. The color of the immortal cells behind it gradually fades. Even so, the future predicted by the Tinder repository has changed. Lu Sheng thought silently in his heart. 153. Before he came to participate in the martial arts performance, he took another look at Curry's personal information and future trajectory. After the number of his immortal cells reached 17, the original was killed by a martial saint on the shore of Ning'ai, and died at the age of 20. Has transformed into seriously injured and escaped. 3 years later, he will be resurrected, challenge the extreme way, and kill the martial saint of the extreme way in the holy mountain of Meteor. Shiquan, number 1 under the sky. Return to the earliest future trajectory. So, isn't life just like this? But Lu Sheng raised his head and looked up at the blue sky, feeling a surge of excitement in his heart. Seriously injured and escaped. This future is not what I want. Lu Sheng sighed softly and lowered his head. At this time, the 5 military regions will enter the star cluster. The military exercise of the entire Dragon Kingdom this time can be regarded as the official start. This military exercise will be based on meritorious service as the final accounting standard. A general-level figure from the central military region stepped forward, and his vigorous voice spread all around, echoing like thunder on the sea. In the process of performing martial arts, all generals and stars can attack each other. The loser loses half of the meritorious service, and the winner. Do not kill. Toj. Violators will be immediately disqualified from performing martial arts and will be subject to corresponding military penalties. The total duration of this martial arts exercise is 3 days. Now. The general in the middle paused, and said in a dignified way, "Please perform martial arts with the stars. Please perform martial arts with the stars." On the sea, countless sailors and sailors shouted in unison. Although there were no drums beating, there were many battleships firing together. The mighty momentum shook the sea and cleared the sky. Members of the general star clusters of the 5 major military regions stood up one after another amidst the mighty momentum, and rushed towards the Highwind catacombs in front of them. All the drones and underwater cameras have started to work one after another, all over the entire sea area. The rules of military exercises are very simple. Kill strange beasts and fight colleagues. The number 1 in martial arts in the entire military region must not only have the bravery of 10,000 men, but also the combat power of bravely crowning the 3 armies. The generals of the 5 military regions entered the sea like a dragon, and Dong Pashan was the first to bear the brunt, like a large torpedo entering the Highwind cave. The generals of the eastern military region originally planned to follow Lu Sheng. But Lu Sheng disappeared in a blink of an eye and entered the water without a sound. The sea water covered Lu Sheng's head. However, he was isolated by an invisible force a few meters away from his body. That's the effect of the Grand Master's force field. This is basically the case for all the stars into the water. Liu Sheng is wearing a special underwater combat suit today, with the inner round knife in the scabbard and behind his back. The outer wheel knife is decomposed into thousands of small pieces, which are divided into many pockets all over the body, and are attached to the outside of the skin. 12 bottles of grade 8 different myeloid liquid were tightly tied around Liu Sheng's waist like grenades. Liu Sheng was not the number one in martial arts at all, he just wanted to find a quiet place to practice hard. Liu couldn't hold back and dived, his strength spread out in the water, and he was able to clear the stars one by one. In the ocean abyss, the generals emitting massive force fields are as conspicuous as light bulbs in the dark. 60 or 70 light bulbs all dived rapidly in one direction. After diving thousands of meters, a large piece of darkness suddenly appeared in the sea water. In the darkness, black shadows scurry out one after another, quickly attacking and killing the generals. At the beginning, Liu Sheng followed the large group, but then he quietly left the group alone. Throwing away the underwater camera that has been following behind his buttocks, even the Grand Master's force field has been restrained. The turbulent sea water sticks to the skin, bringing a cool feeling. Natural breathing method, running. Liu Sheng used internal breathing at first, but it didn't take long. The pores of his whole body were all opened, and a steady stream of fresh oxygen was poured in from the pores. Water breathing. Liu Sheng's eyes lit up slightly, but he was not surprised. He has long comprehended the breath of ice, and now it is logical to quickly comprehend the breath of water. 3 levels of emptiness. Entering the 3rd level of the emptiness state, Liu Sheng's element control ability level immediately went up 2 steps. The breath of water that had just been comprehended immediately soared to a brand new height, and even more wonderful changes occurred. Breathing underwater is easier and freehand, the pressure brought by the sea water is almost zero, and even has the ability to control the water flow. Liu Sheng experimented a little bit, and he felt quite good. Underwater combat is difficult even for top generals. The cracks in the catacombs in the depths of the sea are already thousands of meters underwater when you walk to the cracks. If you go a little deeper, you may reach a depth of 10,000 meters. Before the rise of martial arts, the ultimate diving depth of mankind's top submarines was only more than 10,000 meters. At a depth of more than 10,000 meters, the hydrostatic pressure will exceed 1 ton. For top generals whose combat effectiveness is generally in the 10s or 20s, a ton of pressure is really nothing. But this is in the water, with a ton of pressure in all directions and no dead ends, and it is still all the time. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Without the Grandmaster's force field, even an 8th level Grandmaster wouldn't be able to last long in the water, let alone fight. Moreover, due to the pressure of the seabed, the alien beasts in the sea deep caves are generally stronger than the alien beasts of the same level in the surface caves. One's own strength has been greatly weakened, and the opponent's strength has been greatly enhanced. One drop and one rise, one can imagine how difficult this military exercise is. It's much better after mastering water breathing. It is estimated that even if I dive to a depth of 10,000 meters, my strength will not be greatly affected. Liu Sheng thought, like a slender black fish, swimming nimbly to a coral reef outside the opening of the crack in Haiwan real estate. With dozens of top generals helping him attract hatred, this place is relatively safe. With a simple sweep of Liu Sheng's mental power, he swam to a coral bush and grabbed it with his hand. Grab a thick tentacle, and pull it out fiercely. A huge octopus more than 10 meters long was dragged out of the coral cave by Liu Sheng forcefully. This octopus is particularly ugly, with many deformities all over its body. It is estimated that it ate too much flesh and blood of alien beasts near the burrow, and was alienated by the genes of alien beasts. The ugly octopus danced wildly with more than a dozen tentacles, and opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of black and fine teeth, about to bite Liu Sheng. Liu Sheng remained expressionless, and shook his right hand lightly. 4 realms martial arts, the terrifying power of shock spread along the tentacle in his hand, and instantly spread throughout the whole body of the ugly octopus. The huge octopus felt like being electrocuted, trembling all over, causing ripples in the water. Then Liu Sheng's powerful spiritual force pierced into the octopus brain, and roughly infused his will into it. Will manipulation. 10 minutes later, Liu Sheng was sitting cross-legged in the coral cave that originally belonged to the giant octopus. Outside the cave, a super-large monster octopus quietly dormant in the coral group, faithfully acting as Liu Sheng's guard. Will control, it's quite easy to use at certain times, especially for such creatures with low intelligence. Liu Sheng took out the 8th grade different myeloid fluid tube by tube from his waist, and the Grandmaster force field drained the water, then picked up several tubes of 8th level different myeloid fluid, opened the bottle cap, and poured it into his mouth at will. His heaven and earth twin bridges are still in the state of opening up all the time. After going deep into the bottom of the sea, the energy provided by the bridge of earth has also increased significantly, more than 5 times more than usual. Under the support of the two energies, the blood pill at the mouth of Liu Sheng's heart grew rapidly. When it grew to the size of a fist, it quietly shattered. According to the Pluto Sutra, qi and blood increase. This supreme technique that Liu Sheng has been practicing for a long time, now has a 70% boost to qi and blood. It is not far from the completion of the flesh and blood growth in the first stage. There was the sound of the tide sweeping from the depths of the coral reefs. It was the sound of the energy and blood rushing in Liu Sheng's body. The indestructible body of the star is skyrocketing, and the mysterious lines deep in the fleshy bones are like root strands growing wantonly. Before the follow-up chapter of the immortal golden body is unlocked, Liu Sheng can only use this method to strengthen his body. It looks like the effect is not bad. Between the eyebrows, the embryonic form of the 18th immortal cell quietly appeared. In the dark and quiet depths of the sea, many generals fought hard to kill the monsters in the deep sea. On the other side of their battle group, a figure was quietly growing. Like the heart of a giant beast hidden in the deep sea. Boom! Boom! Beating up and down, the voice gradually became more powerful. Behemoths are waiting. Waiting for the moment to break through the sea level and face the sky, thunder, and fire. Ask Sheng for some monthly tickets, so that he can wrestle with Wu Sheng, thank you. 347 The first and the last one, the heartbeat in the depths of the seabed, 4. In the waters of Ningyi, several helicopters landed and hovered above the sea. A group of figures jumped out of the helicopter. Walking on the sea is like walking on flat ground, and within a few breaths, they all landed on a small island near the sea. The island is not big, and there are no people inhabited, and there are coconut trees scattered here and there. After the helicopter delivered the people, it left quickly, leaving only the people on the island. 32 people in total. Everyone has huge energy and blood, and an invisible force field spreads all over their bodies. They are all 7th level masters. Among them, the first 4 people are like a huge human-shaped fire, or a small nuclear reactor. Just standing on the shore, there will be almost endless heat waves from all over the body. Even the waves couldn't get close to the small area where the 4 of them stood. The tide brought by the sea breeze receded tens of meters away from the 4 of them, forming a strange protruding dry area on the wet coastline. Horrible! One of the 4 people, a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance, like an old farmer, glanced at the 28 people behind him, counted the number of people, and said lightly, "Wait." The 28 Grandmasters, or Daizong, nodded silently, and all sat down on the spot, not despising the sand and gravel on the ground. The 4 of them stood on the edge of the coastline, looking at the endless sea in front of them, chatting casually. "It's just a mere general, why do we need to dispatch all the 4 extreme phenomena and the 28 mansions? My lord is a little bit too much work." 02. Among the 4, a tall and fit young man spoke. The young man's appearance is not outstanding, but a pair of eyebrows are several times thicker than ordinary people, flying obliquely into the temples like flying knives. The eyes are also extremely sharp and bright, as if there are knives in the pupils. Being able to fight against the fourth demon god pillar of the Black Demon Society alone is not weak, it is close to ours. The only woman among the four spoke. A woman has a better appearance, her eyes are indifferent, and her lips are slightly thinner and often tightly pursed, giving people a sense of determination. The fourth demon god pillar of the Black Demon Society is actually dead. Standing on the north side was a middle-aged man with gentle eyes and a thick face, who was wearing a black tunic suit with a look of surprise on his face. I fought against that crazy woman once, and was almost broken through the defense. Still have some strength. The overall combat strength should be around 70 stars, which is comparable to us. I heard that he is only 20. Good guy, he is really a peerless evildoer who emerges once every 300 years in martial arts. The young man with thick eyebrows raised his saber eyebrows and sighed in surprise. So we dispatched this time, not all of them came for him alone. Mainly to prevent the military. The old farmer-like man said calmly, it's easy to kill Lu Sheng, but there are too many masters in the military. The three of them nodded slightly, with a little dignified look on their faces. Although the military has no Poseidon beam, it has many mainstays. If the 5 marshals, dozens of generals, and some veteran masters hidden in the military headquarters are gathered together, even the martial arts saint may have to give in. No matter how strong Wu Sheng is, it is impossible to kill all the masters of the military department. Even the real gods in the world can't stand in the air, they always have roots rooted in the ground under their feet. The military department has been thinking about cultivating a real 9th level strongman for more than 200 years. This son is so talented, and his background is upright, if we want to kill him, the military will probably do everything to protect him. The honest man on the north side said worriedly. The old farmer said, don't worry. We only need to besiege and kill Lu Sheng. The pressure from the military department will naturally be blocked by adults. Adults are here too. The old farmer looked at the horizon in the distance, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said in a low voice, the military department has been looking forward to a 9th level martial artist for more than 200 years. My lord lost his beloved son in that battle back then, and he wanted to continue his bloodline, so he had been looking forward to it for more than 100 years. It's okay if you don't know. The hope I saw was extinguished abruptly. Even the martial saints in the world have to be mad and angry. The old farmer's soft sigh was blown away by the sea breeze, and the 3 people beside him were all silent. In Ning'ai, the Middle Sea is surrounded by countless warships and sailing ships. An alloy martial arts arena covering an area of thousands of square meters was quickly built not far from the place where the stars entered the water. At this time, there are 5 generals at the Grand Master level, and 5 generals below the Grand Master level, and the officers are competing with each other on it. The top generals will perform military generals for 3 days. Although the process was monitored and displayed by satellites and underwater cameras in real time, the real climax and the final result of the martial arts performance still had to wait 3 days later. The Haiwan catacombs are already dangerous enough, if you still have to beware of Pao Zi, then you will lose the true meaning of performing martial arts. Otherwise, he will be court-martialed. The competition for meritorious service still has to be carried out on the water. The stage has been set up, and during this gap period, some ordinary generals and officers under the generals will perform martial arts exercises along the way. It's time to serve as an appetizer for the final performance of martial arts. The arena was very lively, but many people's eyes were still mainly focused on the big screen in the air. What appears most on the big screen is a tall and majestic figure. He holds an alloy long knife in his hand, and the Grand Master's force field around him can still open up a waterless space of more than 1 meter even if he is more than 10,000 meters underwater. Keeping the knife hand in hand, it can shoot dozens or even hundreds of meters in the water. Cut out a series of vacuum knife marks. This point alone surpasses other generals. And on the real-time merit statistics ranking list next to the big screen, this young figure like a dragon also ranks first. Dong Potion, meritorious service, 1.58 million. The figure of more than 1 million made many generals in the military's eyelids twitch wildly. How long has he entered the real estate this time? He has already earned more than 1 million merits. Even if the alien beasts in Highwind Cavern had a higher merit value than alien beasts of the same level, it would still be astonishing enough. How many alien beasts must be killed in a short period of time? This Dong Potion. I'm afraid he already has the combat power of a real general. There were constant exclamations of exclamation. No wonder they are. The total value of Dong Baitian's meritorious service, which ranked first in the real-time merit statistics list, surpassed the second place by nearly 600,000. And the gap continues to widen. He dived deeper than others, endured greater pressure, and encountered stronger alien beasts, but he killed them faster, which is incredible. The same top general, the gap between others and Dong Potion is like the difference between a kitchen knife and a war knife. The most important thing is, Dong Potion seems to be less than 50 years old this year. Thinking of this, complex expressions appeared on many people's faces. A general under the age of 50. Really amazing. Even in the history of the military headquarters of the entire Dragon Kingdom, there have not been many. Just when all the generals were talking about Dong Potion, suddenly, someone pointed to a name on the merit list and made a surprised noise. Hey, this general of the Eastern Military Region, how come, from the beginning to now, the merit value has not changed, it has always been 0. It is as eye-catching as Dong Potion's name. The bottom of the real-time merit list. Lu Sheng, meritorious service, 0. I remember this name, it's the Tianjiao General Star of the Eastern Military Region, ranking 3rd in the general list. I didn't see General Xing when he entered the arena before. Could it be that he didn't come? Impossible, how can you enter the list without a name? Call up his communication watch and monitor it. Soon, absolute darkness appeared on the big screen. It was barely discernible that there was a figure sitting cross-legged in the water with his eyes closed. The faces of many generals and theater commanders became strange. Is he resting? Many pairs of 690 eyes cast their eyes on the positions of the generals and marshals of the Eastern Military Region. Missing the appearance, and not taking any action after entering the burrow. Is he deliberately avoiding the battle? Giving up the martial arts on his own initiative? Someone whispered. The slightly harsh voice came to the ears of several people in the Eastern Military Region, all of them were expressionless and unmoved at all. My heart was full of turmoil. Lu Sheng. What exactly does Lu Sheng want to do? How long does he want to be silent? A pure white knife gang roared out from the alloy long knife. Tear off layers of water curtains. A huge monster shaped like a crab and a scorpion was easily torn in half, and the momentum remained undiminished, and it sank straight into the abyss below, causing a series of blisters and waves. The 8th level Highwind real estate alien beast is not as strong as a piece of paper under the light of this knife. Dong Potion put away the knife casually, and there was no emotion on his face. He glanced at the communication watch on his wrist. 3 days, almost. In the past 3 days, he has not carefully counted how many strange beasts he has killed, but there must be millions of meritorious deeds. It's a pity that you can't go down any further. If you go down, the communication watch will completely lose the recording function. Dong Potion shook his head, and with a movement of his body, he exhaled stellar energy from his feet, pushing him up quickly like a rocket propeller. Dong Potion is the deepest in real estate. When he returned, he didn't see a few generals, probably all of them had been lost. Stepping out of the cracks in the crypt without any danger, and going up several thousand meters, is the final battlefield. Dong Potion was planning to go upstream. Just then, boom! A sound like a beating heart came to his ears along the water waves. Swish! Dong Potion turned around suddenly, narrowed his eyes, and fixedly looked at a certain direction in the distance. There is a dense coral reef. Asterisk. 248 Wake up, break the water. Come out. 1. Boom. There was another sound like the beating of a heart. This time Dong Potion saw clearly. The sound was indeed coming from the direction of the reef. Yes. It's for watching. Waves of water ripples that were hard to catch with the naked eye came from the coral reef, indicating the location of the heartbeat. What? Dong Potion's eyes flickered for a moment, temporarily put aside the idea of going out immediately, and began to walk step by step in the direction of the coral reef. As he continued to approach, the rhythmic heartbeat became more and more obvious. Boom! Boom! After a while, the ripples in the seabed water became more and more obvious. Rapidly spread around. The ripples of the water passed by, and some swimming fish immediately stopped still, and then exploded into a ball of blood-colored fireworks silently. The blood attracted more underwater creatures, and then more blood flowers bloomed silently. This scene is particularly strange in the dark seabed. If ordinary people saw it, they would probably turn pale with fright. Dong Potion didn't take it seriously. Because he is Dong Potion. The first person to star in the Central Region, shining in the Central Region, nicknamed Eastern Emperor. After today, he will also be the #1 general in the entire army and rank among the generals. Dong Potion has absolute self-confidence. But I have to say that Dong Potion, who was involved in the heartbeat, was also a little uncomfortable. Dong Potion suddenly remembered an ancient martial art that he had read in ancient books. It is said that the sound and rhythm of the beating heart can be used to injure or even explode the opponent's heart, killing the enemy invisible. But this requires the user, martial body, chi, and blood, and martial arts realm, all to be one or even several levels higher than the opponent's realm, in order to do it. When Dong Potion first saw this martial art, he dismissed it and thought it was extremely tasteless. Since the opponent is several levels stronger in all aspects, why bother? It would be much easier to kill it directly. He didn't expect to encounter someone performing this kind of technique in the depths of the sea, which really surprised him. It doesn't have to be a human. No. Definitely can't be a human. Dong Potion stretched out his hand and lightly pressed his heart, and said with firm eyes, except for the 9th level martial saint, who can surpass me by a few levels in terms of martial body and blood. Will Wu Sheng hide in this dark Highwind cave? Of course not. It is estimated to be some terrible beast, or it may be something else. Dong Potion took a deep breath, contracted the force field around his body, and barely suppressed the chaotic rhythm of his heart. He slowly clenched the alloy saber in his hand, and adjusted his whole body to the ultimate state. Step by step, unswervingly walked towards the coral reef. On the dark seabed, the outline of the messy coral reef looks like a dormant monster. The strange heartbeat sounded continuously, and the ripples scattered. It seems to indicate that this giant beast is slowly waking up from its deep sleep. Dong Potion finally got close to the coral reefs, and along the lines of the water waves, he found the source of the heartbeat. It was a dark cave entrance. Even with the eyesight of Dong Potion's top sect, he could only vaguely see that there seemed to be a huge black shadow dormant inside. Is it a sea monster? This idea came to Dong Potion's mind, and the black shadow flashed out. He raised his eyebrows slightly, and the long alloy knife in his hand cut out like lightning. The pure white sword shines like a waterfall. This knife seemed to be cutting on a piece of tofu, and it was cut open without any effort. A large mass of dirty blood spread out in front of the eyes, and 2 halves of the ugly octopus covered with tentacles struggled to die. So easy! Dong Potion was stunned for a moment, and soon realized that he had made a mistake. The heartbeat is still there. And it seemed heavier and beating faster. Dong Potion's eyes shot out 2 brilliant lights, and there was a trace of hostility flashing across his face. I want to see what it is, hiding here to make trouble. Humph! Dong Potion's whole body was filled with stellar qi, and his whole body seemed to turn into a blazing white fire meteor, ruthlessly jumping into the hole. The alloy long knife opened the way. The white light of Gang Qi illuminates everything in the cave. Nothing out of the ordinary. Only in the depths of the cave, there seems to be a human-like shadow sitting cross-legged quietly. And the bursts of heartbeats came from the figure. There are water ripples everywhere in the cave. Found it! Dong Potion's eyes lit up, and he quickly approached, wanting to see more clearly. Just when Dong Potion approached the figure, the blazing stellar energy was about to illuminate the whole figure. In the dark cave tunnel, a pair of golden eyes suddenly opened. Shua! In an instant, the entire cave school seemed to turn into daylight, and there seemed to be infinite rays of light radiating from the figure. Dong Potion's pupils shrank suddenly, and a handsome and cold young face seemed to be somewhat familiar in his pupils. He hasn't had time to do anything yet. The young man in front of him had already appeared in front of him like a ghost, staring at him coldly. His neck was grabbed violently. Then the next second. Boom! The coral reef exploded, and a figure with its back turned upwards was choked by someone, and it rose rapidly towards the sea level. Boom! On the calm sea level, suddenly a figure broke through the water. The huge sound attracted the attention of countless people, and they looked towards the sea one after another. The generals are out. Boom! 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 The first voice is just the beginning. Soon more and more healthy bodies broke through the water from the bottom of the sea. Each of them is a top general in each of the major military regions, with a well-proportioned posture, extraordinary momentum. Holding cold weapons one by one, they walked out of the seabed with thick water vapor and murderous intent. The surrounding soldiers and officers were all excited. Someone started yelling. This is to celebrate the return of the warriors, and it also exaggerates the coming of the real climax of the martial arts performance. Dong Potion. A handsome young man with a halberd in his hand looked at the big screen in the distance. The incomparably conspicuous name at the top of the merit list had an ugly expression mixed with a hint of shock. The rest of the stars are similar. After coming out of Haiwan catacombs, everyone's first reaction was naturally to look at the merit list, to see their achievements and rankings. As a result, Dong Potion's name immediately caught his eye. Dong Potion, Regiment Honor Value, 750. First. 7.5 million. He has nearly 4 million more meritorious service than Li Yao, the second-ranked Southern Military Region. Nima, is this guy still human? Some generals who participated in the martial arts performance were cursing. The sum of the few of us is not as much as his fraction. Damn it, there are still meritorious value 0. Suddenly, Zhang Xin pointed to the merit list and called out. The others moved their gazes down, landed on a name, and were immediately delighted. Good guy, it really is. The bottom one, with 0 meritorious service. Did this guy sleep in Haiwan catacombs for 3 days? Didn't even kill a single beast? The discussion among the general stars was broadcast, and many people heard it. There was a rather weird look on his face, the expression of trying to hold back a smile, and many people turned their attention to the generals and commanders of the Eastern Military Region. Really slept for 3 days. In the past 3 days, the meritorious service value after the bottom one name has not changed. Out of the spirit of humanitarian care, the big screen cuts each other's pictures several times a day. As a result, every time I saw it, I was sleeping with my eyes closed, or I was practicing. Anyway, he hadn't moved at all. If it wasn't for the communication watch showing that the other party's life signal was still there, people outside would be afraid that he was already dead. The faces of the entire group in the Eastern Military Region were rather ugly. The Marshal of the Eastern Military Region was slightly better, but his face was slightly gloomy. There is no doubt about Liu Sheng's talent and strength, but he had originally hoped that Liu Sheng would give him the honor of the Eastern Military Region in this military exercise. Turns out this kid Jing was busy embarrassing him. Yuzhang Gai and the others were nearly speechless, and really couldn't figure out what Liu Sheng wanted to do. As for Dongfang Qiao and other Dongfang generals who participated in the martial arts performance, each of them looked stunned, shocked, ashamed and puzzled. Liu Sheng is recognized as the #1 general in the Eastern Military Region, and everyone has high hopes for him. I thought that he might hit the first place in this martial arts performance. I didn't expect to rush to the bottom one. The jokes about Liu Sheng passed quickly. Everyone still focused more on the next martial arts performance. A total of more than 60 top generals entered the Haiwan Grotto on this trip, and soon drilled out from the bottom of the sea. Fortunately, no one died, and at most they were only injured. These generals who came up went to the nearest alloy competition arena to make some renovations, preparing for the next more critical and important meritorious battle. The face of a famous star was cut on the big screen, and the solemnity on the faces of the martial arts stars made the atmosphere of the whole martial arts field tense. Much attention, much anticipation. But time passed by. Some people had doubts on their faces. Why hasn't Dong Potion come out yet? Lu, is it okay? And Sheng didn't either. All eyes turned to the big screen. Dong Potion's meritorious service value on the big screen has stopped beating. This proves that he should have stopped hunting strange beasts and started turning back. At the speed of Dong Fangdian, even if you dive 10,000 meters deep, you should come out. Could it be an accident? A general ordered immediately, call out Dong Potion's monitor to watch. Soon, pictures began to appear on the big screen. But before everyone could see clearly the scene in the picture, a burst of strong light appeared from the picture. Then the screen trembled violently and started beating crazily. It was also at this time that everyone looked horrified to see. On the merit list, Dong Potion, who was originally ranked first, suddenly dropped his name. Li Yao, who was originally ranked #1, became #1 with 4 million merits. As for Dong Potion, the merit value has suddenly become 3.75 million. And there was another name that came up quietly, and it was juxtaposed with Dong Potion's name. Liu Sheng, meritorious service, also 375 million. In an instant, countless people in the arena suddenly stood up from their seats, staring at the big screen in disbelief, wondering if they had seen it wrong. Number EX. Hallucinations occur. Asking for a monthly ticket, there is still a chapter tonight, and it is being coded, it will be late, it is not recommended to wait. Ask for a monthly pass. 249 The Stellar Vein Map, I want to break the altar and do things like cutting down the sky. 2. In the process of performing martial arts, all the generals can attack each other. The loser loses half of the merit, and the winner. Before the martial arts performance, the military performance rules announced by the military still echoed in my ears. Dong Potion's achievements were suddenly halved, and Liu Sheng, who was ranked first from the bottom, suddenly soared to second. The reason is already obvious. Liu Sheng and Dong Potion met underwater. And Liu Sheng defeated Dong Potion. How is this possible? Someone couldn't help muttering to himself. This sentence also expresses the aspirations of many people in the field. A part of the military generals on the deck of the highest battleship, the same order. A group of generals standing on the alloy martial arts arena. All eyes were fixed on the merit list on the big screen, looking at the name named Liu Sheng, with a look of disbelief. Only the generals and generals of the Eastern Military Region had bright eyes and were full of energy. In an instant, there was a feeling of guarding the clouds and seeing the moon. Coming! Finally come! This is the rhythm. Their east side sunshine. It's time to start working hard. I have an objection. Suddenly, a general from the middle stood up and said with a serious expression, I question the rationality of this judgment. Seconded. He is also the general of the Central Military Region. Dong Potion's strength is obvious to all, I don't think that a person who hid in the deep sea and slept with his eyes closed for 3 days can defeat Dong Potion. The general of the central department spoke eloquently, and said loudly, I suspect that the judging mechanism is wrong. I suggest waiting for Dong Potion and Liu Sheng to come out, and then do it again. The man hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly everyone exclaimed. 017, look over there. Everyone followed the prestige, and their faces showed shock. I saw blue waves shaking on the sea level in the distance. A sea surface suddenly rises high, as if some giant monster is about to emerge from the bottom. Next moment. Boom! A super large water column more than 10 meters thick burst out from the bottom of the sea. The terrible impact set off turbulent waves, and even the sea alloy martial arts arena that was a little closer shook violently. Countless people were dismayed by it, not knowing what had happened. Faintly, it seems to see a black shadow soaring into the sky from the bottom of the water. Clatter! The huge waves set off by the terrible impact beat down, and there was a downpour of rain on the sea. Numerous drones swarmed and gathered around. Soon, the heavy rain stopped. That piece of sea area was shrouded in a layer of misty water vapor, and the sunlight fell directly, with rainbow lights of 7 colors hanging down. Everyone's eyes widened. Finally, see clearly. I saw above the sea, between the water rainbow. A tall and handsome young man hovered in the air. He was pinching a tall man's neck with one hand, casually holding it in his hand, and looking towards this side with a calm face. Everyone's pupils shrank fiercely. The drone faithfully broadcast this scene on the super large screen in the sky. Everyone can see clearly the figure that was being held by the neck by the young man like he was carrying trash. It was the #1 general in the central region who appeared on the stage as a king and looked down on all the heroes. East Emperor, Dong Potion. Well. On the deck of the tallest battleship, several central generals who had just raised their objections opened their eyes wide, and their bodies couldn't help but took a firm step forward. Crack! The deck made of super strong alloy had several pits abruptly stepped on it. The same performance also includes a group of martial arts stars who are in the martial arts arena. Especially Li Yao, Gao Tianzong, these are the #1 generals in all military regions who regard Dong Potion as their biggest opponent. Dong Potion is known as the Eastern Emperor of the Central Military Region, but his light covers more than one central region. Dong Potion has occupied the first place in the general list for many years. He was like a mountain, a dark cloud, hanging over Li Yao and the others, pressing down on them. Let them grit their teeth, practice desperately, and never want to surpass it all the time. But it is such a radiant, legendary, mythical figure. Now it is being carried in the hand like a bag of garbage. A slender and powerful big hand was strangling Dong Potion's neck tightly. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get rid of even a tiny bit. This scene had an unparalleled impact on many people in the field. Boom! It was as if something was collapsing in their hearts. A god has fallen. A new god is rising. The newly born 5 immortals occupy Liu Sheng's limbs respectively, and one in the heart. This was his whim of inspiration. He has been using the first immortal cell as the core before, slowly expanding around it. But when he was practicing in the depths of the sea, he suddenly thought of it. What would happen if the immortal cells were moved to another body part? The result surprised him greatly. These immortal cells inhabiting different body parts have greatly developed the potential of the star immortal body. The 10 lines of star patterns that had been hidden in the flesh and bones before were all awakened by the divine radiance of the immortal cells. With the immortal cells as the nodes, and the immortal cell group at the Yintang shrine as the center, a golden star vein map is constructed in Liu Sheng's body. When Liu Sheng makes a move, this bright star map will light up. 22 immortal cells are infused with power, and with the indestructible star as the focal point, they burst out with terrifying power that Liu Sheng could not have imagined before. It is estimated that with just one punch, the power can easily reach above 100 stars. This is a perfection and optimization of the power system. The immortal cells that will be born later will also continue to embellish and perfect this stellar vein map. I am the one who has treasure and does not know it, that is me. Immortal cells come from the tactic of immortality of the stars, but the body of immortality is something that even Wang He, the founder of the tale of immortality of the stars, never owned. Liu Sheng has no one to guide him, so he can only grope alone and study silently. Now he can be regarded as a little achievement, and an unprecedented sense of accomplishment emerges spontaneously from the bottom of his heart. From now on, I have absolute confidence, under the same strength, the brilliance of the art of immortality in my hands will be even brighter than that of Wang He. The cornerstone of Liu Sheng's martial arts comes from the inheritance of the 3 11th level powerhouses. This inheritance is a great luck, but also a great shackle. At this moment, Liu Sheng finally took the first step to get rid of the shackles. Congratulations! Based on the 11th level of the 3 majors, it will definitely surpass the 11th level of the 3 majors. This is the path I will take in the future. Although this practice only allowed him to add 5 immortal cells, the total number of immortal cells reached 22. But the benefits brought to Liu Sheng are unprecedented. The predicted future has also changed again. On the way Liu Sheng pinched Dong Potion to rise from the seabed thousands of meters away, he accidentally entered the dream space. Dong Potion? You fell asleep when you hit me. I took a look at the future predicted by the Tinder Resource Bank. Not much has changed. It can also be said that the changes are quite big. From fleeing from serious injuries, to fleeing from injuries. One word is missing, but the meaning is very different. Unfortunately, this is not the future I want. Liu Sheng thought about it calmly, looking down at the man who had been struggling under his palm for a long time, his face suddenly showed a bit of surprise. Are you Dong Potion? Liu Sheng blinked. When he broke through, he only knew that someone was disturbing his practice, so he wanted to teach him a lesson. Did not expect. It was such a coincidence that it happened to be Dong Qingxiu and her brother Dong Potion. Forget it, I'll beat him up, the big deal is to be more polite to him next time we meet. Looking at Dong Potion's eyes that were about to breathe fire, Liu Sheng felt a little guilty. After thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and pinched Dong Potion forcefully with his hand, and passed out. Throw it forward casually. Snapped. The tall and burly Dong Potion fell heavily on the alloy martial arts arena on the sea, smashing a slightly sunken mark on the surface. This slap also hit the chests of everyone in the arena. Boom! The heart beat hard. Eyelids twitch. Liu Sheng's casual gesture of throwing Dong Potion on the competition stage was really like throwing a dead fish. That's a hell of a lot. That's a hell of a lot. Many people's hearts were crying and trembling. At this time, Liu Sheng, who was hovering in the air, walked towards the competition ring step by step. There is still thick and persistent water mist on the sea level. Liu Sheng came walking, like a big sun passing through the rain and fog, with rainbow lights of 7 colors spreading under his feet. He stretched his body, and an invisible and inexplicable force rose from him. Liu Sheng was condescending. His eyes were clear, he glanced at the 67 top generals below, and said calmly and naturally, if I want to crush the altar and conquer the sky, I need to cultivate an invincible and sharp force. I would like to ask everyone to come together and warm up with me. Can you? Liu Sheng finished speaking. Between the sea and the sky, there was silence. Countless generals and soldiers looked at each other, looking at each other in blank dismay. Their eyes were full of astonishment and bewilderment. At the same time, on a small island tens of kilometers away from Yanwu Sea area. Standing on the beach, the eyes of the man who looked like an old farmer flickered, he raised his head and said, "It's almost time." After finishing speaking, 28 ministers admiring the teacher stood behind him. And the 3 men and women beside him. All looked solemn. None of the 32 people spoke, and stepped into the sea one after another. turned into 32 wave-breaking arrows, shooting towards a certain direction. The holy desire crushes the altar and does the deed of heaven. I want to compete for the top spot by borrowing the monthly tickets in the hands of the big brothers, and rushing for 4 million flowers by borrowing the flowers in the hands of the big brothers. Can you? 350 Raise the flag for the continent, wind. Clear the field with one punch. 3. Lu Sheng soared in the water mist, above the Hongqiao, condescendingly, overlooking the 67 top generals below. Under the blue sea and blue sky, warships are like forests. The dense white sails and countless officers and soldiers did not make a sound. Everyone was stunned, looking at the figure standing proudly between the sea and the sky, not knowing what words to use to express their inner thoughts at this moment. Sudden. Someone stepped out and stepped heavily on the floor of the alloy martial arts stage, making a loud boom. Break the peace between heaven and earth. This is a handsome young man with a slender body and a spear in hand. With a solemn face, he slowly raised the spear in his hand, and then slammed it. Boom! The blazing white stellar energy gushed out from his body, mixed with the smoke of the spirit energy above his head, and rose to a height of nearly 1,000 meters. The handsome young man clenched his fist with his left hand and pounded heavily on his right chest, making a muffled sound like beating a drum. He raised his arms and shouted. Sun Huanyu of the Eastern Military Region, raise the flag for Seat Lu. Sun Huanyu of the Eastern Military Region, raise the flag for Lu Zhou. Under the calmness, the surging hot voice echoed between the sea and the sky, and the pupils of countless people shrank. But did not wait for their reaction. Boom! Boom! On the alloy competition arena, belonging to the Eastern Military Region, 10 top generals who participated in this martial arts performance all lined up and stepped forward. Everyone is like Sun Huanyu before, pushing their own energy to the extreme, raising their arms and shouting. Raise the flag for Lu Zhou! Raise the flag for Lu Zhou! 11 top players. 11 high-spirited, admiring, almost fanatical faces. The sound of beating the chest is like a battle drum, and the intertwined qi is like a battle flag flying with the wind. Raise the flag for Lu Zhou! The majestic voices of the 11 top masters echoed like thunder in the blue sea and blue sky. Countless people looked moved and their eyes widened. I was so shocked that I almost forgot words. In the next moment, the soldiers on the white sail shouted, "Wind!" Immediately afterwards, more voices sounded. "Wind! Wind!" All the sailors were excited and raised their arms and shouted, "Wind! Wind!" Countless voices gathered together to form a sound like a mountain roar and a tsunami. Wind, underscore. There seems to be a strong wind on the sea, the wind is surging, and the sea waves are shaking. In a moment, the atmosphere of this martial arts performance was directly pushed to an unprecedented climax. In the era of prosperous martial arts, there is a hero who bravely crowns the 3 armies. Treat each other with the courtesy of the highest army. The expressions of the 11 top generals in the Eastern Military Region were almost fanatical. They wantonly stimulated the energy and blood in their whole body, and the large amount of blood pills in their hearts swirled like flying, making the white banner of gang energy more and more violent. They are the top generals, above tens of millions, but at this time they are willing to condescend to be Lu Sheng's pawns. I just want to vent all the grievances accumulated in my heart before, and tell everyone. The Southern Military Region has Li Yao, the Northern Military Region has Gao Tianzong, the Central Military Region has the East Emperor Dong Pashan. Their Eastern Military Region. There is also God. A God who has subdued the entire Eastern General Star region by himself. Now, he came. Like a sun rising in the east, covering the stars. East District Liang. On the highest deck, many generals and theater commanders, the admirals couldn't help being moved at this moment. The eyes of the 5 military marshals sitting on the chairs also burst into light, and they stood up. Yu Xinggai stood behind the marshal of the Eastern region, his old face flushed slightly with excitement and excitement. The majestic and incomparably shocking scene in front of him reminded him of the scene when he participated in the military exercise as a general. Liu Sheng was located at the center of the mountain roaring tsunami, where everyone was watching, surrounded by countless pairs of fiery gazes. His mental power enveloped the audience, and he felt an inexplicable force between the sea and the sky gathering towards him like a wave, stacking layers upon layers. Under this momentum, the 22 immortal cells in the body were extremely active, emitting an unprecedented golden light. Is this the so-called general trend? Liu Sheng wants to use the military generals to cultivate invincibility. What he seeks is self-confidence, fearlessness, and an indomitable state of mind. Now, in the sound of countless soldiers raising flags and shouting, he felt the real benefits. Liu Sheng seemed to grasp something, and felt a lot of emotion in his heart. His eyes were shining, and there was a strange light flowing. With a voice that he could only hear, he murmured softly. Zhao Ji, how do you think I can lose? Why can I lose? Finished. Liu Sheng took a step forward. The whole person appeared on the alloy martial arts arena in an instant. In front of him, stood more than 50 top generals with dazed expressions. Liu Sheng glanced away. These top generals who were caught in the inexplicable shock woke up one by one, and their momentum rose. Liu Sheng punched in the direction of 56 people. Inside the body, the newly formed stellar vein map suddenly lit up, and a strange fluctuation came out. On Liu Sheng's right fist, there were streaks of golden waves that were visible to the naked eye, as if they were real. This wave of light seems to be slow and fast, like the shape of water droplets falling into a puddle under the eaves, with a sense of peace and tranquility. On the way forward, the air is folded and stacked, twisted into shape. First entered the rain pond, after just a few breaths. It's a stormy sea. The top generals closest to Liu Sheng almost subconsciously raised their hands to resist. During their gesticulation, the wave light has quietly swept past. Several people flew backwards without a sound. Afterwards, the top general Sheng showed a look of horror on his face, and his aura was urged to the extreme, and he raised the cold weapons in their hands. Want to resist the sweep of this terrifying wave of light. However, under the waves of light, brilliant sparks continuously burst out from their cold weapons, making harsh sounds like the collision and friction of weapons. Then the cold weapon was bent into a bow shape, and a huge force struck. Immediately afterwards, like the previous few people, they flew out backwards, coughing up blood halfway. The faces of the remaining people on the competition stage were moved, and they quickly backed away. But the further you retreat, the more the golden wave expands, and the mighty power contained in it is constantly superimposed. Like a solid golden ring, the edge of the ring is as sharp as a knife. Even the air was about to be cut, an indescribable horror. To the top. The kilometer platform retreated to the edge in an instant. There is no way to retreat, so I can only bite the bullet and go on. I don't believe you can be so strong. Li Yao, who was number 1 in the southern military region and ranked second in the general list, let out a long roar, and danced his halberd like the wind in his hand. A whole body of stellar energy gathered on the halberd one after another, exuding a throbbing aura. Using a halberd as a knife, he slashed down towards the golden ring. Clang! The clash of halberds and rings made a crisp sound like ringing rings. Then the condensed stellar energy on the halberd shattered layer by layer, and Li Yao's handsome face revealed an unbelievable expression. How can this? 0, ask for flowers. Before he finished speaking, he was hit by the ring and flew out wildly. Li Yao's left and right sides also burst out 2 powerful auras that were not inferior to him. But after the golden ring swept across, the 2 auras were broken in the middle and extinguished. One after another silhouettes flew across the sea and fell to the surface of the sea. From Liu Sheng punching, to the golden wave sweeping. The whole process seems to be long, and it only takes a few breaths. The big competition arena was already empty. Except for those generals in the eastern military region who cheered for Liu Sheng by raising the flag. Only Liu Sheng was left. Liu Sheng had already retracted his fists and stood where he was, his expression calm and unruffled. If someone pays attention deliberately, they will find. From the beginning to the end, there was no one in Liu Sheng's eyes. A radical change. The stellar vein map is generated, and the true potential of the indestructible star is finally unearthed. Stellar gas undergoes a qualitative transformation. Combining the power of immortal cells with a little skill of the prayer wheel knife. The power of this punch is indeed above 100 stars. Liu Sheng exhaled slowly, the light in his eyes shone slightly. At the same time, almost all the people who witnessed this scene were stunned. 0, 0. The sound of wind stopped suddenly. Countless people looked stunned, unable to describe their inner feelings in words. I just felt an electric current spread from the tailbone to the whole body in an instant, my scalp was numb, and my whole body was trembling. They expected Liu Sheng to be strong. But didn't expect. Liu Sheng was able to be so strong that it was unimaginable. Punch. Just one punch. Defeat all the 56 top generals in the 4 parts. 56 top generals, none of them could stop his punch. Clear the field with one punch. Use 4 characters to describe. Also too flimsy. Many people were in a trance, and only now did they finally know. Why was Dong Potion rushed out of the bottom of the sea by Liu Sheng with one hand, and threw it on the ground like trash? Both. Not a level opponent at all. On the tallest battleship, the eyes of the 5 military marshals were shining brightly. The corners of their mouths were raised when they saw the generals of their subordinate military regions being swept away like grass. In Liu Sheng, they saw the hottest and most vivid light that the military has been looking forward to seeing for more than 200 years. 9th level Martial Saint. This is a peerless martial seedling that is really expected to grow into a 9th level martial saint. Behind the 5 military marshals, the generals, commanders, and others all had complex expressions mixed with shock. The combat power that Liu Sheng showed with that punch just now has reached a height that even they have to look up to. The youngest general in the history of the military. Someone shook his head and murmured softly, "No, he must be the youngest marshal in the history of the military department." Boom! In the next second, the sound of mountains and tsunamis, which was 10 times higher than before, erupted from the sea. Countless people raised their arms and shouted wildly. The peerless General Star, the flourishing martial artist. Shout out to the world! And just under the enthusiasm that soared into the sky, dozens of figures were coming from the distant sea. Today's Dragon Boat Festival, I wish you all a healthy Dragon Boat Festival. My friend is getting married tomorrow, and I'm the best man. I'm busy this afternoon, and I won't be able to code all day tomorrow. But rest assured, Red Bull is ready. From now until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, try to finish fighting Wu Sheng. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.